completely obedient to your president. They're willing to give him unlimited power. They're willing to say that he can take SEAL Team 6 and kill anybody he wants. They're willing to affirm that. They're willing to say that ICE can racially profile anybody they want. The United States Supreme Court has said you can racially profile Latinos based on their accent or the way they look. You guys have everything you want. You have legal racial profiling. You've ended DEI. You've ended affirmative action. You get all the best jobs even if you're not qualified. You can be a Fox Weekend host and be the Defense Department's Secretary of Defense. You can be Kash Patel and be a podcaster who wants to go to Valhalla and run the FBI as long as you're conservative. You have everything. Why are y'all so angry? What the fuck are you angry about?
Newsom just starts.
Why are y'all so angry? You have the White House, you have both houses of Congress, you have a Supreme Court that is completely obedient to your president. They're willing to give him unlimited power. They're willing to say that he can take SEAL Team 6 and kill anybody he wants. They were willing to affirm that. They're willing to say that ICE can racially profile anybody they want. The United States Supreme Court has said you can racially profile Latinos based on their accent or the way they look. You guys have everything you want. You have legal racial profiling. You've ended DEI. You've ended affirmative action. You get all the best jobs even if you're not qualified. You can be a Fox Weekend host and be the Defense Department's Secretary of Defense. You can be Kash Patel and be a podcaster who wants to go to Valhalla and run the FBI as long as you're conservative. You have everything. Why are y'all so angry? What the fuck are you angry about? You've banned all of our books. You've banned Black history. You've banned the 1619 Project. You don't have to compete with women for jobs. You've chased them out of the military. You've chased them out of the senior positions in the Department of Defense. You've gotten rid of all the Black history in the museums. Museums are terrified. I have contacts.
Well, how's he not done this? What hasn't he done?
Nazi flags, Confederate flags, and people stayed. If there's even one Yahtzee flag, you are at a Yahtzee rally. And Keeks, I'm kind of implying that you might be one. Not because you're marching in robes, not because you're wearing a pointy white hat, but because you keep asking for research that you won't read. You go to rallies and you won't leave. Next to flags you won't condemn. And at some point, I didn't know stops being an excuse and just starts being.
Why are y'all so angry? You have the White House, you have both houses of Congress, you have a Supreme Court that is completely obedient to your president. They're willing to give him unlimited power. They're willing to say that he can take SEAL Team 6 and kill anybody he wants. They're willing to affirm that. They're willing to say that ICE can racially profile anybody they want. The United States Supreme Court has said you can racially profile Latinos based on their accent or the way they look. You guys have everything you want. You have legal racial profiling. You've ended DEI. You've ended affirmative action. You get all the best jobs even if you're not qualified. You can be a Fox Weekend host and be the Defense Department's Secretary of Defense. You can be Kash Patel and be a podcaster who wants to go to Valhalla and run the FBI as long as you're conservative. You have everything. Why are y'all so angry? What the fuck are you angry about? You've banned all of our books. You've banned Black history. You've banned the 1619 Project. You don't have to compete with women for jobs. You've chased them out of the military. You've chased them out of the senior positions in the Department of Defense. You've gotten rid of all the Black history in the museums. Museums are terrified. I have contacts that I'm talking to inside of the Interior Department, people who are running all of those spaces where you can go and see a Civil War memorial or something. The people who work in these places are terrified. They're afraid to tell the real history. The people who are working for the federal government are afraid to say the word Black. You guys have canceled Black scholarships. You're damn near, I guess, ready to get rid of HBCUs. Donald Trump just recently said they're not going to fund any minority-serving institution. Y'all have gotten rid of that. You've gotten rid of help for Black kids to go to college. What more do you want? What are you so angry about? I go, every so often I go and lurk.
Look how wicked you are. I didn't know you was that wicked, guys. I didn't know you was that wicked. Rest that.
You can look on X Twitter. Y'all are the maddest people ever. Y'all are so angry. For court has said you can racially profile Latinos based on their accent or the way they look. You completely obedient to your president. They're willing to give him unlimited power. They're willing to say that he can take SEAL Team 6 and kill anybody he wants. They were willing to affirm that. They're willing to say that ICE can racially profile anybody they want. The United States Supreme Court has said you can racially profile Latinos based on their accent or the way they look. You guys have everything you want. You have legal racial profiling. You've ended DEI. You've ended affirmative action. You get all the best jobs even if you're not qualified. You can be a Fox Weekend host and be the Defense Department's Secretary of Defense. You can be Kash Patel and be a podcaster who wants to go to Valhalla and run the FBI as long as you're conservative. You have everything. Why are y'all so angry? What the fuck are you angry about? You've banned all of our books. You've banned Black history. You
Right.
banned the 1619 Project.
Right.
You don't have to compete with women for jobs. You've chased them out of the military.
Too much.
You've chased them out of the senior positions
Too
in the
much.
Department of
Too
Defense. You've gotten rid of all the black history in the museums.
Too much.
Museums are terrified. I have contacts that I'm talking to inside of the Interior Department, people who are running all of those spaces where you can go and see a Civil War memorial or something. The people who work in these places are
Too
terrified.
scared.
They're afraid to tell
Why?
the real history.
Why?
The people who are working for the federal government are afraid to say the word black. You guys have canceled black scholarships.
Terrible.
You're damn near, I guess, ready to get rid of HBCUs.
Terrible.
Donald Trump just recently
Terrible.
said they're not going to fund any
Terrible.
minority-serving
You're an
institution.
unfair nation.
Y'all have gotten rid of that. You've gotten rid of help for black kids to go to college. What more do you want? What are you so angry about? I go, every so often I go and lurk and look on extra. Y'all are the maddest people ever. Y'all are so angry for people who have everything. Y'all said you want your country back, you have it. The rest of us are sitting back and trying to, so often I go and lurk and look on extra. Y'all are the maddest people ever. Y'all are so angry for people who have everything. Y'all said you want your country back, you have it. The rest.
You're so angry.
Museums are terrified. I have contacts that I'm talking to inside of the Interior Department, people who are running all of those spaces where you can go and see a Civil War memorial or something. The people who work in these places are terrified. They're afraid to tell the real history. The people who are working for the federal government are afraid to say the word black. You guys have canceled black scholarships.
Yeah.
You're damn near, I guess, ready to get rid of HBCUs. Donald Trump just recently said they're not going to fund any minority-serving institution. Y'all have gotten rid of that. You've gotten rid of help for black kids to go to college. What more do you want?
Terrible
What are you so
people.
angry about? I go, every so often I go and lurk and look on extra. Y'all are the maddest people ever. Y'all are so angry for people who have everything. Y'all said you want your country back, you have it. The rest of us are sitting back
Waiting for
and trying to keep our peace and preserve our peace while you all are running the country. If the airlines are crashing, that's you. That's the people you wanted to run the United States government.
Exactly.
The FBI, y'all are laughing at them on X Twitter and saying that they look ridiculous. That's your FBI. They've purged the people
That's right.
who made the FBI what it was. It's not what you wanted. You have your podcasters running the FBI.
There it is there.
You have your friend from the real world running the Department of Transportation. That's what you wanted. There's no longer a gay guy there. The gay guy's gone. The gay guy's at home with his kid and his husband. He's not in charge anymore. The Department of Justice is what you wanted. It's your Justice Department that won't release the Epstein files. If you're mad about the Epstein files, you shouldn't be mad at me and the left. You need to be mad at Donald Trump. You all have the country. You run every red state like it's already Project 2025. You won't let women have abortions in Texas. They're literally dying of sepsis. That's what you wanted.
Whoa.
You wanted women to have only 6 weeks to get an abortion in Georgia.
Whoa. Whoa. Didn't know that one. Now that one's a bit below the belt. Didn't know that one, you. You see what I mean about you? This is why father would never give you the power. You see you. You see you. You see you. And there's a woman telling you about yourself, innit? You see you. And you wonder why women don't like you. You see you. You see
Justice Department that won't release the Epstein files. If you're mad about the Epstein files, you shouldn't be mad at me and the left. You need to be mad at Donald Trump. You all have the country. You run every red state like it's already Project 2025. You won't let women have abortions in Texas. They're literally dying of sepsis. That's what you wanted. You wanted women to have only 6 weeks to get an abortion in Georgia. You got it. You wanted Texas to be a petri dish and a laboratory for every right-wing, anti-black, anti-gay, anti-trans idea, and also got rid of vaccines. Every child in Florida is now going to go to school with kids who could give them measles, mumps, and rubella, and COVID. That's what y'all wanted. You now have a paradise in Florida where you can get sick, cough on people, let them die of whatever disease you're carrying. It's almost like you've got the pilgrims again that can come and cough on all the natives and take them out. That's what you wanted. You got it. You wanted Florida to be that. It's that. You wanted the United States to be Florida. It's that. But yet you all are still so angry.
I know.
I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand it. I don't mean to rant and rave, but I am genuine.
Hear what you said about the... Excuse me, sorry. Excuse me. Yeah. You see what Miss was saying about the disease? Huh? You see what Miss said about the disease? Huh? Which is what he's planning. You know, see? And the reason why they do that to America is to make sure you don't get no health care. Why? So the blacks don't care. That's why you don't get health care. But England said, no, we ain't doing that. Why? Because this is Great Britain and a black king control this dance. So he's not going to say no healthcare for no one. Why? Because the black's colour. He's going to say healthcare for everybody. Because everyone is humanity. And this is why America doesn't do health. You have to pay for your health. Am I not right? Right? It's because they didn't want brown children to get free healthcare. And you thinking about a hard life. Dick eye chabby.
Where you can get sick, cough on people, let them die of whatever disease you're carrying. It's almost like you've got the pilgrims again that can come and cough on all the natives and take them out. That's what you wanted. You got it. You wanted Florida to be that. It's that.
Not that old chest.
You wanted the United States to be Florida. It's that.
What about?
But yet you all are still so angry. I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand it. I don't mean to rant and rave, but I am genuinely trying to get to the bottom of what you all are so angry about. And I think I have a suspicion, and I have a guess. What you all are angry about is that while you have gotten everything you wanted on the right,
that's what you want.
We on the other side won't give you love for it.
That's what it is.
We won't respect you for it. We won't hail you for it. We won't respect you and say, hey, we want to, have you at the Oscars. We want to fet you. We want to make you guys.
No.
We want to wrap our arms around you.
No.
You want us to embrace you.
No.
You don't just want to run us and tell us what to do and tell us what to think and tell us what to read and tell us what history we can have. You don't just want to tell us what to do. You want us to embrace you. What you really want is to sit at our table.
No.
You're mad because while you are running the country into the ground, you're destroying your own farmers with tariffs. You're destroying your own farmers by taking away their subsidies that used to go to USAID. You got what you wanted. They've ended the farm subsidies. These are the things y'all asked for. You got your big, beautiful budget. That's what you wanted. Trump gave it right to you. You got your permanent tax cut. You're still pissed because the left, the other side, the majority,
it's expensive, miss.
We still cannot stand you.
It's expensive.
We cannot stand Christian nationalism. We don't want it.
Oh, not Christian nationalism.
And because we will not say we want your Christian nationalism, we embrace your Christian nationalism. We like your Christian nationalism. We like you. Because we won't do that, that's why you're still mad. But guess what we're going to keep on doing? We're going to keep on being moisturized and unbothered, and we still not going to like it. We're never going to like Christian nationalism. We're never going to accept it. We're never going to be down.
Wait. Thank you. What about the spicy whites? Just stop it. This woman's going to tell you about the spicy whites. Weird.
With it. And our squad is bigger than your squad at the end of the day. We have the Boricuas. We got the Mexican Americans. They done woke up. They said, ooh, Lord, let's go ahead and go with these folks.
Right.
We got the spicy whites.
Yeah, I told
the spicy whites.
Just put up. Right? We got the spicy whites. Just stop it. Weird.
We're never going to like Christian nationalism. We're never going to accept it. We're never going to be down with it. And our squad is bigger than your squad at the end of the day.
Bigger than yours.
We have the Boricuas. We got the Mexican Americans woke up. They said, ooh, Lord, let's go ahead and go with these folks. We got the spicy whites. The spicy white folk are with us. They're with us. Right? We got the Asian Americans who woke up and said, whoa, we better be with them. Right? Chinese Americans, they see you. Japanese Americans like, you're going to do internment again? We see you.
South Koreans
like, oh, we see you. Y'all gonna kick the South Koreans out. Now you're gonna cry because Georgia's gonna have a worse economy because you're not gonna get to have the South Koreans teaching y'all to have those high-tech jobs. South Koreans like, oh well, sure hate it. Africa's like, we're just gonna do business with each other. We got BRICS. We don't need y'all. Tourists are like, we don't need y'all.
The Great Zimbabwe.
The African Americans, the Caribbean Americans will get it together and say, yo, why are we fighting each other? Caribbean Americans are like, yo, we were y'all. We made a hip hop together. Let's go off. And you're mad at us because we do not want to be with you. This America you want, that's yours, y'all. You keep it. We don't want it.
That's what you do.
Why do you think they cover in the sun? We about to activate. We've already activated, and I love this comment so much. I wish I could pin it. We've already activated. Look what's going on. Look at what's going on. Think about how blatantly racist everyone is on the internet right now. Do you know why? It's because we're not complicit. We don't put our heads down anymore. I've been seeing so many videos of us literally physically fighting back when we've been confronted with violence. This is a new timeline. It's only been literally like maybe 60 years, 65 years since the civil rights movement. White people used to beat they used to whip our ass. They used to hang us from trees like strange fruit. They were still eating us in the 60s. We don't talk about this.
Right.
Literally, we experienced the most heinous things after the so-called slavery was abolished in the 1900s in this country. They stole our lands, they flooded us out, they burned and bombed everything. But now we're waking up. Even though they try to co-opt woke, they fucking steal and colonize everything we come up with. But we're all waking up and we're collectively getting on one band, one sound, and everybody's losing their shit. That's why they're coming out the woodworks, like saying, oh, and of course, you know, the president makes them feel like they don't have to hide anymore. But the fact that we have a voice to say something back, this is why I can't do it on here. But on my YouTube channel, I say the most vile stuff to these people. When they talk to me crazy, I go for the jugular because we are activated. And this is, I feel like right now we're kind of like in phase 1 of finding a voice, identifying ourselves as who we are. We're not centering any other ethnicities. We're not centering anyone else. And that's why other people losing their shit over that, because they're so used to being centered. We've never centered ourselves as Black Americans. We've always been super inclusive while being disrespected, disregarded, abused. We're like the kid that was constantly bullied and now we're fighting back because we have been activated. And it is so fucking beautiful to see. What a time to be alive. I am extremely grateful to be alive to witness this. We are all living our ancestors' wildest dreams. To have autonomy, all of the things that they fought for, all of the things that they withstood, all of the strife, a lot of them did not survive. We are the ones that survived. It just makes me feel... I feel like I want to cry. Like, words can't describe. Like, we are the ones that survived. Do you know how fucking powerful that is? And this is phase 1. And I'm saying this is phase 1 because we're starting to have the conversations. We're starting to fucking put our foot down. We're starting to embrace who we are fully. We ain't never, this is some new ass shit. This is some new age ass shit and everybody's losing their fucking minds. I am so proud.
Damn right.
I truly am. Phase 2.
All things.
I know I have an idea of what phase 2 is going to be, but I'm not about to say it on here. But we're going to start to gather in the physical and start working on phase 2. Spread love is the Brooklyn way. We're activated. I'm so happy.
The grandma. Or a woman.
I'm sorry to say it, but you know, a couple years ago, I was one of the people that was like, man, guys, not everything is about slavery, like you're reaching. And then I started learning history, and I was like, oh my gosh, everything goes back to slavery. I'll like look up like a law, and like, where did this law come from? It's like, law was made specifically to keep white rich people in power and prevent certain people from voting. And I'm like, holy cannoli, it goes back to slavery. Interesting. I'm looking up Wall Street. It's hard to be the better nation.
They talk about love, they talk about Master, love, master. Master is equal to peace. Would you agree? Why wouldn't you agree? This is like they're talking to father, right? What else would you like? What else is asking him?
Sorry.
Yo.
Sorry, do you need anything from the shop?
So I need to three shots. Yeah, yeah. Could you get me a couple of the what do you call it now?
Mold.
Yes, please. Thank you, brother. See you in a bit, yeah. Yeah, I was asking Father if he would reveal himself. And all I was still waiting. You know, the sky's blue as well, so you might just quickly just got that. You know, as you blink, you see, no, still one bleeding reveal himself. Bleeding Father. I mean, what's a boy to do to ask his bleeding Father to reveal himself? And say, don't get cheeky. I'm not. I'm just saying. Just saying, how long, insert, how long is a piece of string? That'll just boy. He said, son, there's millions of other children in the same position as you asking me, when am I going to reveal? Doesn't make you feel nice, he said, it makes me feel on top of the world. I bet you didn't know you had so much followers. He said, son, I'll be honest with you, I didn't. Makes you jump in it. He said, I want to be a husband to them. I can't hear you. He said, I want to be a husband to who? He said, all of them. I said, damn right. You damn right, he's following. They've never heard that before from a mighty. Not talking about mighty ones now, you know. Which none of them are mighty. We're talking about the Most High. And he's saying to be a husband to you. I mean, that's big man talk. Right, and there is no one who could defeat him, no one at all. And he's saying to you, I want to be a husband to you. That makes you want to cry. I've got the tissues here anytime you're ready. Or you stay there. Yeah. Because one thing they do, they hide emotion and its feelings. And then when it does come up, they fight against it until that you're weakling. Right, because your country needs you. Oh, we all know that one. We all know that one. Just to go and fight and go and bleed and die for it. And then they give you a medal. They give you that's an insult to give you a medal. For you to remember your people by. It's an absolute insult. They died for their country. All that nonsense, all that foolishness, all that blood, all that killing, all that murdering. Right? And then on the day of remembrance, really horrible day, you come up with the red poppy, whatever you call it. Right? But what happens to the black poppy? There is equal equally, if not even more, black poppy. Did you know, guys, there's also a black poppy day as well? Right, and these children only died because of him dragging them to their wars and telling them, when you come out from war, we will treat you proper this time. Just come and fight this war for us. And then he breaks the treaty all the time. And they're foolish enough to go and listen to him after what he's done to you, and then go to someone else's and they go and do the same thing, and then expect him to treat you different when you come back from doing the same thing what he's done to you and your ancestors. You're not listening then to what's going on, are you? Right? And then he's exposing you to all that trauma. Now there's one that he doesn't discuss regularly, so come and discuss it. No. Go and ask the soldiers, because they're speaking to you now, and they'll tell you the amount of good friends that they left with, most of them died. And the amount of men and children that he's had to kill just to stay alive. And then when he comes back now, he's messed up. He's completely messed up. Utterly messed up. Completely. Doesn't matter what riches and money, that doesn't. He's messed up. He's seen too much killing, and he's done too much killing. And he's lost too much friends. And it's the way how they've lost each other. It's the way how it's happened, the way how it's been snatched away. It's the way, you're not there, you don't see these things. They don't tell you about these horrible things of war. War. War breaks hearts. War. They're not explaining to you how your friend dies. They didn't say how he died in war. They're not explaining to you when you're there and you see it, and your friend's begging you not to leave them, and you can't even do anything. But you're just doing all the best speaking you can just to comfort them in their last words. You don't know about these things. You have no idea about real life, but this is what you bring in every day, and you bring this to people, and then when they do come back, if they manage to come back, they're finished. They're finished, completely finished. And then when people reject them, all they know is war. That's all they know is war. Like your system has mashed up your sons. That war machine. Women go in there, you rape the women in there, and it's all kept secret. They have to be by some sort of code for the women them to survive in there. Just getting found out now, because that thing smashes humanity. It's been smashing humanity since it was created, man. And it's just now that the time's come, because it's just done too much wickedness. There's too much now. Everything it touches is wicked. Everything. Even if it was to try, right? It couldn't because of Esau. That's why, because of Esau. That is your problem, and you damn well know it. And you damn well know it. You give Esau too much power. Right? You should have left him in the pogrom when you left him in the mountain. When you left him in the carcass, you should have left him there. And now look what's happened. He's got everyone turning against each other, and got you hating father's children, not knowing why you hate them, just telling you, oh, they're black. And they're giving you sweets, so you don't even think what he's telling you. But then he's writing stuff about you, so him and his people, wherever they are across the world, you have to fund them. You fund them. You. They got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in their family. You ask them, how are you funding your family? They're saying that the state does it for us. The state gives us benefits. No matter which country we go to, the state gives us benefits. This is why we've got so many children. This is what they tell you. This is the same state where they're calling you a Gentile and saying that we can do this and that to your children that's 3 years old. This is the same state that will not share an ambulance with you. They have their own private ambulance. They will not share a hospital with you because they tell you what they think of your women, they tell you what they think of your children, and there is no way they would share a hospital because they say it's a blessing to be a man and to not be a Gentile or a Gentile woman. That is the 20th one. So they do not share hospitals with them. They've got their own, as you can see. You in fact, supply their own hospitals for them. This is how foolish these people have got you. It's a joke, man. Any people, right, that's not worthy to share the same hospital with you and the same ambulance as you, it's not worthy to be in your country. They ain't got a country. Theirs is Jesuits. That's where they need to be, in Israel, since, Father gave it to them. That's where they need to be. That's where you need to be. That's where you need to be. You ain't in control of nothing, you. Not one one thing that you're in control of. And you've been tricked, guys. You little idiot. And Malachi 1:2-3 keeps telling you that. It's like you're too scared to read the thing. The damn trap that he is. And then he takes your power from you, telling you not to read the book and to put poo-poo on Jesus. And then you go and do it as well. And then after that, he writes all these things about you. I mean, come on, guys. So the fear, I hear that. So you give that fear to Father, you give it to Jesus, you give them that fear, give the fear to them, give them that fear, what you fear for them, give it to them. And then you fear them then, and then you got power. And then you can deal with them now, because the fear that you once had for them, you've given it to Father, or you've given it to Jesus, you've given it to them. So you ain't got no fear, because you fear them. And that's how you do this thing done. Well, you need to start believing. If you've got faith, then you will fear them, because they are frightening. Not these idiots here. They're frightening of our people. That's why they will not call their name. Because even if they was to call it in goodwill gesture, they die. How about that one? That's how powerful these names are. They call it once, they die. So they get you to do it. Same pattern as before. Damn tramps. And they don't like you. That's why they write these things about you. So wherever they are across the world, their people know that they're right. Because you're paying for them. And if they do happen to have to go to hospital, they ain't got to worry because they ain't got to share a hospital with you. That's an insult, Dan. That's an insult. But that's how it is. You'll see the private ambulance. You'll see it. It's right in front of your eyes. You'll see it. So what are people doing in your country if they're too high to run in the same hospital or ambulance as you? They have no different. If anything, they're worse. Because Father said, I'm going to kill them. They're worse. Them fools, the Ashkenazis. They've got so much different mix in them, and they come from us. So they're not just this normal disrespectful kid. They're a different set of children, though. They come from us. They are proper devil children because they couldn't get their own way. So they've gone the other way and trying to get everyone to go with them. They know they're going to die. They know that. That's no problem. The issue is to bring as many people as they can. And the favourite thing they're looking forward to is the 7 years. Right? But what you forgot about the 7 years is the earth is going to turn against you. Satan didn't tell you that part. You thought you were just going to have the earth's tricks and do your little nastiness and drink blood and do your foolishness. Yeah, it got batty fierce. And that's what they're looking forward to. Bringing Satan out. You know what I mean? And bringing out the Antichrist and doing all their foolishness. Yeah, in our world, Father's allowing it. It's not like you got your own earth where you can show off in your own earth. You stupid idiot. You still didn't think of that one neither, did you? You damn tramp. You better enjoy it here, sir. Because your time is done, Esau, as you know. Your time's done. But all the wicked stuff that you done to your twin brother. We are twin brothers. We're twin brothers. Just like me and you are brothers. We're all damn family. But the only way for him to make money is to split it up and start using colour and all sorts of nonsense. But as you can see, he don't hold no weight. Because if you are going to use colour, you'd have this colour. Because the elements smashes that colour. So, you made a mistake by saying that colour's the greatest. Because the elements attack that complexion, as you know. And this complexion's never had a cold before. And you're constantly having disease, infection, and illness. Not that we're being horrible, we're just telling you the facts how it is. These children don't get sick. You get sick. But still you want to judge these children. And go like you're better than these children. They don't get sick, miss. They don't get COVID, miss. They don't get sick, miss. They don't even get a cold, miss. These children here, miss. Yes, they get addicted to this. Yes, they get addicted because this is his plan. That's something completely different. We're not talking about that. We're talking about stuff that he has no control over. Because who's chucking the petulance? Father is. Now, why is he going to want to chuck petulance at his children when he's the one who's chucking it? Yeah? And when he chucks it at you, saying, what do? You run off and leave the children. You don't help them. You give them tablets that just suppress it. And then they're addicted to the tablets because it's got a withdrawal or a side effects on it. Because it's a pharmaceutical. And it has to have that because he has to have you wanting him. You have no idea about this Trump, do you? And what you do when the lights come on and you look at him, man, he looks just like me. What are you gonna do then? Don't let them fool you guys. These idiots. Don't let them fool you. Because women are 150 times more ranked than these fools. Let me tell you that for free. You stay there.
It's hard to live in a better nation with different races. When every day you go, there are new faces. No brotherly love, no sisterly love, but there are none. And nothing remains from each other, horrible traces. You can talk about love, they talk about love. They talk about love, sweet love. Some people fight for more power, brotherly love. But it's easier to write a story in a couple hours, brotherly love. No brotherly love, but there is always a daily grace. And you do love the good, the love into hatred. You they talk about love, they talk about love. Yes, they talk about love, sweet love.
Mums and dads, you understand and stand there. Loads of mother this tune, man. Such a nice tune. Al Campbell, talk about love. Such a nice tune. You know, back in the day, you used to be young in it, and your parents was parents. Them time, man. You couldn't say anything rude, and if you did, you have to sound really regret. Okay, you know, your parents were your parents, but everything was nice. And man, what would we do to go back to them days, whether it's under some rulage, yeah? But you know, you're safe. Not now where we can just do what we want, and we just got no respect for nothing. And when we do have good things that come, we don't even recognise it. We don't even recognise it. Or we don't even appreciate it, because they teach you not to appreciate anything nice. These sons. Right? They teach you to fight against things that are beautiful. That's what they do, Miss. That's what they do. And if there's silence, you know, if you're not doing something, there's a problem. He's trying. Because he runs away from himself. That's what he does. The worst thing you can do, children, is to run away from their people. I mean, you couldn't say it no more simpler than that, innit? When you're going to simplify something, right? If you've got a nostril, then you're involved. If you don't have a nostril, then you feel free to kick your heels and do as you please, right? However, you have the nostril, one's for good and one's for bad. Then it's better you chew it in, because there's plenty of good stuff in it. There's nothing to be scared of, or Red said, no man, no. This is why they've got a thing called atonement, or repenting, weirds, or forgiveness. This is why they have those beautiful elements, because you're bound to make a mistake. You're bound to. Well, you're bound to have done something where you shouldn't have done, right? But that doesn't make you a bad person. You hear me? I shouldn't point so. Let me tell you what makes you a bad person. When you continue into it and you carry on doing it, and not recognizing the harm that you're causing, then there's the problem there. So we don't want you to be like that, do we? Because that has consequences, right? And they thought Satan with his little 33% would cover them, which it did, because the children were in detention. Now don't cover you now, there's no coverage at all down. Now gone, gone. Right? So, what Father's looking for? Just good behaviour. Just good behaviour. And I know you struggle with that. This is why you're going to get found out, son. Right? And we put a curse on you with your God. Do you remember what the curse was? You remember what it was. The trees. So all the trees are aware of you now. When you had to beat up and frighten one of them. That curse is already there. It was yesterday or the day before if you can put it. So all the trees are watching you done. Right? Don't think because you may have done it yesterday or the day before and got married. Oh, nothing's happened to me. Be careful what you wish for. Be careful. But like I said, there is a curse out there in the elements. For you when you beat up woman, or when you shout at woman, or when you scare woman, or when you skank her, or when you do anything which the elements don't like. Imagine the truth, the worst thing in time, right, is to be you. Rasta, he thinks I'm joking, miss. He thinks I'm joking. Why do you think the spirit always calls miss? Don't you ask these questions, no? Look how old I am. But you hear the spirits calling miss. You don't question that, do you? You don't even know who the child is, do you? You have no mannerism, son. No mannerism. Many doors will close upon you. You have no mannerism. None at all. And there is no time for teaching mannerism, because you should have learned that with grandma, right? This is a different energy what's going on now. A complete different energy. Complete different. Scary for us as well. That's why we're on our best behaviour, right? Because we don't want it to leave us. We're damn right we don't. We're damn right we don't. Everything's nice. Everything's beautiful, guys. Should be able to get my computer soon. My money's almost here. Even keep Emmanuel his money early. Give it to him today. Supposed to get it Friday. Give it to him today. I said, he said, I know, it's you who are. You're damn right though. You pay that electric. Just pay your bills though. Pay your bills. And then we can go look for grandma. You don't want me to look for grandma, do you? It's scared of me looking for grandma, ain't you? Damn right you are, you damn tramp. Can't stop this energy, can you? You're too scared to go near it. It's really deep in it. It's going to the grandma now. Whoa, deep in it. You know the dead grandma. Whoa, dangerous though. Dangerous. The dead grandma's calling from the grave. Dangerous though. Dangerous. Absolute. Your grandson. Don't believe in grandma, do you? Why don't you believe in grandma? Why? Did she leave you no inheritance? Why did she leave you no inheritance? Why do you think she didn't? Why? Very simple questions. Very simple questions with simple answers, with simple behaviour. Because you either have Esau behaviour or you either have Jacob behaviour. You may get your name changed from Jacob to Yasharel, which they call Israel. So when Father put the thing in him, Then he changed his name from Jacob to Yasharel, which is Israel. That's when he got the change. And his name, the seed, his name is Abram, not Abram. It's a V, Abram. Then Father, when you put the T in him, change his name to Abraham, not Bruh. Take the power out of it. It's Abra, it's Hebrew. Down train. So Father put the power in these certain children. He changes the names. Didn't change Ishmael's name. He left Ishmael in the desert because he tried to kill Isaac. And Isaac was a little, he didn't even know how to walk. He used his hands to walk. And you were supposed to look out for your brother. But you got a bow and arrow and went to shoot him with it, didn't you? And now Sarah, dedication to Sarah, she caught you, didn't she? And worries, and now Sarah catch you. She went straight to the big man. Right, the Abraham. Right, because we've got the same father, remember? But to get that slave woman and that slave child out from him, he said, why? He said, because you just tried to kill the star child. He said, all right, let me go and see father. He didn't say, all right, I'm going to go do it. He didn't say that. No, he didn't. He said, all right, let me go and see father. And they went to see father. He said, Father, I've got a dilemma. Me two wife, them, right? I have a problem. He said, what is the problem, sir? Right, this one try kill the star child. Father said, excuse me? He said, this one has to try kill the star. Get that and dash that in the desert now. Take its slave mother and dash it in the desert now. Doesn't it not say that, Ishmael? And then one day you run out of food. No, all you had was a bottle of water. And your mum started crying to father. And he said, honey, I won't make a full end of you. And he fed you. And as far as father remembers, that's where he left you. But the rest of the Asian family, hi guys, come here, go down again, we're all family. But listen, let me tell you who you are. The Asian family, they come from the mother, Hagar. They go by the name Hagar. That's the name of the mum. Look in the Bible, you'll see. The slave mum, her name was Hagar. Ishmael's mum, that's the name, Hagar. And that's who these children are. There's lots in that book, man. There's lots. And they're still doing the Torah. And there's confusion about that, so I don't really want to mention that. Because I'm still waiting for Abraham next door to Abraham, sorry. I'm trying to remember his name, sorry. Albany, there's his name. I'm waiting for him to explain it to me. Because even he finds it difficult to explain that bit. Because one's saying to do the Torah and the other one's saying you don't need to do it now because you have Jesus, which is true, but it's still not explained properly. Because we don't struggle with the Torah, but people were struggling with it, so they banned the Torah. Well, they didn't ban it, stopped. And said go through Jesus, it's a lot easier to do it that way. But the die-hearted children still do the Torah, like us. We still do it. We're a different set of children. But then you have the Hagar crew who swear by doing it, but they don't do it fully, and then they want you to do it. So there's confusion then, because it hasn't properly been explained. But the same thing with the book, it's not properly been explained. And no one hasn't explained it to me yet without getting violence and start putting their feelings into it. Then we can't speak, because then we won't get the true answer. When you want to start putting your feelings into it as well, because that's not what it says at all. So I can't find that truth when you're around, because you want to come and bring all that nonsense in, and we don't deal with that at all, because we're not going to get the truth then, am I? We're going to get your stupid nonsense. Well, it ain't even going to happen anyway. Could we just stop it before it spread? But that's not how you do this thing, and you know it is, right? It's just not the prophet, and you know you ain't. But because you make £30 billion, you want everyone to dishonour you, and make you think that this thing is deadly serious, man. Deadly serious. These spirits are deadly serious. Because they for those little chicken George little boys that want to run around and trick people and get famous. You damn idiot. Because when it does kick off, you'll be running around the same people asking them to pray for you, you stupid idiot. You just haven't seen Father do anything back yet, that's all. That's why you're running around with Satan. You ain't seen him do anything yet. Nothing at all. And when his son did come and show you something, look how you disrespect him. And then you got the audacity, right? Well, up there. And then you got the cheek, right? To go like you really know what you're talking about when you keep quoting from none other than the Matthew, Mark, Luke and John, which I'm starting to read now. And that's embarrassing for you to even use that, because that's cursing you and your behaviour. And then you're using it like, you know, this is the whole Bible. No, it isn't. No, it isn't at all. That's an absolute lie. No, it isn't. Right? And you don't walk the Bible. You just pick parts out of it that might fit your narrative, and then you tell it to those people who are lazy enough to not read it themselves and find out what the thing says. It's not difficult. It's just lazy, guys. It's called lazy research. That's why these fools can lie to you.
Hi, Tony.
Yeah, hi. You okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Go to your mouth.
Thank you, brother. I'll come get him in a bit, yeah? Yeah, I was just talking about that, you know, the Torah, the Torah book under the Jesus bit. But it's still waiting for an answer, but it's still, just started saying it's still unsure, innit? That's what the people told us to say to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're still unsure, yeah, we're still unsure, still waiting for an answer for that. But, you know, whatever anybody believes is not the time to say, oh, that's wrong, this, that, what. No, it's not. At all. Whatever somebody believes, respect it. Respect whatever they believe. Don't try and convert people to believe what you want them to believe. That's not how it works. It's not how it works at all. Don't believe in that way at all. Because not even I've read the whole Bible. And if I did say that I did, then I'd be lying. And we don't tell lies, do we? You're not allowed to. I haven't read the whole Bible. And even if I did, I would understand it. Most of it's written in parables and on purpose. And it's only when he's ready he reveals it to certain prophets. Don't reveal nothing to me. Just little things you hear me say. He just quickly tells me. He hasn't revealed anything to me. And so I'm too much of a little child in this thing. That's all. I don't know anything to be revealed anything at all. Hell no. Hell no. So I don't know how these people are coming on the internet saying they've got these powers and and then they're walking like that and they're talking like that and doing stuff like that. It's an absolute joke, man. And then asking people to give you money, and then the organisation that you're in doesn't even know Father's name. Quiet, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. Serious, this is serious. The organisation that you're in doesn't even know the one who done your nostril. Don't even know his name. That is an absolute insult. It's an insult. It's not like you're in a football match. You're in a church somewhere that's supposed to be holy and sacred and supposed to be all about the Father and his Son, and you don't even know his name. And that is what you're all about. And you don't even know his name. And that doesn't even make you want to question. And you say you have a passion or a love for your faith, and you don't even know his name. And you're not even inquisitive to find out why you don't know his name. What kind of love is this? Huh? Huh? What kind of love this? You're trying to spread, huh? That's like saying you've been with a woman, right, and you know she's been with your friend. She's told you, but then she says, I still love you. See him, Ting Rasta. And he doesn't want no puppy love, right? He prefers to be single, right? Than be with you and be unhappy. So which one is it, guys? Which one is it? Are we going to learn how to love? You know, loving it. Or are we just going to play around with lust? I know, we can do whatever we want. We have to go to church on a Sunday, pay a bit of money. And we've done our bit. Yeah, we pay a bit of money. And we can just do whatever. Shush, man. Just be quiet, man. You deserve to die for that. Absolute nonsense. You think life is that simple, that you can just pay your way and do whatever you want, but you've paid the devil church, and because the devil church says it's alright because you've given it money, then you're alright to continue and do what you're doing. Just for that alone you deserve to die. Just for that fault alone. To insult the church like that. Like the church was made for you to sin. Because you struggle with sin. Huh? Because you're a little woolly wolf dog, like you struggle with sin. How old are you? And you're struggling with sin. How old are you? And you struggle with sin. What kind of sin are you struggling with? Huh? What is it you're struggling with? Which kind of sin? Huh? There's a dictionary sin. I don't want to hear about the dictionary. Just tell me one out of them. Right? And this is you and majority of people. Maybe I was once like this, who knows? That use all these distractions. There it is, miss. These distractions to distract you from building you. For all the wicked stuff you've done. Because you refuse to make atonement. You refuse forgiveness. Right? Because you're so dreaded to face what you've done. Because you know it'll make you commit suicide, and that's what most of you are doing. When you're forced to be faced with the wickedness you've done, you end up committing suicide, or you kill the woman when she wants to break away from you because you just cannot be with yourself. And that is the truth, Dad. I should know. We study you. You're damn sure. We're meant to. We study you. I've put plenty examples in you. Why? So we don't be anything like you. And I'll utterly destroy you. You hear me? Yes, Father. I will utterly destroy you, son. Utterly. And then words are frightening though. When your old man's telling you that. Because the behaviour of these sons, the behaviour is frightening. The behaviour. You have no idea. No idea. Right? You need to convert your children, right? You need to be conversion now. Yeah. This thing that Abraham said, I will utterly destroy you, son. That's it, true. Right? And he was interfering with people's children. Always. Like you have a right to interfere with people's children. Like they're there to serve you. Satan and Esau's children. That's how you plan it. You idiots. That's how you plan it. It's a wicked day, guys. It's a wicked day. That's how they plan you. And people are fighting against you, right? But like spicy whites, you're banging trouble now, ain't you? The white them turn spicy now, huh? You have trouble now. They steer there. They're leaving that Christianity in their droves, isn't they? I'm rightly so done. I'm rightly so. And they're accepting who they are. You're damn right, guys. There's nothing wrong with you anyway. Father didn't say he's going to kill you. He says he's going to kill them. It's up there. It's up there. It's there all the time. And they know it. They've got no power. Right? None at all. You wicked people. And they hate humanity, man. They hate you. You have no idea, Dudu. Right? Biblical cocker spray. They hate humanity. Right? You can't have that, can we? That's what Father created, and you want to break it down. Just because Father created it. What about your nostril? Why don't you rip out your nostril? Why don't you do that? Because Father created that as well. So why don't you do us all a favour and rip out your nostril? Huh? Why not? Well, Father made it. Why not?
At 6, 3 Palestinians living in the UK who drowned off the coast of Sussex have been named. Hussam Hawass, his partner Zaina and their 14-year-old daughter Sarah all died while swimming near Shoreham. Rail investigators say there was a defect on the track when a train derailed in East Sussex last week. Andy Bernard wants businesses and charities to help end rough sleeping in England by Christmas, saying government money alone may not be enough. How controversial measures to cut air pollution in London are being credited with improving the health of children's lungs.
And the sister that's looking nice, I know.
And the Australian tennis star Nick Kyrgios is suspended after testing positive for cocaine.
But you don't want to hear about the children, do you?
And on BBC One in London and on iPlayer, measuring the impact of the ultra-low emission zone. We hear from the London school children who took part in a lung study.
And then what they do as well, you know, grandchildren, they put us near motorways and all that on purpose. So if we do kick off, they can come and get us through the motorways, and they put me there for all the bad smell from the cars that come out. You have no idea.
Hello to you, a Palestinian couple and their teenage daughter living in the UK who died in the sea off the coast of Sussex have been named by police. Hussam Hawass, who was 55, his partner Zaina Alian, who was 37, and their 14-year-old daughter Sarah all died after going for a swim in Shore. Her younger sister, Saja, remains in a critical condition in hospital. The Prime Minister says it's a terrible family tragedy and a reminder of the dangers of open water swimming. Is Emma Vardy.
And he will, because the children are...
Sounds of summer have given way to silence here as people come to pay their respects. Hassan al-Hawass, his partner Zaina, and their 14-year-old daughter Sarah were declared dead after being pulled from the water. The family had been visiting from London on a day trip, went into the sea from the beach at Shoreham Fort before getting into difficulty.
I saw the ambulances lined up against the road and all the police, and I was like, I pray there's not been a death. It's a real shock, like it really is. A small town, Palm Sea, you just would not think on any day that that would happen.
Obviously there's warning signs and whatever, but there's people don't really see them. There needs to be bigger signs along the beach. People aren't really going to see that sign over there.
Yesterday, helicopters circled overhead as Coast Guard teams and paramedics tried desperately to save the family. But the tragic outcome has again drawn attention to the hidden dangers along the coast.
It's so sad to hear what happened yesterday, and obviously we think there's a young girl still in the hospital fighting for her life, and we send our best wishes. The thing I can say today, and there is still I think a further heat wave to come in this summer period, is just to remind people about the dangers of open water swimming.
In May, 3 sisters died in the water off Brighton Beach. After that, a 55-year-old man died at West Wittering in July. Then, this month, an 18-year-old lost his life off the coast of Camber Sands.
It's been a demanding summer for emergency services, with so many people heading to beaches. And as the community process what's happened here, there are questions over how the dangers of open water could be better communicated, particularly to people unfamiliar with the area.
Because people are not going to sit down hungry. Do you remember I told you that?
As to the risks beneath the surface.
It's been a difficult summer in terms of people getting into difficulty and drowning in some of the waters around the UK. The water moves around. It's cold, there's waves, there's rip currents, there's things that you can get trapped on, there's different shelvings of the beaches, the sea floor undulates, there's a whole range of things that can catch people unaware.
Today, beside Shoreham Fort, workers on a construction site found tools as a mark of respect.
Well, people are very sad. It's a tragedy. People are very eager to hear about how the survivor is doing in hospital and hoping for her recovery. So shock and sadness.
Tonight, there is hope that one life may still be saved, and calls for renewed efforts to prevent more summer tragedies.
Well, we also now understand from the Palestinian Forum in Britain that there were 2 other children on the shore when this happened yesterday, and that they are now being looked after by their uncle. Today, this afternoon, as the sun has come out this evening, people have started to go back into the water to go swimming. Those very familiar with this area have been telling us that the tides can come in very quickly here, that it is really easy for people to get caught unaware. The police say they're now going to be working with the coroner to understand exactly how these deaths happened.
Emma, thank you. Emma Vardy reporting for us in Shore. Now, rail investigators say there was a defect on the track when a train derailed near Lewes Station in East Sussex last week. 30 passengers were injured, 2 of them seriously. An interim report by the Rail Accident Investigation Branch says the defect was recorded on CCTV 2 hours before the derailment. Here's Katie Austin.
The chaotic aftermath of Thursday's derailment stunned passengers made their way out of the 3 carriages left on their side down an embankment. The train involved left London Victoria at 2 in the afternoon, heading for Eastbourne. Soon before 4 o'clock, the back 3 carriages came off the tracks near Lewes in East Sussex. 20 people needed hospital treatment with 2 seriously injured. So what went wrong? This CCTV image from a train that travelled through earlier that afternoon shows a track irregularity or defect just before where the derailment happened. Investigators say since the accident, passengers have told them they'd had rough rides on other trains. The effectiveness of any measures designed to address the risks posed by the very hot weather will now come under scrutiny, as will the way the track was inspected and maintained. The clay embankment will be a focus too, sensitive to changes in moisture levels as evidence some movement had previously taken place. Rail bosses insist Britain's railway is one of the safest in the world. Changing climate means big challenges. An expert we spoke to said this incident showed the need to be prepared for increasing temperature extremes.
Well, hopefully it's just a one-off, but it's telling us something wider. So in terms of the kind of extreme kind of weathers, how we need to be prepared, and more close kind of monitoring is necessary, and also the newest technology need to be installed.
In a joint statement, Network Rail and the train operator which runs Southern said they were committed to supporting the continuing investigation and acting on any lessons that emerge from its findings. They added safety is and will always remain our highest priority. The line between Lewes and Hills Heath remains closed. Work to remove the carriages is expected to begin tomorrow. Katie Austin, BBC News.
Unveiling plans to offer a place to stay to every rough sleeper in England by Christmas. The Prime Minister admitted the funding may not be enough and has called on businesses and charities to get behind his plan. On the day he took over as PM, Andy Burnham pledged to end rough sleeping in our country. Well, latest figures show that on one night last autumn, 4,793 people were sleeping rough in England, and that's a record high. The Conservatives, who promised to end rough sleeping by 2024 when they were in power, say Andy Burnham failed to stop it when he was mayor of Greater Manchester. Here's Michael Buchanan.
Andy Burnham considers this a stain on society. Rough sleeping, he says, is a problem that politicians have simply accepted as inevitable. No more, says the Prime Minister. As Mayor of Greater Manchester, he promised to end rough sleeping in the region. As Prime Minister, today he visited a hostel for homeless people in Newcastle and pledged once more to end rough sleeping, to spend almost £450 million tackling the problem across England.
The government money may not fully get us there. And I'm saying, to wider society, faith organisations, let's see if we can do this together. Let's see if Britain can do this. Give everybody an offer to come inside before Christmas.
Councils and mayors will be helped to find emergency accommodation, flats, houses, hostels, bed and breakfasts, and over 1,000 homes will be sourced over the next 3 years to provide permanent accommodation to rough sleepers.
It's really significant. It marks a turning point in our country, and it's really sending a signal from the top of leadership that we're not going to tolerate people being forced to sleep on the streets.
Mental health and addiction support will be offered to those rough sleepers that need it to rebuild their lives.
Andy Burnham is taking a lot of inspiration from what happened during the pandemic, where efforts to protect people from COVID led to a huge reduction in rough sleeping. A lot of people will put up, towels up that time as they were closed. That's not an option this time, so it's unclear when the accommodation will be found.
And even if properties can be found, some experts say accommodation alone won't be enough.
It's not just a homelessness problem per se, it requires a lot more policy intervention in other areas such as welfare, immigration, cost of living, mental health services. We need a really broad, holistic approach to try and challenge this problem.
In Manchester today, these homeless men know Andy Burnham's previous pledge to end rough sleeping didn't succeed, as the Conservatives have been keen to highlight. They're sceptical, therefore, with the Prime Minister's pledge.
Maybe he'll get people in over Christmas, but I don't think it'll be long-term thing, will it? They've all said it, haven't they, but it won't really happen.
Andy Burnham told the Big Issue magazine today that he'd donate 15% of his prime ministerial salary to homeless charities. No one doubts his personal commitment to tackling rough sleeping. He'll find out over the coming months whether that determination is enough. Michael Buchanan, BBC News.
Inflation is up, adding to pressure on household budgets. The rate at which prices of goods and services go up over time rose to 2.9% in July, up from 2.6% in June. That's above the Bank of England's target of 2%. Higher energy bills are behind the increase, with the US-Israel war with Iran driving gas prices up. Here's Faisal Islam.
Inflation back up again. On the Medway in Kent, it's the consequences of years of price shocks that are difficult to shake off at this community supermarket and food pantry. This month it's been energy bills driving a renewed squeeze, as Rose shows.
The water bill that's included in our rent. My main utility bill is my electric, which goes up and down like a blooming yo-yo. At the moment it's at a steady space. But of course, as my direct debits come out, I have to look when my pension goes in.
Even as food price inflation slows, there is still considerable need for subsidised supermarkets and food pantries like this, says the founder, Penny, with these food facilities, social enterprises.
Good, so be right.
They were for emergencies 4 or 5 years ago, and it's totally changed.
No, it's totally changed. This is a day-by-day way of life. We have people that come here on a daily. We have people that come here.
He said, "Oh, come out. You see these stones? I can turn these stones into children of Abraham. It's the only thing, just because we are children lineage from Abraham makes you special. Why? Because I can pick up these stones here and turn these stones into children of Abraham." That's what it says, miss. I know, so don't get cocky. I don't, miss. Right? Because you can choose stones. Right? Or we can use these Gentiles, which keeps using the Gentiles, to help him out. And he's not shy showing you where, neither. Romans chapter 11 verse 11, angel numbers as well. And he used them to imprison us as well, right? And that's got nothing to do with them. They didn't say, "Oh Father, I'll do us a favour, let's take your children, your prime treasures, and let's enslave them." No, he went to them. Don't forget that. And maybe when you can get that concept now and stop blaming them now, blame yourself and realise that you was wrong, and realise you want to make an atonement, and you want to start noticing the children, and you'll start seeing it now. It'll be HD colour, HD. It won't be artificial intelligence. It'll be HD, right? You'll stay there. I told him this. I told him.
Every time they get their benefits, every time they get their wages.
There are so many global factors going into the pricing going onto the shelves right now. Even in a place like this where they're trying to restrain the prices going up.
Prices are going
Food
up,
prices have been quite moderate in terms of rises in the past few months, but they remain at very high levels compared to 2 or 3 years ago. And now, at this moment, energy bills, which have settled, are on the way up again. It is a few miles away in the Isle of Grain where the key imports of shipped gas unload. Tankers from the Gulf have dwindled and prices increased. Driving today's rise in inflation to 2.9% was a rise in typical household energy bills under the energy cap in July. They're set to go up again for winter bills, even given the government temporarily removing VAT on electricity.
We've had all these kind of supply shocks, some of them are climate related, some of them are geopolitical, and it's led people to permanently kind of expect a higher level of inflation and interest rates.
Any global energy shock washes up on British shores right here, what they call Energy Island. Oil, gas, electricity all flows through here. And so far, the energy shock has actually been less bad than would have been expected. But as we go into the autumn, it's going to bite on bills more. Just how much depends on what happens 3,000 miles away in that direction.
Energy imports from the Strait of Hormuz to here and around the world remain blocked,
and so inflation and borrowing costs will stay higher for longer. Faisal Islam, BBC News in Kent.
The Israeli army has ordered a criminal investigation into the killing in Gaza of a 5-year-old girl whose death in 2024 sparked international outrage. Hind Rajab's body was recovered from a car riddled with bullets in Gaza City after she was last heard in a phone call pleading for help. Here's Lucy Williams.
That's not good, is it?
For more than 2 years, Israel's military denied it had killed Hind Rajab and 6 members of her family, and the ambulance crew sent to rescue her. Her last conversation, recorded by emergency workers, as the 5-year-old cowered in a car surrounded by her dead relatives in an active combat zone.
America, they bombed. Girls' school. 165, all girls. You lot.
Today, Israel's military said its troops had fired at the family car, which it said was travelling contrary to an approved evacuation route. It also said it had shelled an ambulance sent with prior coordination to evacuate the casualties, killing the 2 paramedics inside. By the time emergency teams were allowed to the scene days later, all those inside both vehicles were dead.
Modern Israel.
Hind's mother was spoke to us that
many people might think that dreadlocks is not romantic, but dreadlocks don't feel away. Lord, say, mix up in a bang. Don't know them man. Don't know them man. Rasta don't need a 4-5% to show the whole wide world. He's a Rasta man. A Rasta don't need a palm in his hand to show the whole world. He's a Rasta man. He don't need his Bible, good meditation, and give them some praise. To be whole the one and make a plan to leave Babylon. And if we don't do that, it's going to bring about. Now this one goes out for the original Rasta man. Straight up to the box. Lost your eyes. What a mercy, you don't stop. Rasta no finish up in a bag. Rasta no finish up in a bag. Don't know the man. Rasta don't need a 4-5% to show the whole wide world. He's a Rasta man. A Rasta don't need a palm in his hand to show the whole world. He's a Rasta man. He don't need his Bible, good meditation, and give them some praise. To be whole the one and make a plan to leave Babylon. And if we don't do that, it's going to bring a bang bang. Yes, Rasta don't finish up in a bang bang. Rasta don't finish up in a bang bang. You know them to see that you Rasta man with a free big fire in his hand. You know them to see that you Rasta man with a cocaine fire in his hand. You always see a Rasta man feeling in a split, always challenge in his hand, and give it constant praise. Almighty one, who is the King of Kings and this land. So Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. No man, no ram. Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. No man. If you are good, try to be better. And if you are better, try to be your best. But he's not south, we don't go the west. But the whole wide world, general is the best. Because Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. You know them to see a real Rasta man with a 4-5 in his hand. You know them to see a real Rasta man that we need. He's only on the Bible, good meditation, and walking up and down, and God Almighty land. Only on his Bible, good meditation, and walking up and down, preaching and charging man. Because Rasta no fi up in a bangarang. Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. When I say bang, that is wrong. Double wrong. But I can't say bang, that is wrong. Double wrong. That's why Rasta no for mix with politician. No sir. Rasta no for mix with politician. Politician use you and they turn around and crucify you. And then you do anything. Now this one goes out while the original Rasta man was straight up to the box. Lost your eyes. Mercy, you don't stop. Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. Rasta don't need a 4-5% to show the whole wide world. He's a Rasta man. A Rasta don't need a palm in his hand to show the whole world. He's a Rasta man. He don't need his Bible, good meditation, and give them some praise. To be whole the one and make a plan to leave Babylon. And if we don't do that, it's going to bring a bam bam. Yes, Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. You know them to see that you Rasta man with a free big fire in his hand. You know them to see a true Rasta man with a cocaine fire in his hand. You'll always see a Rasta man feeling in a split, always challenge in his hand, and give me constant praise. God mighty one, who is the King of Kings and this land. So Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. If you are good, try to be better. And if you are better, try to be your best. But he's not south, we don't do the west. But the whole wide world, general is the best. Because Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. You don't live to see a real Rasta man with a 4-5 in his hand. You don't live to see a real Rasta man that really is. He only have the Bible, good meditation, and walking up and down, and God Almighty land. Only have his Bible, good meditation, and walking up and down, preaching and charging man. Because Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. No, 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 no. Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. No, 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 no. When I say bad, that is wrong. Double wrong. When I can't say bad, that is wrong. Double wrong. That's why Rasta no fi mix with politicians. Rasta no fi mix with politicians. A politician will use it and abuse you and they turn around and crucify you. You will come and go in your hands and say, "Oh, this is cheese, you take it over." That's why Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang. No. You don't have to see a real Rasta man with a free-based pass. It is a hell. You don't have to see a real Rasta man with a free-based pass. But you will always see Rasta man with his chalice, arrows with his head. Give it back some praise. We are my two hours. Come on. Rasta no fi mix up in a bangarang.
Did you see? Rejoicing. What about the wise sons? Oh, please. Please. What about alcohol free? I know. Why? Everything's just nice, Father. I can't explain it. I just can't explain it. Like the sister earlier on. Same feeling. But she swore. And I was saying to her, don't swear. But she was so excited, she started swearing. Oh, here we go. This is But yeah, I feel exactly what she meant. And she explained it so eloquently as well. She certainly did, Father. This is boy. I know the ancestors are pleading to be in this time. Pleading. Right? But you're with us. You're with us now. You're with us. No. We can't do this thing without you. We don't even know what we're saying. People say stand there and let's speak through you. So you're with us now. You're damn right. Right? But not many of them will stand there, will they? And speak the truth. They get paid by saying it and speak all that foolishness. Excuse me. Going against what's inside you. Excuse me. What about sickle cell? What about sickle cell? I'm gonna go to the spicy whites. He said, nah, not round here, mate. Tell me what you're on about. Not round here, mate. We don't get that round here. I said, you're damn right you don't, spicy whites. Man, sickle cell. What's the other? But you get it, though. You get it, don't you? You want to lynch your own king. That's why spicy whites don't get it. They didn't lynch Charles. That's why he's still there now. He's still there now. He may have cancer, but he's still there. He's still there doing his thing. These people are not looking to lynch him up a tree. Not nice, is it? Not nice at all. And we have to live with that. That shame. Children asking me if I've got any weeds. I've got children asking me first if I've got any weeds. Yeah, right. That old chestnut. What about wise sons?
Yeah, I like that.
and you used to have the dice, and you used to put it on the rear view mirror and hang it down, and then get the sticker Tracy and Dean. So you know, so the car belongs to Tracy and Dean. Weird. And then you got the furry dice too. Weird. Yeah, the good 70s. Or was it the 60s? British. That's the era that we grew up in, the British stuff. That's it. That's it. That's it. The British. The spicy accent.
For every person who heard my voice, my daughter's pleading voice, yet did not rescue her, I will question them before God on the day of judgment. Netanyahu, Biden, and all those who collaborated against us.
Israel's military also said it was investigating the killing of 15 emergency workers by its forces in Gaza a year later. Their crushed rescue vehicles and bodies were found buried in the sand. One university-led investigation suggested some shots were fired from less than 4 meters away. Today, airstrikes in Gaza continued, almost a year after a ceasefire there was signed. 17 people reported killed in strikes over the past 2 days. Israel said it had targeted Hamas commanders. Already disillusioned with ceasefire deals and promises of peace, many Gazans don't trust Israel's military to investigate itself. Lucy Williamson, BBC News, Jerusalem.
It's 16 minutes past 6, our top story today. A Palestinian couple and their teenage daughter who died after entering the water off Shoreham have been named. And as the first test between England and Pakistan gets underway in Headingley, the tourists are bowled out.
Murder, rape and killings. So you know it's that base.
At 6:30
Oh,
on
and
BBC
had to
One in
compete
London and
against
on
each other.
iPlayer. The Barbican Conservatory
I
gives
don't
away
know that.
free
What
plant
it
cuttings
advertised.
as London's second largest greenhouse closes for renovations.
You haven't noticed it, no? Well, that's to indoctrinate them. And that's to simplify the best way it can.
Now a study looking at London's ultra-low emission zone, which aims to cut air pollution by charging a fee to drivers of older, high-polluting vehicles, suggests the scheme's led to significant improvements in the health of children's lungs. Researchers monitoring 3,400 youngsters before the ULEZ was introduced in 2019 found their lungs were smaller than those of children living in nearby Luton. Now, things have changed. Here's Jim Reed.
From London to Glasgow to Bradford, a dozen cities across the UK have now introduced clean air zones, with more polluting vehicles facing more restrictions. In London, drivers of older cars and vans must pay £12.50 a day to cross a camera and drive into the city, and that's on top of the separate congestion charge. Back in 2019, the BBC filmed the start of this study, tracking the lung health of more than 3,000 primary school pupils as they grow up. What do you know about air pollution?
It's really bad for the lungs.
The results today surprised even the scientists involved. After London's ULEZ zone was introduced, fewer children had impaired or damaged lung function, and the size of their lungs had also increased to match other pupils living outside the capital.
ULEZ has been a very controversial public health measure. You know, there's a lot of arguments that people say that it's a money-making measure, but I think it's really important that we've shown that, as intended, it was brought in to improve people's health, and we've shown that it actually has improved the health of children living in London.
It's too much, isn't it?
But at the moment, it's impossible to say those ULEZ restrictions are the only reason for the improvements in lung health. Other scientists say other factors could be part of it, from changing behaviour to the impact of COVID, when there were far fewer cars on the road.
Even get them to reprint all basic.
9-year-old Ella Adukisi Deborah, who died after an asthma attack in 2013, was the first person to have air pollution listed on her death certificate. Her mum says the evidence shows more clean air zones should be created across the country.
Children everywhere in the country deserve
to have new layers. This isn't just a London thing. But we can look at what's happened in London and we can model it elsewhere. And we can learn from some of the mistakes we have also made.
Air pollution in parts of the UK is still well above recommended levels. Today's findings are not conclusive, but they do suggest it may be possible to not just improve, but restore the lung health of children living in our busy cities. Jim Reid, BBC News.
Ukraine's former defense minister Misha'el Fedorov, who was sacked unexpectedly by President Zelensky, has called for elections. The move is seen as the biggest challenge to the authority of the president since Russia's full-scale invasion 4.5 years ago. Mr. Fedorov lost his job just 6 months after his appointment in a move that prompted mass demonstrations.
Because you say,
Dan Johnson's live in the Ukrainian capital for us now. Dan, wouldn't the constitution have to be rewritten for an election in the middle of a war?
Yes, it probably would. Martial law prevents elections taking place during wartime, and President Zelensky has said it would only be possible when this country reaches a state of ceasefire. There is another protest planned tonight in support of the Defence Minister, Mr. Fedorov, supporting the reforms that he is calling for. He's talked of a crisis of governance and the scourge of corruption, he said, that was holding Ukraine back. But there isn't necessarily the same level of backing for the call he's made for those elections to take place during wartime. People understand that there's a risk of Russian interference. There's the complicated question of how to run that fairly, freely, how to incorporate the views of the millions of Ukrainian refugees living overseas, the people who are serving in the military, the Ukrainians who are living under Russian occupation. So there's a real challenge there. Something Mr. Fedorov has overstated his hand here. Mr. Zelensky has fought his way through many crises during the course of this conflict. He's a survivor who should not be written off lightly.
All right, Dan, thank you. Dan Johnson there live in Kiev. Now there's encouraging news about a possible vaccine for melanoma, which is a type of skin cancer. In trials, it was tested on patients after undergoing surgery and extended the length of time.
Because of these people.
Well, Clive, it's looking that way, but these are interim findings from this stage 3 trial. That's the final stage in the trial process, and we don't have a full set of data. Some commentators are being a little cautious about hailing the significance of this, but Cancer Research UK says it is showing signs of early positive encouragement,
you know that.
like.
No, serious
The way it works is the vaccine is personalised by treatment with patients. It's personalised, it's made by a company Moderna,
Shut up,
and it's
idiot.
administered after
Mate,
surgery
you don't give
in
blood.
combination with the drug
That's
Keytruda,
abomination.
made
You
by
know that.
Merck,
Because
an
that's
American
the
company.
human.
And what it showed was
So it's going
a
human,
much
human,
longer
human,
amount of time the patient with high-risk melanoma remained cancer-free, and it reduced the risk of it spreading to other organs in the body. Now we'll have to await further findings. It's seen as significant because it's a personalised treatment, and one commentator has said this is a breakthrough showing a vaccine can protect
That is the
against
human
the
you're doing it
recurrence
to.
of one of the deadliest cancers.
And when you're drinking a human, you're putting a human inside you. That's what you're doing.
Queen Camilla has been speaking for the first time about the pressure of keeping the king's cancer diagnosis secret at the early stages of his treatment. In a video to mark the 30th anniversary of Maggie's cancer charity, she recalls how difficult it was to avoid discussing her husband's health.
Which you drain it properly out of whatever animal you eat, and then you ground it after so there's no blood coming
Queen
out of it.
Camilla at the
That's still the
races
animal.
in York today, meeting those who helped run the course. A happy, straightforward kind of riding engagement. But more than 2 years ago, she found herself in a more challenging situation personally. January 2024, Riviere Cancer Support Centre at the Royal Free Hospital in London, as president of Maggie's Cancer Charity. The Queen had just found out
I'm not asking you to do this, I'm asking you to do it.
But the
And if you
news
see
was
something,
not
you
yet
clean it
public.
up. I said, very, very
Talking
true.
to Maggie's
Very
chief
true.
executive,
And I
Dame
agree.
Laura
I totally
Lee,
agree.
in new footage released today,
I totally agree.
Queen Camilla revealed the pressure of keeping the diagnosis secret.
I remember coming to see
Make sure everything's
our
peaceful in the
Maggie's
house.
just after the king being diagnosed. Nobody could
Sound
say
right.
anything at the time.
No
That was
atmosphere in the
quite
house. None of that
different.
nonsense.
I almost said something, but you know, I felt that it wasn't
None
the
of that.
time to
The
say.
spirits, they come out of the house then.
Suffering
When you've got all that nonsense
relations.
down,
I
they
think
leave.
it made
They
me
leave. They don't participate in none of that stuff, guys, at all. They don't need to, they're Kodesh.
As staff, patients and their families shared their experiences, the Queen said she knew she was now part of this community.
And they control the peace area, and everybody melts when they come with their peace. Melts when they open things up and show you different things. They're like, wow.
I was just talking to them, but I don't know, I felt...
And that's because of peace. Not war and bombing and blowing and scary.
The King's approach to his cancer has been stoic. This week he officially started his stay in Balmoral for late summer. Royal duties continue.
You don't care how they feel, as long as you've got their riches and you can swim around like the king and queen while everyone else is hungry and starving. That is not a king or queen. This is why you haven't got an emperor or an empress, because it's the king and the queen's duty, right, to feed the public.
The Liberal Democrats are
And
calling
it's
on
the
the
emperor
government
and
to
the
sign
empress
the
to
UK
oversee them and tell them they're doing a good job
scheme,
or they need help.
as a serious
Don't
solution
take
to
from the
solving
public
workers' crisis.
and then expect the public to
Programme
praise
which began
them.
in
That's
June
just
will give
nonsense,
ministers
though.
sweeping powers to remove
Nonsense.
migrants
It's
to the
nonsense.
first EU country
There is
they
no
entered.
common
In
sense in
response,
nonsense.
Labour says it's
There
sold
isn't
more
no
than
miss,
47,000
right?
across
So how can you ask vulnerable and poor people to support you as a king? And then when they're asking you politely, what cancer have you got? I ain't telling you. How is that when they're paying your money, right? And the decency, you can at least tell them, right, is which cancer you have, right? Can you keep humming and hawing of we ain't common people? But don't common people get cancer? Mr. King, you see how clever works? You see how he works up? You see how you hate to be like common people? And Barbara says, please to remind you and your daughter-in-law are common children, because they both you have cancer, and it's a sin that you do not tell the people which cancer you have, and it's the people paying your rent, right? There's not no king or queen where you can make your own money. Right, this is why oligarchs, right, and what's the next one called now? Oligarchs, and there's the next one. They aristocrat this is, right, who have money, right, they hate you. Why? Because they say the royal family, who call themselves royal, are nothing but, this is their words, nothing but humpy, frumpy people who ride on horses and punch off their own people. This is what rich people think about them so-called inbred royals, who punch off their own people, who see their people suffering and stop traffic in our school just so the Queen can drive around in a gold carriage. Seen it many times. Why people are hungry and starving and homeless. And they never give you anything for poor children, right? Her mother, Miss Victoria, Miss Queen Victoria, is that her mother? Well, whoever she is to her, right? Did not help you at all. She has a name that will shame her forever. It's called Victorian slums, right? And when the whole country was going through the slums of their lives, did Victoria once step in and help the people? Huh?
Joe Root is back for a second stint as England.
And it's got her name on it, Victorian slums. And what the people went through there, it was so heartbreaking. The only thing that's missing is the smell, right? And they tell you this. So where is the Queen and the King for the people when they're in dire straits, like Victorian slums? Where was he, miss? Where was he?
It's the job of a captain to try and make trouble. Root beckoned Josh Tongue on.
It doesn't work, the monarch. It doesn't serve the people. You don't get no lower than Victorian slums. Answer the phone.
Came back, the wicket was broken
and if she can't help it in a slum situation like that, then what are they there for? And you're paying them money to
Pakistan bowled out for 171. In the past few months, England have lost a captain and a coach. An era is over. Can another now rise? Patrick Geary, BBC News.
And people are hungry.
People living on a remote Australian island have been treated to an unusual sight. A 52-metre-long SpaceX rocket drifted off the coast.
And this is what
Christmas
Father is annoyed
after
about.
more than 24 days at sea. The spacecraft took off in July, reaching orbit.
This is what he's going to thank you for. But what he's doing, guys, is smashing it.
landing
So you
in
can go
the
back to
Indian Ocean.
basics.
SpaceX
Everyone can go back to
has now
basics.
retrieved the craft.
And then they're going to take peace from the earth, and then it's going to be
And the weather now
savage.
is Louise. Hello.
Right? And it's called...
Hi there, Clive. Talking of unusual sights, this looks a little bit...
It's called taking peace from the earth. There's another one. There's another word for it. But it's taking peace from the earth. Carnage, yeah. That's what's going to be coming. And all these children who are built for this, all these rude children on the phone, they're built for this occasion. What's coming up is what they're built for. And it's going to be like you've never seen it before. I never thought about it. Albert Pike. You know, in World War I, II, and III, and this is the building up to the three, which they predicted and got right, and they've already wrote World War III and predicted them, and it's going to A to plan. But what you need to remember, Satan, is we are going to be taken up, and the spicy whites, right? And there's other names for the other children. I just can't remember their names, but I can remember the spicy whites names. But people are waking up now, bro. And remember, you're staying, right? And even if you do think you can burst the firmament, right, which is just impossible, right, you would drown, right, because we're in the middle of water. They keep forgetting to tell you that as well. So what does the middle mean? That means if you burst the bottom of it, water comes up. If you burst the top, water comes up. Why? Because we're in the middle of water. So where does Neil Armstrong comes from? I have no idea. I don't know when the rocket take off, it goes zoom, zoom, zoom. You better ask Tipari, mate, because I have no idea about that one, bro. Right? You damn Trump. And you see what happens when you tell lies, right? You get caught up with them, and then your nose looks like that, and then people know what to call you. Pinocchio. And then you've got the kids in the background. He's lying, he's lying. Why, kids? Because his mouth is moving. That's the kids. Worries done. Worries. What a way to be identified. His mouth is moving, so he's lying. That's the kids. Worries.
Like an alien spaceship in the sky. Yes, it was a thunderstorm, and in fact we've seen some real showers today. This was in Cambridgeshire a little earlier on. Let's take a look at exactly where those showers have been today. A little bit of early morning rain in the southeast coast.
I never thought I'd miss you half as much as I do. And I never thought I'd feel this way, the way I feel about you. As soon as I wake up, every night, every day, I know that it's you I need to take the blues away. It must be love, love, love. It must be love, love, love. Nothing's the matter. How can it be that we can say so much without bless you and bless me, bless the beat and the birds. I've got to be near you every night, every day. I couldn't be happy any other way. It must be love, love, love. It must be love, love, love. I never thought I'd miss you.
Super DJ.
And I never thought I'd feel this way.
The spicy British, right?
About you. As soon as I wake up, every night, every day, I know that it's you I need to take the blues away. It must be love, love, love. It must be love, love, love. Nothing's the matter.
But some of these showers are the thunderstorms are easing away. Nevertheless, the showers are set to continue. They will drift back a little bit further south and east, so we can't rule out the risk of a shower across southern England overnight tonight. A northerly wind means that in rural spots of Scotland it will turn quite chilly, 11 to 14 degrees elsewhere. But the thunderstorms have not gone away just yet. We could see a real rash of sharp showers across northern England and North Wales. Hit and miss, but some of them could bring a lot of heavy rain in a short space of time. And those showers will sink their way steadily south and east across England and Wales. So almost anywhere at risk of some sharp showers. Top temperatures around 16 to 22 degrees. Now that northerly flow is going to continue to dominate. A chilly start to Friday morning. Some dry, sunny weather, but with that northerly flow, a few showers down through the east coast and down through the Irish Sea. So in the sticky out bits, we could run the risk of some showers. And just look at this. With that northerly wind gusting in excess of 25 miles an hour in one or two spots, that's going to make it feel that little bit fresher than these temperatures suggest, and that will probably come as a shock to the system. But if you want to cling on to some summer, it's not gone yet. High pressure will build as we move into the weekend. It will turn a little warmer, not quite as extreme as we have been seeing, but certainly into the weekend. There'll be a lot more in the way of drier weather around before more showers are set to return next week.
All right, Louise, thank you. Louise Leon. That's it. Rita will be here with the news at 10 now, though. It's time for the news where you are. Bye for now.
And they're starting to realise it now. They've even got new names. They've even got new names now. Right? They've even got new names. And I like the like, you damn right, weird, sir. You stay there. And then I'll say what? Bex, darn it. Yo, Bex, right? Because he don't get no new name. He don't get no new name, miss. He's Bex, miss. Right? What about Lucy? You finna put up with her, innit? You're like a Lucy around you. Go away. Right? Tree ain't got no name, guys. Tree Vex, right? I mean, spitting feathers. This is why. Why is he spitting feathers? Why? Because he ain't got no name. There's a new name in town. Right? And it's called Spicy Whites. I mean, Bex. You have no idea. Sure. No idea.
John Taylor, puzzle consultant. You're a crime-solving puzzle set.
You know your children don't come under that. That's what they do. It's one for the Egypt, it's one for the Chinese,
The new series of
it's one for the
starts Thursday, 20th
don't
August
worry.
on BBC iPlayer.
Thanks very much, Clive. Good evening from BBC London. Coming up, measuring the impact of the ultra-low emission zone. We hear from scientists and school children who took part in a lung study.
It's been great to have been a part of the study for so many years. The idea of breathing in lots of harmful fumes isn't a nice one, and knowing that I've been a part of something that will hopefully end up lowering those emissions is a very nice feeling.
Clean air campaigners say ULEZ doesn't go far enough. also tonight. A fire involving 50 tonnes of household waste severely damages a recycling facility in South Bermondsey and causes major travel disruption. Plus, from ferns to tropical blooms, the Barbican Conservatory gives away free plant cuttings as the greenhouse closes for renovations. And
very excited. It was something different, something that London had never seen before.
what it was like on the first night shift as a tube was launched in London 10 years ago today. A very warm welcome to the programme. We start with more on the impact of London's ultra-low emission zone. It was a controversial move that frustrated some drivers but was welcomed by environmental campaigners. Now, 7 years on, a new study suggests it has improved children's lungs. Scientists at Queen Mary University of London monitored primary pupils in the capital before ULEZ was introduced, finding they had significantly smaller lungs than children living in Luton. 5 years later, the lung health of the London school children had caught up. Here's our environment correspondent, Tom Edwards.
It was introduced in London as a public health policy, but what impact has the ultra-low emission zone had? Over 5 years, researchers have been measuring the lungs of 3,000 school children in central London and Luton, where there is no clean air zone. The comparison, researchers say, show the ULEZ works.
It's a really big deal to show, particularly the ULEZ has been a very controversial public health measure. You know, and there's a lot of arguments that people say that it's a money-making measure, you know, that it's punishing for people. But I think it's really important that we've shown that as intended, it was brought in to improve people's health, and we've shown that it actually has improved the health of children living in London.
Who here's got asthma? Anybody know? Does anybody know anybody's got asthma?
The ultra-low emission zone was introduced in 2019 by the Mayor Sadiq Khan. Older, more polluting vehicles had to pay a charge to drive in central London. In 2023, it expanded to cover the whole of the capital. It provoked opposition and protests. Due to higher pollution, London's children had smaller lungs.
Let's check that this one's fits properly.
But the study showed after ULEZ, lung growth caught up with those in Luton. These children were part of the study and sent us their reaction.
I think the results of the study are quite brilliant because it shows that cutting down traffic smoke actually works to protect our environment, and it proves we can make the streets a much nicer and healthier place to grow up in.
It's been great to have been a part of the study for so many years. The idea of breathing in lots of harmful fumes isn't a nice one, and knowing that I've been a part of something that will hopefully end up lowering those emissions is a very nice thing.
Critics say other reasons like the pandemic or active travel may have been behind the improvement. The report's authors dispute that. And the study also showed clinical interventions fell more sharply in London than Luton after ULEZ.
For me, I also think, I'm a taxpayer, I'm a Londoner. If things are done and they're expensive and they're disruptive to the citizens of London, they need to know that they work. And to do that means you've got to do proper evaluations, and they don't come cheap. And they take a very long time to do properly, but that's exactly what this is.
It used to be the base of a slave trade. Not necessarily surprised. Abraham Lincoln, the person that I was personally taught in school, ended slavery single-handedly. He actually didn't even care about ending slavery, didn't care about equality really at all. It was completely politically motivated. Yeah, it all goes back to slavery, my guys. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty. Just start looking stuff up. Where did this come from? What's this about? Why did this start? Slavery.
I've witnessed more overt racism in the last 3 months than I've ever seen in my entire life. I live in Chicago, which is saying something because it's one of the bluest cities in America. But as a
key markers of authoritarianism and fascism is that there is a widespread disdain for human rights, a lack of compassion, and general support for one authority figure. And what makes me most disgusted is that a lot of white people insist that what they're saying is not racist because, quote, it is so common. Just because something is common does not mean it's not racist. What ICE is doing right now is looking at the color of someone's skin, and if they are brown or black, they are arresting or detaining them. They're tackling them to the ground. They're using excessive force. There cannot be a clearer example of racism other than looking at someone and seeing the color of their skin and deciding whether to arrest them or not. So I'd like to remind white people right now that if you see something, you need to say something. The more common that these comments become, the more accepted they are going to be. Beyond the next 3 years of Trump's presidency, we need to nip this in the bud now so that we can stop our further descent into authoritarianism. This is a serious time, so you need to do your part and actually work to create a better society.
Racist white people trying to use the same racism their ancestors used in 2026 is always hilarious to me. Because y'all are poor. I would just like to inform you that a white man entered my DMs and called me an ugly nigger and told me I would never amount to anything in my life. So naturally, I click on his profile, which is not private, and I see that he lives in a trailer park in Wisconsin. So you're poor. And this is a PSA to white racist people who are MAGA, who are usually poor and uneducated and don't have an education, have never left their hometown. Your ancestors could afford to be racist because at least they held a power structure in place where all of them were wealthier than black people, but you guys are poor. I literally just flew back from Vegas on a whim to see my nephew and take him to see fireworks. I'm packing for Colombia and then I'm going to Spain next week. What are you doing in Wisconsin? You're poor. Based on what I've seen in your profile, your credit score is at a 500. So I would say this to white people who are racist. The jokes are old and antiquated. They don't hit. Your ancestors, like I said, had power over us, but I'm sorry, that doesn't exist anymore. So if you're going to talk shit and be racist to someone, and say things like, oh, you'll never amount to nothing, oh, you're chimping out, oh, 15% of population. I'm not poor. You are. I'm not poor. I have my MBA. I have 3 degrees. I have a beautiful life. And by no means am I bragging. I am, because you're a racist and you live in a fucking trailer. It's not my fault you weren't able to take advantage of white privilege in this country, and you see me and it triggers you because, once again, you're poor. And on that note, I'm getting ready to pack for the rest of my trip. I'm going to Colombia tonight, actually. And while I'll be on an airplane in first class, you'll still be poor in Wisconsin. And while you're saying I'll never amount to anything, you'll be working that farm job tomorrow, whatever the fuck you do. All right? Stay black, stay blessed. Bye. Happy Sunday.
And they are criminals, violent criminals. They unalive more people than anybody. Black people are the ones destroying the United States. If black people are the problem, then you show me black people that have hung any other race.
Thank you.
Dismembered their bodies. Cut off their genitalia, put it in a pickle jar, and passed it down the family like it was a souvenir.
Stop it.
Show me photographic evidence of black people hosing any other race while they're trying to vote, sicking dogs on them while they're trying to vote. Show me evidence of black people spitting on children as they enter into an integrated school. If black people are the problem, you show me a black-owned bank that used predatory loan practices in order to sell other people homes, and then, because they didn't read the fine print, take their home away, and they have absolutely no equity. Robbed, blind. You show me black people who had a hand in redlining. Yeah, you can buy this house, but I'm going to move the property lines, and I'm going to...
There's absolutely no place in London. The Met says a
they're still dangerous now. This is why farmers going to desecrate them. This is what they're trying to do to me with this place here. Trying to put me in prison and take the place. Yeah, this is how wicked these people are. They're wicked. But let me tell you something. Father is more wicked than you, and he's going to embarrass you. And no matter how many times you try to commit suicide, just like Adam, right, and Hawa, he will bring you back instantly. Because you are wicked and all these things. And you still think that you'll say you can get away with it. Because you think Father's not real. He's going to soon show you. He's dismantling you first. He's doing it his way. And we're very patient. We have no choice but to be patient. To do as we're told. And he's doing it all for us. They're the children that you hate. So if you hate the children, you hate the father. And if you can get rid of the children, you think you can get rid of the father. I mean, I don't know where you got that maths from. I don't know where you got that from, but that's what you really do believe. So you even went out to murdering people, literally proper murdering, taking their willies and chopping it up and having fun with it and doing some real sick things. Cutting babies out of women's belly and making soups and stuff and eating them, thinking you're going to get their black power and stuff like that. There's some real wicked darkness done that you've been doing. And just because, you believe that their father, their God left them, you think he just gave him to you and left them. That's what you think. And that's the worst mistake you could ever make. To think that he would leave his children, his inheritance. He told you in Isaiah chapter 47, Isaiah chapter 47, come here you, sit down in the dirt, open your legs. Oh, I taught you, woman. Babylon, he calls her. Who's Babylon, we wonder? I gave you my inheritance. I profound them because I was annoyed with them, and I gave you my inheritance, and you showed them no mercy. You put a very heavy yoke on their head. That's what it says now. What else does it say? Huh? So you knew what you were doing with these children all the time. The children didn't know, because their parents didn't tell them. Their parents didn't tell them anything. They were mostly too frightened, or you just beat it all out of them. And even if they did know, you would have killed them. You would have killed them. Like you killed the others, but the others were meant to die, but none of them are real. Malcolm X, none of them. None of them are real. Not one of them. They was brought up by you and Esau. That's how dangerous this thing is. Even Black Panther were real in the beginning, and then they get in, they come in and infiltrate and break it down. These people. That's their mission. Edgar Davis is their FBI agent, one horrible man. Engineered. This is their life. They're engineered to have a system. It's engineered to cripple these sons. It's engineered, paid to do it. We've got the plan, the book, everything. So it's very easy for them to do what they're doing to someone who has no idea what's going on. All they're doing is walking and doing all these bad things just keep happening to them. When their life is given to you, everything to call you Sir and Lord, just for us to bow and want to be like you and want to honour you. You even change our gods to say God's a white man and all your sirs and lords. And we got everything, we got honour them. But look at the way they treat women. Look at the way they treat women. And none of them have got money. None of them have got money. The organisation they're in is broke. They're all trillions in debt. All of it's trillions in debt. So why would I honour them? Why would I? And they don't even tell me father's name. So why would I honour them? When I know father says I'm just going to kill them, son. So why would I honour you? When I know you're absolutely petrified. And if you're not petrified, you're just an idiot if you're not scared. You're just a proper yammed if you're not scared. Right? Because this is not the pictures, right? And this is not the movie, right? And certainly this is not AI, right? This is HI. This is real HI. HD color as well. Don't forget it done. Right? And this thing is too big for your little boy sons. Too big. That's why they're going to be running around women soon. Too big for your sons. These women will have the compassion and the common sense to abide what's coming in front of her. But you,
Black people are the ones destroying the United States. If black people are the problem, then you show me black people that have hung any other race. Dismember split their bodies, cut off their genitalia, put it in a pickle jar, and passed it down the family like it was a souvenir. Show me photographic evidence of black people hosing any other race while they're trying to vote, sicking dogs on them while they're trying to vote. Show me evidence of black people spitting on children as they enter into an integrated school. If black people are the problem, you show me a black-owned bank that used predatory loan practices in order to sell other people homes, and then because they didn't read the fine print, take their home away, and they have absolutely no equity. They robbed them blind. You show me black people who had a hand in redlining. Yeah, you can buy this house, but I'm going to move the property lines, and I'm going to move the territory lines, so now your home is not worth anything. You can stay over there, but you ain't going to make no money. If black people are the problem, you show me one plane, one ship, one port that a black person owns that moved in opioids and crack and cocaine that plagued the black community. Wait.
Very true.
Since black people are the problem, you explain to me how a black person can do the exact same crime as a person and get 10 times the amount of time sentence. Since we are the ones who are doing all the things. Since black people are the problem, you show me one piece of evidence of a black person that sit in a church with a whole congregation, had Bible study with them, prayed for them, and then pulled out an automatic weapon and shot and unalive multiple people, and then got Burger King after. Since black people are the problem, show me proof of multiple black people shooting up a school and unaliving kids. Since black people are the problem, show me one situation where black people have used the bodies of people and did not pay them free labor or have them underpaid to the point to where it forces them into poverty. Show me a black person in the Epstein files. And I'm talking about a real black person, not a black person that wants to assimilate into white culture because they believe that white is right. Show me.
Not that. Let me back
I'll wait.
My point today is, well, not today, but at this moment, like, why does black joy bother some white people? You ever notice how the group of black folks, like, they come together laughing, dancing, and just vibing, and suddenly it's labeled as too loud, too ghetto, or too much? Jealousy. You know why? Because they couldn't strip that away. And it's surviving. But let's be real, it's not about the volume. That's the problem. It's the vibrations, it's the freedom, it's the fact that we can still find joy after centuries of trying to be stripped of who we are. We still made something out of nothing. You understand? See, black joy is like disruptive in certain people. It challenges. And where we're supposed to be broken, angry, and silent, it's like loving, living, and celebrating. So it's not just confusion, it's threatening to a certain group of people.
Say hello to Zero, the easiest way to pay bills and stay in control. Save an average of 5 hours a week on admin. It's powerful enough for your accountant, simple enough for you. Try Zero today.
We're sending out weekly printables for the whole summer. Tai Chi Summer starts now. Do you want your copies? We have 30 last copies left available by email reservation. Click on the video, do save your spot, and get full Tai Chi printables for the whole summer. We're saying goodbye to our printable version of the chair yoga plan. Do you want us to send the last copies to your email? To qualify, you need to be a woman over 60, a woman who hasn't exercised in years, a woman in postmenopause. Do you want us to send a printable guide to your email? If you're plus size, I beg you to try chair Tai Chi. Just 7 minutes a day to go from XL to M in 8 weeks. This is how I got rid of menobelly in 3 weeks and balanced hormones. I'm on day 18 of my printable anti-menopause chair yoga. I took a test and it turned out I need cortisol detox chair yoga plan. I printed my yoga.
Oh, I have no idea. Yoga stuff. I have no idea.
Why does it feel like there is a full press
Uh-oh.
to get black people's attention right now?
Uh-oh.
It's coming from all
sides. Everywhere I look, it feels like there are people
watching
who are trying to get their revolutions off the ground, and they keep coming to black people.
Do they?
To get us involved.
Really?
But then when we remind them that this is not our time.
This is not our time to...
You know, we have a long history of protesting, fighting for civil rights for all people. We've been doing this for generations, and we collectively agree that this is not our time to be at the forefront. Yet nobody respects that. Nobody wants to honor that. Nobody understands where we're coming from. Maybe not nobody, because I do see a lot of people who echo our sentiments and understand why we are saying what we are saying. But the ones who don't are mighty loud. And they're mighty arrogant, if you ask me. People quote saying that you can't fight for freedom from the comfort of your couch. People saying, oh, you guys are going to understand when it comes to you. People saying, hey, we know
you women, we could do that too.
That you guys feel how you feel, but can you just put it aside for this one time? Can you let go of that sentiment for this one time and come back out here? Or people just getting angry. Right, just getting full-blown angry and just, again, laying the problems of society at our feet. I don't know how else to get this message across to anybody who does not understand where the black community is coming from right now during this administration. This is not normal. We know that. And we understand that they have a playbook specifically designed for us if we get out there and start protesting. The things that these people are doing right now is exactly what they wanted to do in 2020. I believe if he had the power to do what he wanted to do in 2020, he would have also had the sentiment of the people behind him. Because when black people step out to speak up, it is very easy to twist the narrative and make us the bad guy. Historically speaking, in this country, it has been very easy to do that. So once again, us resting right now, us not being out there right now, is bigger than just not wanting to be a part of the fight. It's more significant than just trying to win this revolution from the comfort of our couch. This is how we protect everybody during a time like this. Because if they were able to use us the way they want to use us right now, it would accelerate our descent into fascism. It would expedite all of this military stuff. It would expedite any and every attempt that this administration would make to send troops to whatever city they wanted to send. But because we are not taking that bait, you guys are safe. So when you come around getting upset at us for not being active in what's going on, when you come around trying to lecture us about how you need to be involved in what's going on, you are not paying attention to what's going on around everybody. And maybe if you step back and listen to us for once, you would see that the strategy has changed.
So line the file up, and the finding is clear, and it is not what either angry side expects. Question: was America great for the African American is not an attack on the country. It is the beginning of an honest country. The audit answers it without one drop of hate. Not yet. It has not been great for us yet. There were dawns, and the dawns were burned. There was progress, and the progress was taxed. And that answer, family, is not despair. It is direction. A country with no golden past to defend is a country with its whole greatness still in front of it. And the people best equipped to lead that building are the ones who
never got to
Because you know
live
you're
with
going to
the
be paralyzed, so am I.
The record
You
has
see
a
that
living
coming out the sky,
voice.
you hear the trumpet.
I
You
talked
know
to
why
an elder
the white
last
horse
week,
coming.
95
I
years
used to
old,
drink like
a woman who
right?
has lived through 6 of the
What
eras
would
in
you do?
tonight's audit. She
What?
told me a
Come on.
story. She said her great-grandson
to the
came home
spirit
from
now.
school and asked her,
So what would
Grandma,
you do?
when was America great for
Let me
us?
tell you what
And
I
she
would
said she sat quiet
I
for
would
a long
absolutely
moment
poo
because she
myself,
wanted to tell him
literally.
the truth without
Poo
breaking his
myself.
heart.
And when
Then
I
she
see them
said
coming to
this,
my door, I would
baby,
run.
I told him,
Let
it
me
has
say
not
again.
been yet.
When I see them
And his
coming,
little
I
face
would
fell.
run.
So I took his hand and I said,
Right?
but listen
Until
to
they
the whole
convince
answer,
me
child.
that
Greatness is not a place behind us that we lost.
Until they tell me
It is a
things
place
that I know
ahead
Johnny
of
Vegas
us
told me.
that we are walking to. And we have been walking
Because I will
400
be
years.
petrified.
And we are closer than my
Absolutely.
grandmother ever dreamed. So when
So
they
what
say
do? Well, it's an
again,
everyday thing.
you
Just come out
smile
the sky and say, yeah,
because
tell
you
me what
know
it is.
something
Or
they
come
do
out the sky and
not.
start doing
We are not
devastating
trying to
things
go
to you.
back to
Huh?
anything. Everything we
What
ever
up there?
wanted is up the road.
The worst thing, beautiful children, is the noise. It's called the Great Noise, right? Not like Great Britain. The Great Noise. Listen to the introduction, beautiful children. The Great. The noise is scary, man. The noise is scary. It's hell on earth. That kind of sound, but multiplied 1,000 times in sound. And the drumming, oh man, we even wish it on you, because we don't see Aid yet, but we don't wish that on you, right? But the stuff that he's done, and these little Satan children who think there's something, because they've got 1 and 2 little scary monsters, what they think is scary, I can guarantee you, when he shows you day 5, you will poo yourself, when he shows you the fairy, because even Father, he said, mind your mouth, he said, even Father got a little bit, just a little bit, wary. Is that right, Father? So you can get away with that. Even Father just got a little bit wary when he created that one there. Right? And that one is for you. Why? Because you eat pork. Right? And he loves pork, like stupidly. Right? So he said to Father, right? Father, why did you create the fairy? He said, I left him there, right? For those who are left on the earth. That's what it says, man. I left it, sorry, no, it says this. I left it there for food to do. For those who are left on the earth. Because me and the fairy has something going on. I said, tell me. No, I'm not telling you. But me and the fairy has something going on. Right? And the fairy stuck to his part of the deal. And my part of the deal was I give you pork in humans to eat. And the fairy keeps rising up. And I have to keep telling him, oi, get back down. And then it goes back down. And I showed you a picture of it maybe 2 months ago. I showed you, man. Right? And you don't want to be his tea. No, you don't. You're too nice for that. Right? They're their tea already. Right? And they just want people to go with. Why? Because misery likes company. Right? And you don't want to be their misery. And you don't want to be their damn company either. Why? Because misery likes company. Right? And that's all they've got in store for them. It's already been written, guys, and it's already been spoken. So you can't take it back. Right? That's them. That's not you yet. Yours hasn't been spoken. Just for you to stop doing your silliness. Right? You ain't got that curse what they got. But they want you to come with them. Right? Don't forget, you know, this thing is forever, you know. Right? So we just wake up one day and the sun is bright and we're just all getting ready to go for a picnic. Oh, just for fathers to show us something. This is, wait, let's just go and have a look at the lake of the fire. And then we go down there, we see them. And they're like, please, just ask for, what now? Just ask him, please, to turn it down just a little bit. I said, you know what? Ask him yourself and we're going. Right? And that is their life, guys. And it never stops. It's eternal. It never stops. It just never stops. Can you imagine that? You're just burning. You know the children that you burn? Right? Well, they're re-risen again. But yours never... And it's a lake of fire as well. It's not like the prison. Right? That was a holiday camp. Hell. That's a holiday camp. The lake of the fire is your home. That's completely different. Completely. And that doesn't stop. That's what's scary about it. It just never stops. Are we getting through now? I hope we are, because it's not a joke, right? And they want you to burn with them. Why? Because misery likes company. I'm not going to tell you again, right? Well, I'm gonna start telling Miss, because not listening, man. Misery likes company. So don't be its misery and don't be its bleeding company. For damn sake.
That is the receipt. That is the voice under the history. There is an older entry in the same file.
Right.
Proverbs 24 verses 11 and 12. If thou forbear to deliver them that are drawn unto death, if thou sayest, behold, we knew it not, doth not he that pondereth the heart consider it, and shall not he render to every man according to his works? Pull it apart. The scripture describes people being dragged toward destruction, and a bystander who shrugs, we did not know. And the book answers with a question that ends every alibi. Does not the one who weighs hearts know exactly what you knew? Blind spots, family, or real. But before God, they are not a defense. They are an assignment. The moment the mirror gets checked, the excuse expires. That is what happened in that television chair. One man checked the mirror out loud, and the book has been waiting on that for a long time. There is your accounting. Black America, hear the charge and take the higher ground it offers. Your white voice ask the honest question and answer it with the record, not with rage, because the audio is more devastating than any insult, and more useful too. Teach your children the whole timeline, Wilmington included, so no slogan can ever sell them a golden past that never was. And then do the thing your people have always done best: face forward. The greatness of this country, the real one, the one that includes everybody, has not happened yet, and nobody on this earth is more.
You keep saying you got something for me, something you call love, but confess you've been a messin' where you shouldn't have been a messin', and now someone else is getting all your best. These boots on my head for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you. You keep lying when you ought to be truthing, and you keep losing when you ought not bet. You keep saying it when you ought to be ashamed. Now what's right is right, but you ain't been right yet. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you.
Start marching.
You keep saying you got something for me, something you call love, but confess you've been a messin' where you shouldn't have been a messin', and now someone else is getting all your best. These boots on my head for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you.
In black. If angry. What about social anger? What about rejection?
You keep lying when you ought to be truthing, and you keep losing when you ought not bet. You keep saying it when you ought to be ashamed. Now what's right is right, but you ain't been right yet. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you.
over you. You keep lying when you ought to be truthing, and you keep losing when you ought to not bet. You keep saying when you ought to be changing. Now what's right is right, but you ain't been right yet. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you. You keep playing where you shouldn't be playing, and you keep thinking that you'll never get burned. Ha! I just found me a brand new box of matches, yeah. And what he knows you ain't had time to learn. These boots are made for walking, and that's just what they'll do. One of these days these boots are gonna walk all over you.
Are you ready, Boots? Are you ready, Boots? Start walking.
Are you ready, Boots?
Start walking.
Start walking.
Don't worry about me, I'm not just in a silly mood. Don't worry about me. Oh, I turned the camera off then. Continue editing. Oh, I'll turn it on. I'll see you later then, guys. Alright, I was about to tell them, what are you doing? Good morning. How's your evening, guys? How's your evening? 10 o'clock, bit of British? Let's see what's going on. Bit of British. What do you have to eat today, guys? I've got 2 fried egg in there. I'll put it down for me. I've got some nice bread. And I heat it up and season it up with some gravy. It'll be nice. I know, just one meal a day, you know. What? Don't ask me how. One. And I even struggle with the one. I know. What can I say, guys? What can I say? I'm gonna burn it up tonight. The calorie burner. Yeah. The good chili jam. Where we going? Bit British? Let's go for a little bit British. See how we're getting on with the British. Alright, where we going now? Bit British. Bit of the British. Yeah, we're ready. We're ready. We're ready. Be British. I'm British now. Yeah, I'm full. I'm British. Yeah. Who's like the British? I'm British. Yeah, I'm full.
His mother was Sam, spoke to us that day.
Died in the water off Shoreham in West Sussex. Hassan El Hawass, a Palestinian refugee, Zaina Elaine and their teenage daughter Sarah El Hawass were all from London. The younger child is in a critical state in hospital.
A real tragedy, a real terrible family tragedy. Always there's more that can be done. Obviously we will look in detail at what happened.
Also tonight, the train derailment outside Lewes last week in which 30 were injured. An early report finds there was a defect on the tracks. The Israeli military investigates why this car was fired on in Gaza 2 years ago, killing a 5-year-old Palestinian girl who was on the phone pleading for help. Protests in Ukraine in support of the former defense minister who's challenging President Zelensky by calling for an election. And a confident performance by England see Pakistan bowled out on the first day of the first test at Headingley.
And coming up on BBC London, a car park where a man murdered a woman and raped another is causing fear for local residents who are calling for better security.
members of one family who died in the sea off the coast of Sussex have been named by police as Hassan El Khawas, his partner Zaina Alayan, and their 14-year-old daughter Sarah. The couple's younger daughter remains in a critical condition in hospital. The family, who are of Palestinian origin and who lived in London, got into difficulty after going for a swim near Shoreham. The Prime Minister has described it as a terrible tragedy and a reminder of the dangers of open water swimming. Here's Emma Vardy.
Sounds of summer have given way to silence here as people come to pay their respects. Hassan al-Hawas, his partner Zaina, and their 14-year-old daughter Sarah were declared dead after being pulled from the water. The family had been visiting from London on a day trip and went into the sea from the beach at Shoreham Fort before getting into difficulty.
I saw the ambulances lined up against the road and all the police, and I was like, I prayed there's not been a death. It's a real shock. Like, it really is. A small town, calm sea, you just would not think on any day that that would happen.
Obviously there's warning signs and whatever, but people don't really see them. There needs to be bigger signs planted along the beach. People aren't really going to see that sign over there.
Yesterday, helicopters circled overhead as Coast Guard teams and paramedics tried desperately to save the family. But the tragic outcome has again drawn attention to the hidden dangers along the coast.
It's so sad to hear what happened yesterday, and obviously we think there's a young girl still in hospital fighting for her life, and we send our best wishes. The thing I can say today, and there is still, I think, a further heat wave to come in this summer period, is just to remind people about the dangers of open water swimming.
In May, 3 sisters died in the water off Brighton Beach. After that, a 55-year-old man died at West Wittering in July. Then, this month, an 18-year-old lost his life off the coast of Camber Sands. It's been a demanding summer for emergency services, with so many people heading to beaches. And as the community process what's happened here, there are questions over how the dangers of open water could be better communicated, particularly to people unfamiliar with the area, who calm seas may give little clue as to the risks beneath the surface.
It's been a difficult summer in terms of the warm room. Sorry, miss.
Around the UK. The water moves around, it's cold, there's waves, there's rip currents, there's things that you can get trapped on, there's different shelvings of the beaches, the sea floor undulates, there's a whole range of things that can catch people unaware.
Today, beside Shoreham Fort, workers on a construction site down tools as a mark of respect.
People are very sad. Gentile or born a woman.
Tragedy. People are very eager to hear about how the survivors do in hospital and hoping for her recovery. So shock and sadness.
Tonight there is hope that one life may still be saved, and calls for renewed efforts to prevent more summer tragedies. Emma Vardy, BBC News, Shoreham.
Twist it on for nothing, rest on.
The defect was found on railway tracks in East Sussex at the site where a train derailed, leaving 30 people injured, the report says. The initial findings from the rail accident investigation branch found an irregularity near Lewis, which was recorded on CCTV 2 hours before the derailment.
These people, these modern Israel stuff. Right? You can apologise that way by dealing with them and going to get back your power of these
Stumped
idiots.
passengers made their way out
And
of
putting
the
your
3
children
carriages
first
left
so that
on
you're
their side
protecting their
down an
children in
embankment.
your schools. It's an
The train
embarrassment for your
involved left
children,
London
man.
Victoria at 2 in the afternoon, heading for Eastbourne. Soon before 4 o'clock, the back 3 carriages came off the tracks near Lewis in East Sussex. 20 people needed hospital treatment with 2 seriously injured. So what went wrong?
Not that whatever country you go to, you
This
can control the
CCTV
country
image from a
and their
train that
children,
travelled through
and then tell
earlier
them to
that
put laws
afternoon
in
shows
where
a
they
track
don't protect the children,
irregularity
and then
or
you can
defect
come in
just before
and do
where
what you
the
want to the
derailment
children
happened.
for 3 years and 1 day.
Investigators say since the accident, passengers have told them they'd had rough rides on other trains. The effectiveness of any measures designed to address the risks posed by the very hot weather will now come under scrutiny, as will the way the track was inspected and maintained. The clay embankment will be a focus too, sensitive to changes in moisture levels. There's evidence some movement had previously taken place. Rail bosses insist Britain's railway is one of the safest in the world. But the changing climate means big challenges. An expert we spoke to said this incident showed the need to be prepared for increasing temperature extremes.
right? Just born rotten. That's how let's
something wider. So in terms of the kind of
different
extreme
umbrella. Let's
kind
say
of
come
weathers,
out different.
how we need to
The
be
albino
prepared.
come out different.
And more close kind of monitoring is necessary, and also the new
That's the two
technology
nations,
need
guys.
to be
That's the two nations.
installed.
In a joint statement, Network Rail and the train operator which runs Southern said they were committed to supporting the continuing investigation and acting on any lessons that emerge from its findings. They added safety is and will always remain our highest priority. The line between Lewes and Haywards Heath remains closed. Work to remove the carriages is expected to begin tomorrow. Katie Austin, BBC News. In Gaza, the killing of 5-year-old Hind Rajab in 2024 sparked international outrage after her body was recovered from a car riddled with bullets in Gaza City, following a phone call in which she pleaded for help. Now the Israeli army has ordered a criminal investigation into what happened. This report by Lucy Williamson includes Hind's last call to the emergency services.
And don't forget your book. And know your place.
For more than 2 years, Israel's military denied it had killed Hind Rajab and 6 members of her family, and the ambulance crew sent to rescue her. Her last conversation, recorded by emergency workers, as the 5-year-old cowered in a car surrounded by her dead relatives in an active combat zone.
That's who they fear. They beat them up on the first and second day. Beat them up. Mash them up. Mash them up. They use that line so much time. Jesus, I prophesied in your name. Not enough.
Israel's military said its troops had fired at the family car, which it said was travelling contrary to an approved evacuation route. It also said it had shelled an ambulance sent with prior coordination to evacuate the casualties, killing the 2 paramedics inside. By the time emergency teams were allowed to the scene days later, all those inside both vehicles were dead.
2 years ago,
Hind's mother was sad, spoke to us that day.
For every person who heard my voice, my daughter's pleading voice, yet did not rescue her, I will question them before God on the day of judgment.
2 years ago.
Netanyahu, Biden, and all those who collaborated against us.
Israel's military also said it was investigating the killing of 15 emergency workers by its forces. In Gaza, a year later, their crushed rescue vehicles and bodies were found buried in the sand. One university-led investigation suggested some shots were fired from less than 4 meters away. Today, airstrikes in Gaza continued almost a year after a ceasefire there was signed. 17 people reported killed in strikes over the past 2 days. Israel said it had targeted Hamas commanders. Already disillusioned with ceasefire deals and promises of peace, many Gazans don't trust Israel's military to investigate itself.
You don't stick up for humanity.
And we can speak to Lucy now, who's in Jerusalem for us. Lucy, these events happened up to 2 years ago, so why an investigation now?
That was unfair. The stuff that we're hearing.
Well, the military panel investigating these incidents was looking at 5 separate cases throughout the Gaza war, and the 2 incidents that have been referred for
He gets to go against Father, even though we didn't know who he was, but it's to carry on doing naughtiness and to go into Satan's principal masonry and to bring the bougies like Beyonce and all them out, and then just lie to the children. Let the children see us like that, and then we want to be like them, like a sellout like Michael Jackson. We'd go and get rid of his complexion, go and get rid of his afro, and go and let them take the bass out of his voice so he speaks like a girl, and in return he has to give them Neverland. And then he's the biggest junkie you've ever seen. Even the horse says, that will kill me. And Michael's like, no, that's nothing. And Michael's thinking, those are the drugs that Michael Jackson was on. Right, and who do you think put him on drugs? He could not, right, even say to you good morning without them drugs. Let me say that again. He couldn't even say to you good afternoon, right, without them drugs inside him. And then they said, all right, then, you want us to let you go? All right. Do 50 concerts and we'll let you go. And because he's under all that drugs and all that red he actually thought that they was going to let him go. They're going to kill you before they let you go. And that's what happened. Michael Jackson. He sold out though. He sold out. He sold out. He sold out. He went with them. And he's a Misha'el, guys. He's a Misha'el. And he sold out. He changed his complexion, everything. Got rid of his afro, everything. Sold out for, what do you call it now? For abusing children. Built Neverland and pretended all that nonsense. Wicked son. Wicked son. But again, guys, brown sons. They tell you that niggas did this, sorry, Grandma, they've got them. They tell you that to distract you. But it's these sons that create everything. And remember, these sons are in captivity. They're not free yet, they're in captivity. And look how much inheritance they have for so many different people. And they're in captivity, Edward Colston. They're in captivity, Cabot Circus. They're in captivity, Marco Polo. They're in captivity, Francis Drake. They're in captivity. But you can't survive without these children. I mean, when do they get time for themselves? Like the good judge lady, Mrs. Robinson said. Huh? When does the child get time for himself? When he goes there, he said, oh, 7 more new people that was driving by and heard him playing it. When does he get time for himself? You know when you overdo something, but you had the system with you, and that was the way to do it. This one next door 102 times. He's recording me 102 times. And within the 102 times, did he ever ask me to turn it down? Ever? No, because it's engineered. And this is the same idiot that got caught, sorry Grandma, calling me a nigger, fuck, black bastard. And then had the audacity to break in here and steal it. It was here, guys. And stole it. The original. Well, we had copies of it, but that's what they've done, because they've got cameras in there. But we already showed that to the world, and this is the same person they're using. Because they say, don't worry about it, you've been caught, don't worry about it, carry on. And they're still using that same person. Then they're using Sophie over there, who pushed past an 83 at the time year old man, he's 85 now, to get him to turn against me. And they don't do nothing to her. So what you saying, Uncle Mervin's a liar? You're saying a 95-year-old man now's a liar? He doesn't even care what he says, he's an old man. And he's British, he's been there 21 years. Been there the longest. And it's a place for elderly people. And then you get these young children who've got no manners, guys, and they think they can come in and run the place. They've got no mannerism done. This place is not built for them at all. There's gates here, everything for parking spaces for elderly people. It's not for these. They don't even close the gate when they open it in the morning to take his car out. Dean always leaves the gate open. Doesn't have no consideration for the elderly people that are still sleeping when he takes his car out. I mean, if he was going out there and the gate was already open, you'd expect that from him because he's a tramp. But no, he has to open the gate, bring the contraption out, and leaves it open. Doesn't close the gate. Anyone would be grateful that they have a home that has, you know, a big iron gate, massive, guys, like 10, 12, 13 feet, massive, right? And it protects the cars as well. Anyone will be grateful, and it's a council place as well. Anyone will be grateful for that. But these tramps here think that they're meant to have it. That's what they think, that they're meant to. It's how ungrateful these children are. They can't even close the gate. For other people who are here, they can't even close the gate. And if someone goes in a parking space which they claim, oh, that's mine, you want to hear the way they kick off when someone's in there. Why is someone in there? Because you left the gate open, that's why. That's why someone's in there. And then what you go and do? They go and do the same thing again. They open the gate and then they leave the gate open. And then when someone else is in the parking space, they complain. When common sense tells you, just close the gate. I mean, you had to open it to get your contraption out, but you think you're too big to then get out of the car and then close the gate. But you was big enough to open it to get the contraption out, so why can't you close it and have consideration for others that live here as well? Because you're damn selfish, man. You can't even do the basics, which is, are you born in a barn? And then close the gate behind you. You would have done that before when you were sleeping with your flipping livestock, wouldn't you? You would have made sure you closed the bastard gate to keep yourself warm. And that is your story, sleeping with your livestock. And you kept the gate closed then, didn't you? You make no sense, guys. You make no sense. And people are picking you out left, right and centre because Father's allowing it. Because you children are against humanity. And he is not against humanity. That is his whole footprint. Humanity. Right? And hygiene. And truth. Not stealing people's identity and people knowing who he is and respecting the land that he put us upon. And getting to know who his son is. Why? Because he's going to run the dance. Whether we like it or not. Right? He is going to run the dance. Whether we like it or not. No, they're good people. Right? And you wouldn't even wish for anything more better than to have these children controlling the dance.
We'll ask how the other parties are responding to the so-called burn and bounce and whether they think it
And we ever tell you about your children, we're going to set you 3 years one day and you're underneath the bus. And if you read this book, we're going to do this to you. And you're women at this time. We wouldn't be allowed to say stuff like that. Don't be stupid. And then I got the audacity then to go to your state to get money to feed their brat children. They got about 12 or 13 in each family because you pay for them. You do. And they, I understand how they get money. They say, well, the state pays for us because we're father's child. The state pays for us because we're Satan's children. It's Satan's world, isn't it? So the children get dealt with and you pay for it. Right? And it's so top-notch in this stupid way, they don't even share a hospital with you. They've got their own ambulance, their own this, their own that. Right? They tell you that they're not gentles. They're damn gentles. The Bible tells you they are. Ashkenazi comes out of Gomer, and Gomer comes out of Jeffries. The Bible tells you they are. But because they want to tell you that they're better than you, they want to come and say, you are gentles, they're not, and you're unto them. Which is just nonsense done. They're children of Satan. That's who they are.
But they clearly feel, rather surprisingly, that at
You
this
can't let children of Satan control you, because then we won't like it.
from the life that they have built in America and have their children, importantly, educated here in the UK.
Daniela, thank you. Daniela
You're starting to
Rothman.
believe who they are there, guys, yeah? I hope so.
Ukraine, the presidency of
We don't have to
Volodymyr
tell you lies.
Zelensky
We're not allowed to. We could lose our life by father for telling lies.
4 years ago, with the
This
country's
is what's going
popular
on.
ex-defense minister calling for
And all
elections
these people that you
despite
see
the
on
war.
TV, they're all
Mikhailo
involved.
Fedorov
Otherwise, they wouldn't
lost
be
his
allowed
job
on there.
just 6
They
months
drink
after
blood.
his appointment in the move that prompted
They
mass
participate in all that
demonstrations in Kiev.
wicked.
Today
Otherwise,
he
they
claimed that
wouldn't be
corruption
allowed
was
on
depriving
there.
the military of weapons and equipment and making
Thank
it
you,
harder
guys.
for Ukraine to win the war. Dan Johnson reports.
They chant his name, they want the change he
Children of
represents.
pagans, guys.
Better
You've got to see
government,
where you come out
end
of.
to corruption, and
Just all
perhaps
the lie
new
they're trying to
leadership.
show you. They're trying to act it with something they're not. They're children of
Even the army wants
pagans.
Fedorov back,
Very
Maya
dangerous
says,
who these
after
people are.
modernising the battlefield with
And
drones.
they think it's
instead
alright
of
just to
men.
mix whoever you are in with their stuff, and if you don't, they're not going to turn on you. And we don't want to be what you are. Father will go mad.
It's more about not
Absolutely,
listening
absolutely
to the
destroy us,
people.
son.
We don't understand the logic of
Now
their
we know who we
decisions,
are. We're
how,
beginning to know
why
who we
they
are.
do not
And we
speak
know
to
one
us, and
thing.
this is the main
It's not
problem.
into what you're into at
Former
all.
defence
Not
minister
one
wants
bit
more
of
than
it.
just his job back.
We are facing a
Right,
systematic
and it's not
governance
attractive
crisis.
at all.
The old system
To be
lives
what
by
you
its
think
own
is
rules
attractive.
too often.
Maybe it's to you
It
guys.
protects itself,
Right, but to
fears
real
change,
virtuous people,
makes
none
decisions
at all.
slowly,
Not one bit
and
of
may
it
punish
is.
initiative
Rest
while
down. And
rewarding
you don't
those who
include
vote
people.
for it.
Right?
It is Russia's
We have children
relentless
that we abuse
attempts to make
everybody.
elections
But
unrealistic.
you're not children
Say
like that.
those
You're
staying
children that
loyal
wants to
to the
control.
It's a sign of division and lack
Right?
of
And the
unity.
elements
This is
of
how it
wiping you
can be
out.
perceived and used by
Right?
Russian
And there's no
propaganda.
more birth
But what do you
reviews. If
say
you
to
go
the
and there's no
people
more birth
who want
reviews.
that
I
election,
will stop
who
the
want
birth
the
rate.
issues
We
of
stopped
corruption
it.
dealt with?
Right?
I would say that
And your
a
suicide
present moment
rate is
should think more
worse
about
than your birth rate.
common interests.
Your
We need
suicide
to
rate.
survive together.
Worse than.
But new
And
corruption
those are the
allegations are
things that we
creeping
report
closer
about.
to the president.
Right, because you
This
think
is
you're better than
evidence in a
humanity.
money
Because you've
laundering
got that stupid
investigation,
Satan working
now
with you. He's
embroiling
alright,
a
he's
senior
going to
official,
die. Him and his
lawmakers
children.
and bankers. Another challenge to Ukraine's record and its values.
So, there's this truism in Ukraine that there are two enemies. There's an external enemy, Russia, that is attacking Ukraine daily, and there's also internal enemy, this corrupt
This is what they do, man. This is not what we do. We're trying to find our way home. And bring people who want to come with us, like we did last time, a mixed multitude. It's the same thing now. Because some of us are militant to the cause now, right? And some of us have sold out to the cause. From Prince Hall Mason. Prince Hall, your bomb buckler. Sorry, Grandma. She didn't carry on, son. That Prince Hall. There's only one prince here, sir. There's only one king here. And I'm a foolish one. They ain't got no emperor. They got no emperor or empress. Too hard for them. Too hard for them.
So there's acceptance here. There'll be no vote soon.
Because they don't know no spirits like that. They don't even know no king or queen spirits like that.
The debate about his
And when she did try that, she failed. She broke into people's marriage and mashed up people's marriage. And now she wants to call herself queen. She's queen of darkness. And she mashed up Princess Diana. I get a lesson. She. Right? She.
Paul Lafferty, who was 50, and Gary Beaton, who was 54, were found at a flat near Kelvin Hall Underground Station in the city's West End.
Carmen is not virgin. Right? Princess Diana's not virgin.
A murder investigation is underway after a 48-year-old woman died following a fire at a property in Hounslow in London in the early hours of this morning. Another woman is in a life-threatening condition.
Well, that's cheating, Charles. You're cheating on your wife. You broke the band of gold. You know the ring? That's what it's called, a band of gold.
There's encouraging
And you
news
broke
about a
that
possible vaccine for
by telling that
melanoma,
fluidity
which
thing that you want to be a tampax so you can go inside her. And the newspapers called you. And you was a married man. And she didn't know no other man apart from you. And that's how you treat her. That's how you treat her. And Father made sure he punished you for
Yes,
that.
that's right, Rita. It certainly
you
is.
still with a
The
pancake
significance
down.
here
You're
is
married
that
to
it's a
pancake.
personalised vaccine for individual patients. It's produced by the company Moderna, and the study looks at how it's applied in combination with an existing drug for high-risk melanoma patients called Keytruda, made by Merck. And these are both applied together after surgery. And what the study shows is an extension
And
of the
she's with
amount
us
of
as well.
time
She
a
now,
patient
she's here.
lives on
She's
without
set.
the cancer coming
And she
back,
gave me a
and a
picture of me.
reduction in the
The
risk
one
of
that
it
you
spreading to other
stole
parts of the
and then
body
changed and put the
compared
cells
with
in
if
the
they
back on
just
there.
had the drug
She gave
on
it to
its
me.
own.
And then you
Now,
killed her.
it has to be said,
Diana
these are
Center, the
preliminary
Windsors. They're the
findings
real
of
British.
a
That
study
name, Windsor.
of a stage
Windsor.
3 trial.
Windsor.
We do
It's
need
no,
more
sorry.
data, and some commentators
Spencer, I do
are
apologise.
holding
Not
back a
Windsor.
bit
It's Timber.
because they
That's
don't
mixed,
want
not
to
that.
sort of hail this
Spencer.
as a great breakthrough. They do want to
That's
see a
British.
bit more of these findings.
That's upper
But
class
that
British.
hasn't
They're
stopped
proper
share prices
topping up,
going up
the proper
pretty
British.
significantly
That's
for both
them.
companies on Wall Street tonight,
Proper
and a general
British,
sense of optimism
Yeah,
around it. And I think you could get
See, that's
one
really good.
conclusion, which is optimistic. A
Big
commentator
ears
saying
used to come
tonight
out.
that it is a
in the
breakthrough,
70s, right?
showing that vaccines
Well,
can
year to one, year to two, year
against
to
the
one in Maria,
recurrence
right?
of one of
All
the
the crowd of
diseases.
people kept saying this. Where is Diana? Him get
The ultra-low
vexed.
emission zone in
You know, he just
London
get vexed like a little child, right? Him come out, him and his mother, and the rest of the ugly crew, right? And all the people are saying is, where is Diana? Vexed them, right? So they took it out on Diana, didn't they? And you know what this is doing? They used to lock her in a room, guys. They used to lock her in a room, right?
But now things have changed.
Poor girl. Poor girl. That's what they used to do to her wife, because she stole the limelight all the time. Have you seen her in the dress? That dress? Weird.
With more polluting
Look about Liz Hurley. Tell me Liz Hurley, she looks nice.
In London,
Right? But not when Diana puts on a dress. Just sit down, darling, please. Weird. That dress. Worried. I need vexed, guys. Because she stole the limelight every time. Every time.
This study, tracking the lung health for more than 3,000
And guess what? The
primary
only
school
worst thing
pupils
is like, because
as
she's
they grow
royalty
up.
now,
What do you
you
know
know,
about
if
airplanes?
anything happens to royalty, what happens? If they die in the tunnel, what happens? You lock off the tunnel,
The results today surprised
right?
even
And
the
they do an
scientists
investigation. Why,
involved.
royalty
After
has
London's
just
US
died,
zone was introduced,
right?
children
So
had
that gets
impaired
locked
or
off down and we
damaged
do an
lung function.
investigation.
And the
Do
size
we
of
agree?
their
I hear
lungs
a
had also
multitude saying,
increased
we
to
agree
match
to.
other pupils
So,
living
how is it?
outside the capital.
Right? That 15 minutes after, he just swept it up and opened it up. Let me say it again. So, how is it? 15 minutes later, he just swept it up and reopened it. Huh?
Money-making measure, but I think it's really important that we've shown that
And it's not
that's
no common,
intended,
you know,
it's brought in
right?
to improve people's health.
It's royalty.
And we've shown that it actually has improved
Right?
the health of children. living in London.
This Spencer,
But at the
weird.
moment, it's impossible to say those
And you just swept that
restrictions
up
are
quickly,
the only
didn't you?
reason for the improvements
Tutu,
in lung health.
and his royalty,
Other
real
scientists
royalty.
say other factors could be part of it,
Literal.
from changing behaviour to the impact of COVID, when there were far fewer cars on the road.
And, to make it worse,
9-year-old
the
Ella
young
Adukisi
Queen
Deborah, who died after an asthma attack in
that
2013,
little boy
was the first person to
get
have air
up
pollution
and go
listed on
marching.
her death certificate.
What, when they just lost their mum?
Mum
Yeah,
says the
because the
evidence
monarch's
shows
more
more
important. So
clean
what
air
happened when you
zones
did that?
should be
All
created
grandmas
across
turned
the
on you,
country.
didn't they? They turned on you.
Everywhere in the country
Didn't believe that, did you, Queen? They turned on you. What kind of queen are you, they say? What kind of grandma are you? They just lost their mum, and then you want them to go marching. Yeah, you felt that one, didn't you? The people
Air
turned on you,
pollution
didn't they?
in parts of the UK is still well above
Grandma
recommended
Queen.
levels.
That's
Today's
where you saw
findings are
that,
not
though.
conclusive, but they do suggest it may be
The
possible
boys
to not
just
just
lost their
improve,
mother.
but restore the lung health of children
gotta go
living
out there
in our busy
marching.
cities. Jim Reid,
We'll
BBC
even
News.
pardon them.
First test between England
She
and
went important,
Pakistan
was she?
has got underway at
You show
Headingley,
had to go
and
on.
it's
That's
Joe
what you
Root's
showed
first
when
match
the
back
public
in
turned
charge
against you.
as captain after Ben Stokes' shock announcement
Because she
last
was a
month.
good
He was
woman,
stepping
that's
down.
why.
The tourists were
And
bowled
that
out for
respect she deserved.
171, and England ended the day 112.
Yeah, Tanja, he said goodbye English rules.
Beach
Just
the new
stop
boss,
it.
same as the
I
old
was telling you
boss.
so.
Joe Root is back for a second
right.
stint as England's permanent captain. Decision number one, bowl first. Ball number
Actually,
one.
breakthrough.
Worked out nicely. Ollie Robinson led the charge. In the post-Ben Stokes era, England need men who make things happen. Two down, but he was about to throw it down. The showers passed eventually, and Pakistan found clarity. Imam ul Haq led them out of the crisis. It's the job of a captain to try and make trouble. Root beckoned Josh Tongue on to provoke Imam into an error. Concentration broken, partnership broken. When Robinson came back, the wicket was broken too. He finished with 5 wickets, and so would Tongue. Pakistan all out for 171. Job done from the bowlers. That is, of course, only part of the story. There will be much attention on the way England bat. Openers Ben Duckett and Emilio Gay left with regrets. But as dusk approached, a beacon remained. In the last few months, England have lost a coach, a captain, and a philosophy. But hope endures. Because in the end, Joe Root is still there. Patrick Geary, BBC News.
People living on a remote Australian island have been treated to an unusual sight. A 52-metre-long SpaceX rocket drifted off the coast of Christmas Island after 24 days at sea.
Goodbye, patrols. May you ever grow in our hearts. You are the grace of the place to say. When I feel torn apart, you called out to our country, and you whispered to those in pain. Now you belong to your and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you live your life like a candle on the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain sets. And your footsteps will always follow along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out before your legend evergreen. Loveliness we've lost, those empty days without a smile. This torch will always close for our nation's golden child. Even though we try, the truth brings us to tears. All our words cannot express the joy you've brought us through the years. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle at the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always follow you along England's greenest hills. Candles burned out long before. Your legend ever will. Goodbye, rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You were the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. Goodbye, Miss Road, from a country lost without a soul, who missed the wings of your compassion more than you will ever know. And it seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always follow you along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before. Your legend ever will.
New creative world, and dedication to the sisters who are awake. The event is not deliberate on those sisters, man. They're downright to boy. It's really a beautiful time. It's really meant to be the best time ever. The best time. Humble, obviously. You can I'm to chill out now. I am. Chill out. British murder. British murder. British murder. I hope the sons, you are good sons, it's being effective. I hope you're starting to listen. You know, ask yourself some big mind questions. But you're not a child. You know, there's plenty good inside you. Of course there is. You come from good parents though. And you got a nostril. So that means you're good. It's got infected. We all get infected now. In the meantime, we admit it. And then asking for help. Nothing wrong with asking for help, son. Nothing at all. I mean, you're on the right track. Get me, my brother. You even cry. It's good to cry as well. Get it out, man. It's frustrating. Because you want to start something different. You've got that tramp holding you back. Frightening you. What did I tell you about the fear? I told you what to do with it, didn't I? So give it to them. Give it to them. Right. They're built for it. Built to them. Right. He says, why? You're the English rose. Right? So you're going to make sure you're nice. You have all the power you need. Don't be frightened. You English rose. Don't be frightened. Sometimes feel like that. It really is. Everyone is welcome. No? That's what makes it really fair. It's for everyone. That's what makes it fair, really, truly. You know, because it's for everybody. And that's the beauty of it. It's for everyone. That is the beauty of it, fun, man. And I do respect you for that. It is. It's a certain truth, man. Different job. It is for everyone. Right. Different truth. is he? He controls the ruler. He said, what's that? I said, just watch me. That's what I said to him. What is it? No money. No money, son. Don't buy yourself something. Don't buy your mother something. Don't buy your grandma something. Don't buy your girlfriend. You're blessed if you got yourself a girlfriend. Well, look after your girlfriend now. If you got a girlfriend. They made sure they ain't got a girlfriend. No, father said, I made sure. I said, alright then. Or somebody made sure. Right? But if you have a girlfriend and then a grandmother and you got a father as well. Oh, if you've got a father, you're even more blessed. You've got that family connection. You're blessed, man. And they don't promote that. So you need to. And show people. And show off with it, Dan, if you've got family connection. You're damn right, bro. Show off with it, Dan. Right? Because that's what they don't like. They can't control that. But they're trying their best to break it down. So make sure your family is strong. Okay, don't do family ties. They don't do it. It's family ties. They can't get in, can they? When you're solid with your family. They can't get in. Mind them now. Crowd that people. Careful of them, man. They're not nice. They don't like peaceful children. No, that's a trick. No, they're very good at tricks. What about deceiving? Call it what you want. That's a trick. Not that. Not that. I would say good morning to you. Only unless they want something. No, that's ulterior motive. I have no idea, miss. No idea, miss. I'm coming.
It's
Yeah, guys, I'm quite proud of myself. Let's see that. I don't know. How's everyone feeling? Everyone nice? Have you set yourself any goals, guys? Any little small goals? Little small goals? Set a little pat on the back. Nothing too high. You know, carrots. No, just little ones. You can reach it and then, you know, be nice to yourself and then settle on them. Just a little bit higher. It's not too hard to reach. Think you like that. Don't sit up there and it's too hard to reach. Then you don't like yourself because you can't reach it. That's just silliness. Come on. Don't be gentle with yourself. There's no one else here going to help us, are they? They want to set us up to fail. I know. So we can't do it for me. We have to make sure we're in tune with the prayer. Because you can't touch you. Why? Because you're praying. You can't touch you when you pray. Not at all. Same thing. Heart. Why is it getting hot? I just tell you there's no sacrifice. Right? You know where the spicy white man is there. There's no spicy. There's no sacrifice. The editor. And Elton's vintage though. Because that man's been going on since I've been a child. What about Don't Go Breaking My Heart? My name's been going on since 10 days. You get me? Right? Say what you want to say about him then. Say what you want to say about him. Right? Say what you want to say about him. The man still makes beautiful music though. Right? The man still makes beautiful music. The editor. showed him no mercy. That's what it says in this. Isaiah chapter 47. That's what it says. Nice and long. Straight from Babylon and Trezon. I don't know who Trezon is, the next Babylon friend. Right? What your daddy now is saying, stand to attention and stand at ease, is what the father said. He doesn't care if you're a field marshal. You're still a little boy, right? You were still a little boy. Where do you think field marshal come from? Huh? When field marshal, right, see father, what does the field marshal do? Go and ask him. Yeah, crocodile spray. Right? And respect to all sons who have the fear of father in you. These are powerful sons. And those sons who don't fear father, they think they're it. I don't know what boxer shorts are sleeping today, but they think they're it. Woe to those who think they're it. Rest there. What about the weak and the vulnerable? What about Matthew chapter 5, verse 5? Little angel number. What does it say? It said, blessed, 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 not cursed, blessed are the gentle. Why? Because they and they alone shall inherit the earth. No one else. Nobody else. Action Man, nobody else. Mighty Mouse, nobody else. Nobody else. So remember what Father says, I'm going to put hooks in your jaw. Don't forget that. So I want to see how you're about to speak when he puts hooks in your jaw. Since you've got so much to say, but you're not telling people Father's name, why not? Huh? Why aren't you telling the good children Father's name so they can get their blessings? Why not? Huh? You're still there. You're still there. And I tell Miss, right? Because all good things has to come to an end. What about this one? What goes up has to come back down. Here's one more. Whatever, it doesn't matter when or where, but whatever is done in the dark has to come to light, right? So you stay there. There is nowhere to hide. Remember, there's no bunkers, because when he says to the ground, time for putty, it turns to putty. Have you seen putty? When it turns to putty, what happens? It just flakes. It's like a flake. It just flakes. And this is, earthquakes? This is earthquake. The ground shakes. That's Father. You stamp in his feet. Or you just get a car. And it just cracks. See the power on the Father? See the power he's got? The earth just cracks. When he gives the command. You know how powerful this thing is? The thing, everything gets up and running. When they see him, and he loves that guy. He loves it. You would see him. He's like, no, okay. But that's out of respect and fear. And he loves that. Right? Because he's something to respect and fear. Not like these little sons. Because when they see Father, I can guarantee you, right? They're going to be running straight behind who? Not he, she. Right? Because Father will desecrate that. But he'll be running behind real women, this tramp. Right? And real women will just push him out the way and say, this is your time now. Go and deal with Father. And if you've got any sense, take off that dress and take off her brassiere and go to Father like a proper man, you damn clown. And you have to explain to him what gives you the right to think you can go into women's changing rooms. What gives you that right? And then when they do pull you up about it, you want to come now with male aggression. Huh? The operation couldn't get rid of that slow to anger nonsense in you, could it? That rejection, the operation couldn't get rid of that, could it? You damn tramp. And you're not even embarrassed in going in women's church. I swear down. And you know my grandmother in a restaurant, I use the toilet, my children, when I have children with Father. And you even was to consider, right? Even touching the woman's toilet. Even consider. That's the tramp. these Satan things are coming to an end now. Coming to an end, right? It says male and it says female. It doesn't say he, she, or it doesn't say Adam is now changed into Steve, and out of foolishness there with Eve, right? That's just nonsense. That is getting killed and using bum as some sort of love thing. Do you know what comes out of bum? Have you smelled bum? And then you're getting your willy and sticking it in bum, and then walking down the aisle with a man, saying that this is your husband, whatever that is, and then you're raising children, confusing children, two men raising children. I mean, what kind of ridiculousness is that? But you're selfish, that's what that is, because you want to live out that filth. And then when your child goes to school, your child's getting desecrated. They put your child on the internet and cursing your child and saying, this is the parents of a he, she. You're not thinking about them things, are you? Because you want to live that way, what the system says it's all right to live. But if you go to any other countries, they will burn you alive, bro. Right? Because bottom is bottom, bro. And Father even put AIDS on bottom just to warn you. But you found a way just to suppress the AIDS, not to get rid of it. And it was a black African man who showed you how to suppress that. You can't get rid of it, but you still choose to interfere with bottom, even though Father's put a curse on it. But you still to please Satan. And then you have the next one called having sex with camels and mammals. So you've got Eminem now speaking this to children. The best way to please Satan is to have sex with who? Animals. Really? Yes. Which ones? Camels and mammals. This is what he's telling you. This is what he's telling you proudly in his lyrics. Because he's got his feet in now with Satan. And where your children are not listening to what they're hearing, they're just going with the beat and it looks cool and but these demons are coming in here. Because he's telling you how to have sex with camels and mammals. And this is what pleases Satan. And this is what the song is telling you, but you're not listening to the song. Cola people. They're subtle, they're dangerous, man. They're dangerous. They're not going to tell you, listen, we're supporting Satan, are you? And this is why we laugh at them, right? Because there's no way Father would employ me, right? Or have me ordained, even before he placed me on mother's womb, right? If I'm not praising him with Father, it's just impossible. There is no way. That's just a weak child. That's just an idiotic idiot child, right? You're supposed to speak about your Father and the grateful things that he does for you and the things that he shows you. I mean, what doesn't make sense him having you? And then you want to go support Satan, and then what's that doing? Just harming innocent people. You know, doing it secretly behind a system which is now being pulled apart. And for you now to stand up with Satan, he's treating you like a fool and you're committing suicide. You're committing suicide by the dozens, committing suicide. He's got you going out there killing people, going to war, killing people. And then when we come back and have a conversation with you, you've killed more people yourself. You say it's for survival, whatever. We ask you how many children, you say you killed many children because they use them as, put bombs on them and stuff like that. So you're killing children. And all your friends that you've gone with, they're all dead. You've seen them all being killed. So what? That doesn't traumatize you, no? You think you can just come back into normal life now after you've seen all that and all your friends have gone. But they're not explaining to you the death. They're not explaining the death. This is the part that breaks you. The way how your friends die. They're not explaining that. The begging that your friend's begging you not to leave him. Because it's different then when you're dying. And you're in a foreign country as well. And your life is flashing in front of you. It's different. It's completely different. And you're relying on that friend to make sure my body gets there. Don't leave me. You don't know the stuff that they say to each other. You have no idea. And these stuff break them. Because they've got to walk around with that. And that was their friend. And they wasn't told that they was going to go and do all this killing and they could lose their lives. Do you think they would have went? If they, in any inkling, they might even harm their leg, let alone harm their arm. But no, you can get killed. You can get killed. They don't tell you that. And if you don't get killed, then you have to kill or you'll be killed. Because this is where you are. And when they see you as white target. That's what they see you as. Because don't forget what these countries have done to these Middle East places. Don't forget that. So when they've seen you coming there in your army gear and you're going to somebody else's land, They're set up, they've got everything set for you to walk into whatever it is you're walking into. You go into someone else, but they don't care. They want that dollar, don't they? They want that dollar. They don't care who they kill. And this is what you're seeing. This is what you're seeing. Using your people, man. You don't value nothing, guys. You don't value nothing. You don't. You don't. And we've got kids coming back from war, traumatized. Proper, like proper traumatized. The poor people, proper traumatized. And you did that to the poor son. You did that. Right? And then when he does come home, you ignore him. You ignore him. Or he starts walking around like that idiot there who thinks he's Sergeant Major because they've given you a house. Yeah, but you killed people. You killed people to get that. You killed people. They don't give you nothing for free. You killed people. You're their boy because you killed people, so you're cursed. You're cursed. That's why you don't like a child like me. We don't kill nobody. We uplift people. We don't kill them. And for you to be noticed, you have to kill people and strut around like you're something, and then aggravate people to do you something and get themselves locked up. And that's how you do your thing. You're a weak little white boy. Everything's engineered for you. You pick on brown sons. So they lose themselves and get themselves arrested and put them in jail. That is your top card, putting us in jail. It's your top card. But now you're going to jail, or you're going to commit suicide because father's picking on you. The stuff he done to his son, and showing you where in scriptures to find it, and showing you how you're struggling now. Because racism is expensive. That's why you're struggling, right? Racism is expensive. Go and ask Donald McDonald Ranald. Go and ask him, right? Got the people in my right hand. No, saying sorry. Well, we have to give you £100 extra on top. Excuse me. Yes, we have to give you £100 extra, and that's not because of us. That's because of Donald, right? And these people are committing suicide because they've never had a problem. Don't forget the system back then, right? Because the system wanted you to go against the children and you did it free willing, not thinking it would have consequences. And now the system can't hold you. It can't carry you now, as you can see. It can't carry you. Cannot carry you, right? And in the sequence of being carried, you didn't learn the basics in life. So you don't know basics, which makes it even more dangerous for you, because now is the time you're going to need to know how to survive just on basics. Not on 3 houses, one on the way. And you've got all these people to clean for you and pick up the farming stuff for you. And all you just got to do is sit down underneath the sun, underneath the shade, you know what I mean, and drink a little pop and just give you orders out. Those days are done, right? Those days are done. Right, everybody's going back to who everyone is. Everyone's just the same. And we all need people to help each other, right? But yours is special, yours is, right? Because now you're complaining. No one's listening to you. Nobody is listening. No one at all is listening to you. No one is listening, right? Because the same one that you complain about is the same one that you voted for to hurt brown children and to hurt indigenous children, to make this America great again. What the hell is that? Is Make America Great Again. You know what that is. That's your little slogan talk, isn't it? Right, but it backfire on you, right? Because you did great from what they really were, savages, right? So what's happening now? You're turning on each other, right? Because it was the people's equipment. Why you wasn't turning on each other, but now you can't get no more equipment from the people, and the stuff that you've got, you've worn them out completely. You don't double, you don't triple, you're trillions in debt. So now you have to fight over scraps, and this is what you're doing now. The Strait of Hormuz doesn't belong to you. It's not yours. It doesn't belong to you. The Oman neither doesn't belong to you. None of them are yours. But because nobody wants to buy anything from you now, you prefer to blow it up. You prefer to blow it up than for people to live and get from that. And when that's got, that's it. Dance is done. Dance is done. We get food. We'll be eating each other like it was before. And this is what it's engineered for. Because Satan's saying, if I can't run it, then no one will. But that's a lie. That's a lie, because they're all one. They're all the same. They're all the one. So that's just a lie, because they're all the same. Right? That's just to get you to take his mark and to get us suffering and to take away all these things now. What? Because we all run, well, not me technically, and father's children, but the majority is all done by the system. I mean, if the system was to stop functioning tomorrow, how do you think you would survive? You? How do you think you would survive if the system was to shut down tomorrow? How do you think you would survive? You? What are you going to do when there's no internet, guys? Huh? What are you going to do when there's no internet? Huh? You didn't think of that yet. Why don't you think about these things? What about when you get your money out and you can't get your money out? Why? No internet. Huh? You have no idea what this wicked man's got planned for us, have you? No idea at all. Right? You're too much in nanny state. You don't nanny state, innit? Everything press button, nanny state. You're in nanny state too much, though. You don't even know how to clean yourself. You don't even know how to sort a problem out. And that's not cursing nobody. We don't even know how to prepare food. I mean, grown from scratch. We don't even know how to grow crops. Nothing at all. Until that damn system. Until as you're eating this plastic food to survive. And that dangerous food done. And thinks that's what he's going to survive on when this thing kicks in, that devil food. I will spoil it then. You turn it into worms. You turn it into worms. Because it's you he's coming for. And you think he's smarter than father. It's you he's coming for, bro. And he's going to embarrass you in front of the people. And the people are going to laugh at you. And see that you're just an idiot. Right? And they're going to be thinking, how did we get fooled by these people? Yeah, because you sold that to the children. That's why. That's why. You've been suffering the way you've been suffering. What you did to the children. It's all he cares about, guys. Is the nothing else is important. Nothing's important. Only his children. Nothing. And they made sure he didn't know anything about the children, not anything about father. But it's his world. Everything belongs to him. You see how rude these people are. And then you wonder why father and Emmanuel are not plotting to murder them in front of everyone. Just treat them like little girls that are sorry. Treat them like little pests that they are. Because girls and women are much better than them. So we don't even need to put them in that category. But father is going to show you up. That's what he's going to do. Since you want to tell people you own the world and climate change and you're in control of this, that, what, no. Father's going to show you to show people that then. And your astrologers are in there, and the ones who read stars and gaze at the stars. Oh, he takes the mick out of you so much. But he tells his children, don't follow that. Because wise men follow the stars. Wise men don't bow down and worship stars. Fools do that. Stupid people do that. And then the sun will end up burning you. Because the sun don't want you praising it, right? Once you praising its father, not you praising it. Didn't ask you to praise it, right? But you'll do anything to praise than to praise father. You'll even praise shit than to praise father. This is how wicked you really are. You'll even praise shit, right? Than to praise the good man himself. You are the worst children on the planet now. You're not fooling nobody. You're not fooling no one with Christianity and nonsense and the devilistic foolishness. You're not fooling no one, guys. At all. Your whole thing's getting dismantled. And it's pathetic because you've got no children, right, that have any love in them, that can even pretend that they like the father. None of them at all, because they're all children of Satan, and the stuff that Satan gets you doing, you can look at you until you're broken beyond repair. You can see it. The stuff that he has you doing, because you don't like doing that stuff, because you wasn't created that way at all. It's something you picked up, right? And you've got no choice, because that's what he likes. And I'm going to let you into a secret, right? Between me and you, right? And don't tell me I told you, right? Now hear this. Serious talk now, yeah? You know Satan, right? He's a child of Qadeshness. He's a Qadesh youth still. The proper Qadesh youth now, right? And you know the stuff that he's getting you to do. Listen to me. He doesn't even like it himself. He doesn't like it. Have you ever seen him have sex with animals? Have you ever seen him drink blood? Huh? Have you ever seen him do all these things he gets you to do? Don't think about what I'm saying to you, have you? That is a Pradesh Yuddha. But what he does do, he gets you to do it because he knows father will go mad. Don't forget they were best friends, these two. Inseparable, these two. So if anyone knows father and knows what he likes and don't like, it's Satan. And everything you're doing is dressed up to make it look like it's alright. Father hates every last thing you're doing, and that's Satan. And that's Satan, and that's how dangerous this child is, right? Just because he can't rule. But he's an idiot and he's petrified of father. And he's only got certain things that he can do. There's only certain things he can do. Only certain. Only certain. Did you hear review for children? Only certain. So certain means not much, doesn't it? Just like 33%. It's nothing when it's around the real children, because it asks to be put in a pig. And we say, leave the pig alone. Right? Because you're injecting the poor pig and doing all sorts to it. Right? The father doesn't say kill it. Right? He says don't touch it when it's dead. You damn trying. They're trying to make us harm the pig instead of harming you. You see how wicked they are? They do anything not to get hurt, you know, these fools. They even put women there. What about elders when they believe you're too old? What do? They bring you to the mountain and congratulate you about your age and then push you off, man, to the door. And then push you off. Right? And then grandma, she's so weary, right? She's an awful trust. And she says, where's the grandson? I said, here I am. She said, I'm partially blind. He said, I know you are. But you can hear the voice. I'm your grandson. Come. You have to deal with her. Because my grandma's blind. They didn't say that, but did they? My grandma's blind then, as well. But she trusts the grandson. How much she does. Everyone else stole from her. Everyone else did. Not the grandson. Not the grandson. Good boy, Navis. Good boy, Miss. Good boy. Only serious women can tell you this. And serious men. And how many people get tested here. And that's when you have a real strength of a man or woman. And that damn Satan. The damn Satan. Right? I don't even know how Adam got caught. I don't even know how he got caught. The Adam. I don't know how he got caught, man. The damn Adam. Sure. No idea, guys. But we're not going to make that mistake at all. No, we ain't. No, we ain't. The man's still in the cave to this day. The Halwa and the Adam. They're still in the cave to this day. So can you imagine what you're going to be like? You're going to be in that lake in the fire. There's going to be like 626 quadrillion years. I hear a child say 627 quadrillion. All right, 628 quadrillion. And guess what? You'll still be in the lake in the fire. It could have 999,000 quadrillion years, and you'll be in the lake in the fire. Because it's eternal. It doesn't stop, miss. It's eternal. It doesn't stop. Just like we'll be glorified. And we'll have Father's heart in us. We'll be well-being children. We'll have his heart, his spirit, his soul. We'll just be like him. We'll just be like him. Everything nice. And we'll be showing so much different things in the world. And we'll have wings as well. We'll be well-behaved. And mansions and all of it. Yo.
Sorry to disturb you. I saw you had not eaten the eggs. I was wondering if I can eat one of them, and I'll just do it for you tomorrow. If you're not going to eat it now.
Take them.
No, I just want one. And I'm just hungry for one.
Alright.
Yeah, if you don't eat it, then I'll eat it tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll make you fresh ones.
Yeah, you might as well take both of them then. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Alright then, I'll see you later, yeah?
Good night.
Yeah, good night, bro. Good night. Good night. Good night. The damn Satan. He's got no power, guys. He's an idiot. He's got no power. The Satan. No power, though. They don't give him. He's an idiot. Even his empire, they're idiots, man. His father's dance, it's not theirs. And his son controls it because he died for it and came again for it and left blood for the good children. What about the spicy whites? And for the spicy whites. Oh yes. Just don't try. And it's best because they ain't got no name. Yeah, because you're gonna lick in the fire. Why would we have a name for you if you're going to lick in the fire? Liquid cocoa spray. Sure. Oh my goodness. Lake of the fire. Not nice, is it? Don't sound nice, is it, guys? Lake of the fire. Don't sound nice. What about being glorified in a new garden? Now that sounds apostrophe, isn't it? That sounds like that's what we all need. Because we've all been lied to and turned against each other. Some people have turned their sex into this, and some people have turned themselves into that, and some people have turned themselves into this, and some people don't worry about it. Dip yourself in the blood and start again, mate. Come on, babe. Come virgin. Dip yourself in the blood, come again. What about all the stuff you've done? Dip yourself in the blood and come again. I need to keep punishing yourself for the bad stuff you've done, because the world's designed for you to do that. We ain't got time for it. Right? We've got time to dip ourselves when we're serious, because you can't dip and then come again. Dip and wave it. This is dip and change. No. Dip and swap. No. It's dip and come. Right? When you know you're serious, no matter what nastiness you've done or you haven't done, doesn't matter, right? Because your sweetie, and as bad as it sounds, the raping of the child or the woman is the same sin. I know. Don't sound right, is it? Oh, Martin to say for, but it's the same. So it doesn't matter what you're riddled in, the blood's there. But you have to be serious if you want to become a virgin and come again, right? You can't dip in it and then change. Oh, change my mind. Instant get wiped out. Because then you're disrespecting the Ruach Kodesh. And they can forgive sin of man, but they cannot forgive you insulting the Ruach Kodesh. Right? So if you are ready to dip yourself, know what you're doing. Right? Know what you're doing. And you don't need to go to none of these church people and they're dipping some wee-wee. You don't want that. You can do it at home. And you're serious self, you can do it at home. They've got the thing inside you. You understand there's lots of false prophets around. They're not false. Your house is not false. Your book's not false. They're inside you. Right? So when you want to dip the... Don't ask anyone to dip you. Right? Because when they created you, they didn't create you with anyone else there. They created you. So when you're ready to come to them, you come to them on your own, and they will deal with you. They know you. He don't know you. She don't know you. They didn't create you. They created you. They know you. They know you. And there's a way how you get to them, and that's to dip. And go away with that nastiness, what's on us, and then they can deal with you. Makes sense now, innit? Then they can deal with you. You're clean now, you're serious. Then they can't deal with you when you're like this, and all that nastiness. They can't. Because then you're interfering with their ruler. Right? And the ruler doesn't pick and choose going to you because you're... No. It doesn't work like that. No. It's royalty. It's exclusive. It's an insult to harm it. Right? And it's there for everyone. Some of you are not ready for it. And if you do accept it and you mess it up, it will instantly kill you because it doesn't allow you to mess around with it. It's the Ruach Kodesh. Right? And they're not teaching children these things because they don't want you to be serious. They want you to be What about viral? Just do anything stupid then you can go viral. Not that nonsense. What about instant? No! You've done instant. No miss. Right? And then they come out today, man. And that thing is hurting our children, man. Like, dangerously. The children are monsters in the worst way possible. Sad to say, which it certainly is. Right? But the children are monsters. You hear me? The children are monsters. Right? In the highest degree possible. They're monsters. They're monsters. They're monsters. And you have to blame yourself for that. You do. Because you didn't show them no love. You showed them that damn phone. And all them monsters on the phone got to the children and showed them a different kind of love. And now they think that all that violence and showing the knife and I've killed and I've show you all these people and I'll give you all this money and you'll be yeah, they're in that. They're in that world. And it'd be virtually difficult to take them out. Why? Because the money what you're offering children, they wouldn't even look at your pocket money, the money what you're offering them to work, which is the money what children make today. Have no law to think that they would do what our ancestors did and get taxed and MOT and then get back with crap. Children are on that. They make more money than you can count. You've lost your children. You've lost them. You've lost them. This is why they have attitude, because you built the world on money, right? And your children have more money than you. They have more money than you, believe me. Because your children are stupid. And you built this stupid world of money and then made sure they got money. Because they know you ain't got none. And you didn't show them love, guys. You didn't show your children love at all. No, you didn't. You didn't. And you know you did it as well. You didn't show your poor white children love. This is why they are the way they are. Poor children are confused. They think everyone's against them. At present, people are. Not because of you as such. It's your parents. It's them. But you suffer for it. Right? But you come at a good time still because you've got a mature generation here that knows that we're not allowed to do that to you. And the ones who do it to you are not the real children. Your problem is with Father, not with us. Not with us. Our duty is to take you home to Father. And that's the dance, guys. But some of these sons are not mature enough for that. Because they've got this Satan thing now. They've got this Satan stupid dance, what they got. The little 7 years nonsense. You know, that's what they're killing themselves for, guys. In a world what they don't control, remember? And in a world they're trillions in debt. Alright, and which idiot would fund a whole load of countries which are all losers, all trillions in debt? There's only one fool that would sponsor it, and that's Satan, the only fool, right? Because when you get to £500 and you're old, people are bankrupting you. They're not going to let you go trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions. Oh wait, and trillions and trillions and trillions in debt. Are they? There's something definitely wrong there, isn't there? There's something 100% wrong. Because we struggle to get a tenner without no bleeding tax. So how the hell are you getting trillions and trillions and trillions of Esau to do his work? And you're trillions in debt with him. But guess what? He's going to want pain, guys. Right? He's going to want pain. And guess how he gets paid? Guess how he gets paid? Oh, please. Why? Because you owe him. One thing you never do, guys. You never owe Satan or his children. Not even 2 pence. Not even 2 pence. Right? Because that 2 pence now, you're going to have to trade it with what? With the mark. We think this is friendship. Just stop being silly. We didn't go to the same school. Weird. Right? And I see your arms bandaged up. I see it. I'm compassionate. Give me a forehead. Damn tram. Weird. Right? So how else are you going to pay me what you owe me? Hey? And he wants pain. And what does Father say, guys? He says, scary. The first bowl, yours, from the mark of the beast. So those who take it. Then there's another bowl that comes out, guys. The second bowl. The seas, they turn to blood. Then there's a third bowl, guys. And the water turns to blood. Then there's a fourth bowl. Men are scorched with heat. Men are scorched with heat. Then there's a fifth bowl. Darkness into the kingdom of the earth. Just pure darkness, guys. Sixth bowl. The entrance has dried up, which is the river. And the seventh bowl, I can't see it, guys. Right? And then we've got the trumpets. Why? The first trumpet. Right? Vegetation is struck. instructs the meditation, guys. The second trumpet, the seas are struck, guys. The third trumpet, the waters are poison. Excuse me, listen, the water and poison, right? The fourth trumpet, the sky is struck. How? Don't worry about it. You strike the sky, it's damn. The fifth trumpet, the locusts are released. Oh, stop it, Father. Weird. One more. Oh, stop it. The sixth trumpet, a third of mankind are just killed. It's instant. There is there. Right? And this is what he has stored. And then we've got more up here. The first seal, the earth is conquered. The second seal, I can't see. The third seal, famine and inflammation. The fourth seal, a quarter of the people. I can't see that, so I'm not gonna judge it. There's lots going on, guys. People, children. There's lots going on, man. There's lots going on, guys. There's lots going on. And we're all involved, guys. And he's done it in parables. And some people understand it like the letter. And I need you to come and explain it to us, guys. Just a little bit what you know. Right? Because only these brown children know this thing. Right? So only these brown children, right, can show me what I'm looking for. Not the woman. Not the woman, it says. You don't hear it from the woman. And that's in Timothy chapter 1 or Timothy chapter 2. That's what the manual says. The lady learns this thing in silence. She does not learn it and take this thing or talk it at all. And man does not take no authority at all from a woman. And that's what Jesus said. And that's what it says there. Concerning this thing, because she's very easily led astray with this thing. It says this in the book, she finds a way of saying it says that instead of what it says. And proven for that behavior, she is. So Emmanuel says straight away, no authority to her at all. She must learn this thing in silence. That's what it says. That's what it says. When you see women bishops and all that, no, how, no, and no. That is not her position. She has many positions, but that is not her position. To teach and show the children, yeah, but not to come up on stage show. That's the sons. That's the sons. 12 sons, 1 daughter. They don't even talk about Dinya, the daughter. They talk about the daughter for some reason. Right? Just the sons. The sons have the penis, not the daughter. The sons. The sons. But Satan's turned it round and made it all about women and turned it into a prostitute. Made it think, I don't need a man. Why? It's about AI. All she's got to do is put that up, brother, and she get 1 million views and thinks, oh, I'm important. I'm not important at all. Right? You let your grandmother down. That's the first thing you did. That's the first thing you did. And number 2, the ancestors that was around you have walked away from you. The ones that you can't see have walked away from you. You're a sellout, sister. You're a sellout, man. You put the stupid system in your first. You're a sellout now. I bet you can't even hold on to a good man. I bet you can't even hold down a good relationship and a good man. You think you're too nice. That damn system, and you're not nice at all. Please believe me. We know eloquent women. We know women that spray themselves when they pass wind. We know eloquent sisters. We come out of it. And they don't have to show you they're eloquent. Why? Because children flock around them. Ah, different kind of woman completely. Ah, Dodo, please. Please. And the authority that she commands, second to none. James spoken, second to none. Other sisters, you stay with it. Which these men who beat up women will be petrified when they see her. They extremely know their place there. No, even to ask her for the time, he'd be punching on his weight. And that's just asking her for the time. You stay there. These sons, they're a joke, man. I'm gonna come and show people there's something. by taking people's materials. That's why you've got to shine and show you the materials is not who you are. They don't even speak to these worthless idols with no breath in them. The stolen items. And taking people's stolen items and then showing off with people with their stolen items. This is how pathetic you are. But when you're so desperate and you don't run anything, you're happy with the way it is and the way you've got it. Not thinking of other people at all. Just thinking about your damn greedy self. Every year you celebrate that. This is the 250th year you celebrated it. Never thought about the people that you harmed. And really brutalized them, like in a way that you couldn't even imagine. Right, and their spirits live through us, bro. You harmed a lot of children, bro. You killed a lot of women. You raped a lot of children. You can't get away with it, bro. You can't. You can't get away with it. You don't even show atonement for it. You want to pretend it never happened, like these people was not important. They're the most important thing that you've ever come across in your whole life. Carlos Edward Colston, right? And he's still got to pay for that bill. On Cabot Circus. And he made pretend to say that boy, they're not the cheek, right? To call a girls' school Colston Girls, right? So when little girls are going to school and say, Mom, yes honey, why is my school called Colston Girls? You see the trauma. You see the trauma with his batty face. And it's only because the good public outside of Bristol saw that name and went absolutely mad, and then he changed it. And then he changed it. The trauma of these people, the trauma. The trauma. And don't worry, you're going to go there to be a slave. You are. Not with Esau, because we're going to get rid of Esau, like I told you already. It's just going to be you. And Satan's going to be the lake of the fire. And if you do happen to pass the tribulation, if you do, then you'll become our slaves. And that's how it's written. Because you sold his children. That's what Joel 3, Palestine. You sold his children. You had sex with their boys. And you had fun with their girls with drink. You sold them to the Greeks. That's what you done. You took their gold and silver and then put yourself in their land. And now look where you are now. Now look where you are. He's even got modern Israel's sons, their dogs. He's got their dogs to have sex with your sons. The dogs. Knowing what they do and everything. You rent penis everything. Why? Because of what you did to his sons. Joel 3. You turned his boys into harlots. That's what he says, doesn't it? You turned his boys into prostitutes. How dare you? You had sex with little children. That's what you did to his boys. Joel 3, Palestine. Palestine doesn't say that. And then you look and you see Palestine. So how do you think Palestine is the way it is? Why do you think that is? And they're trying to tell you that Palestine are the children there. See, if Palestine are the children there, right, then who is he talking about then? If they are the children there, when he's telling them that you sold my children to the Greek and put yourself there, Palestinia, Gaza. So who's he talking about then? If they are the original ones. Doesn't make sense, does it? And it's calling them by name and telling them what they've done. They just lied to everybody and came up with a white and a caramel pearl version of the truth. That's what they've done. Not realising they just killed themselves. And a lot of people's faith you've interfered with. There's a lot of genuine people who are into their faith and you've messed it up. You have messed it up. And the book tells you don't even think about doing anything like that, and you've done it. So it says all their diseases and infections, I will chuck them at you. And if you haven't got them in the book, I still chucked it at you. And this is what you're seeing. This is what you're seeing, guys. right? And you can't say he's unjust. Because he tells you, if you do that, I'll do this to you. If you do that, I'll do this to you. So, he's true to his word. You can't deny him that. And you deny him. You pretend he's not there, but you see he's a pig. But you deny him still. And you think that your little drugs that you get from my hand. No, it just suppresses it, miss. That's all it does. And then you're addicted to the side effect and the withdrawal of it, which is designed to. So it keeps you holding on. Right. Not nice as it is. Not nice, miss. Not nice. I didn't help you out. People are hungry. I mean, don't even feed people. He's no goodness. There's no goodness in him. At all. At all. And this is why we clash. Because you can't be around people who there's no goodness in them at all. Not one bit of goodness.
Please don't hurt it. Once true and in my heart. It's easy, man, something still she's on my heart. The way she loves me, sweet memory. Maybe it's the beginning of her misery. 'Cause I don't care what's going to me, you see. You still taking lessons from me. Though she isn't in my top 10, still she is not my child. Sitting in the back bench, still she's a student of my class. The way she loved me, sweet, sweet memory. Maybe it's the beginning of an history. 'Cause I don't care what she's been, you see. You still taking lessons from me. Please don't you hurt it. Once true and in my heart. But she isn't in my top 10, still she is on my heart. The way she loved me, sweet, sweet memory. Maybe it's the beginning of a mystery. 'Cause I don't care what's going to be, you see. You still taking lessons from me. Yeah. Though she isn't in my top 10, still she is on my child. Sitting in the back bench, still she's a student of my class. The way she loved me, sweet, sweet memory. Maybe it's the beginning of a mystery. 'Cause I don't care who's good she's been, you see. You still taking lessons from me. No talk about it.
Excuse me, madam. Would you care for a dance? Nice tune. You're great. What kind of day you had today, you guys? Huh? You had a Ruach Kadesh day? You had a nice day? The weather was kind of... It wasn't really like shocking and stinging. But it was a nice day, so it's good. Crowd of people. What about all those blessed spiritual ones? Hi to all spiritual guys. Hi guys. Those are looking after the earth as well. How you doing? Good children. The ones who are just finding out who they are. The ones who are just lost. But they know something's going on. They just find out who they are. And they're just going along with it. And they're loving it. Those children. Have a son. Oi. Oi. And the good music, and all those who do music. Doesn't matter how you do it, you do music, dedication to you. Do music. Oi! And that's what keeps Satan children at bay. Because he's the master of sound. But he's not, guys, because that's just noise. That's not a matter of ringing, you're damn right. That's noise. It's a bit nice in October, it's just noise. Don't talk about it. Say it. Right, we're again, guys. We're again. Is it British or me? Is it British? Is it British?
The spacecraft took off in July, reaching orbit before the upper stage of the rocket re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, landing in the Indian Ocean. SpaceX has now retrieved the rocket. Time for a look at the weather now with Louise Leah. Hi, Louise.
Hi there, Rita. Well, this cloud looked a little bit like an alien spaceship because, yes, we've seen some showers. Some of them heavy and thundery. This was Cambridgeshire just a few hours ago. The sharp, thundery downpours, well, that's that cluster there starting to ease away. But we've still got a rash of showers despite the thunder easing down a touch. And they're across southern Scotland into northern England and Northern Ireland. They'll continue to drift their way slowly southwards overnight tonight. Now we are going to see some sharp showers developing tomorrow morning. Temperatures overnight mid-teens, but a chillier start in Scotland. But look at this. We could see a return to some thundery downpours and pretty slow moving as we move through tomorrow morning across northern England and parts of North Wales. A lot of heavy rain in a short space of time, and a very hard ground could lead to some localised flash flooding. Those showers will drift their way steadily south, a brisk northerly wind further north, and top temperatures around 14 to 17 degrees, 22 degrees in the far south and east. As we move into Friday, that northerly flow will continue to drive a few scattered showers, some coming in off the east coast and some down through the Irish Sea and impacting parts of the north coast of Northern Ireland, accompanied by a brisk northerly wind. That'll make it feel even fresher, something that we've not been used to for several weeks now. So temperatures slightly below par, and with that wind it will feel a little on the cool side for this time of year. But if you want to return to some summer sunshine and some dry weather but not extreme heat, high pressure is building as we move into the start of the weekend, and that means Saturday, Sunday and Monday for most of us. Dry, settled, sunny and a little warmer before more rain arrives from Tuesday onwards. Rita.
Louise, thank you very much. And that is tonight's BBC News at 10. News continues here on BBC One, as now it's time for the news where you are. Good night.
On BBC London, a car park where a woman was murdered and another raped is causing anguish for local people who say it's still being used by vulnerable women. And nobody's doing anything to help them.
Are you hearing this? God help you. Yes.
Sad Ahmed. Last week, Simon Levy was jailed for the rest of his life for murdering 2 women and raping a third. The car park where 2 of those brutal crimes were committed are in Tottenham. Well, some residents near there say the area is still unsafe and want better security. Anna O'Neill took a drive through that area.
Tottenham High Road at midnight. There are people everywhere, and residents say antisocial behaviour like prostitution and drug activity is commonplace. I can see why local people feel concerned that they're sort of being left to their own devices. I haven't seen a single police officer or a police car.
Yeah.
But it's the Superstore car park off the High Road which is causing the most concern. You're going to drive into the B&M car park.
My sister's place. No,
And we're going to have a look at what it's like at night. It's where 39-year-old Cheryl Wilkins was murdered and another woman raped by Simon Levy, a man local to the area and now in jail. But yeah, this is really, really dark. Oh, there's a car with the lights on there. And this is what it looks like in the daytime. So look, there's a Polish shop.
An old pharmacy that's shut down.
This land is owned by Tottenham Hotspur, but leased by B&M, and that's causing frustration for local residents like Annem.
It's being used for a lot of kind of crime at night. There's a lot of antisocial behaviour, a lot of drug deals that take place here, and importantly, it is probably one of the best known hotspots for vulnerable sex workers, and everybody knows it. The council know, Tottenham Hotspur, and importantly, it is probably one of the best known hotspots for vulnerable sex workers, and everybody knows it. The council know, Tottenham Hotspurs know, B&M know, the Met Police know. A lot of cigarettes, you'll see, I've seen needles in here, look, there's a condom here. And it really upsets me because I do feel like sex workers don't get treated like your average woman. It's like their lives are more expendable, and that's just not acceptable.
Tottenham Hotspur Football Club says it's engaging with B&M about the concerns raised, and it's reminded them of their responsibilities as the operator, while B&M says it's working with Spurs to invest in and implement any further steps that may be appropriate, and he says these measures will be in place by the end of September. Across the road, the Coach and Horses pub has a front row seat of the goings-on at the car park.
They come out at work at night. It's dark out here. When they come out, the cleaner comes early in the morning. She's walking into darkness.
True.
What's that happened to her?
Yeah, true.
We've had a murder here. We don't want another one.
Yeah, you don't
The Metropolitan Police told us they're committed to making sure women and girls feel safe in London by apprehending individuals who exploit vulnerable people. And Harrogate Council said we must recognise that the issues with this location, as well as the case of Simon Levy itself, extend far beyond the physical environment alone.
It's not just about the vulnerable sex workers. If this is known to be an unsafe place for women, what's next?
Anna O'Neill, BBC London.
Exactly.
London's largest greenhouse after Kew Gardens is the Barbican Conservatory in central London. Well, it's about to have a multi-million-pound renovation, and so the plants have to be removed. Well, some cuttings are also being given away.
Embarrassing. So he's got his willy hanging out as well. Sorry, Grandma. Didn't I carry on? So I'm going to catch him, and it's embarrassing, though.
Centre. We have 800 different species of plants in the conservatory, and we've taken 2,000 cuttings, so there's plenty to choose from.
We're embarrassed to say that we come from the species of men. We are. We're embarrassed to say we come from that species of men because of what they do to women and children. Embarrassed sexually. Embarrassed, Dan. Absolutely embarrassed. Right? And men are not even speaking up about it. They're going on like it's a secret pastime to our teens. Right? And this thing's not on. So what happens when I go and see my grandma? As you said, 20, come here. Next grandma. I said, wait, tell me, said, right. You dear boy. Bloody boy. I do him things to woman. And you don't say nothing weird. You don't tell him say you're the grandma. I said, well then. I said, you turn right, grandma. You don't put a spell upon it. I did. I just waiting for you to cement it. I said, come here. I cement it for you. Now go back to the tree. I said, poor grandma. Your grandma. Stop it. Please. Your grandma. Your grandson. Do. You know, I love children, right? Who've got that relationship with grandma and grandpa. What about? Good night, grandma. Good night, grandpa. Weird. They look at us on the prairie. Worries then. Worries. Trust me. You can't keep up, can they? I know, miss. You can't keep up with humanity, right? You step up now. Dedication to all humanity children. Well, I'm ready.
The conservatory opened in 1984 and its purpose was to hide the theatre's fly tower, but it has since become a firm favourite among visitors to the cultural complex.
I mean, the conservatory is such an iconic spot in London. We kind of try to visit it whenever possible, so yeah, it's exciting to get a piece of the conservatory before it closes down.
You only need to wander around and you see what fun.
Hey, wonderful. I have a question for you. You need to tell me, are you going to wait until Father comes to give us back our house? You're not going to do it yourself, huh? You're not going to use your initiative and give it back to us yourselves, huh? Why not? Huh? You're too comfortable in other people's materials. Too comfortable, guys. Way too comfortable in other people's materials. So, wait. And where no one's ever told you about what you do wrong, you actually genuinely think you have a right to behave this way. You genuinely believe you have a right to behave this way because you've never had no backlash, right? And Satan keeps telling you what a splendid job you've done hurting his children, but don't you ever have a soul in you to think that, just keep harming one set of children? It does take its toll eventually. It doesn't with you though. Why not? Huh? Have you ever been bullied at school? No, but I'm just saying, have you? To be constantly digged out, and you don't even know what you've done wrong. And then when you find out they've been paid, you're too light. They've been paid. They've been paid though. That's why all the mistakes they make. He says, carry on. It's my world. And they do as well. And they carry on as well, thinking that, it's Father that's making them make the mistakes. Because Satan said, carry on, they carry on. Not thinking that has consequences. Harming the children. Why do you like harming children? Why? Huh?
Fantastic answer, aren't you?
Can I ask, do you know which plant you're going to get, or how does that work?
I think I'm getting the Swedish ivy, just mostly because I think it'll be nice on the balcony when it starts growing over the edge of it.
So I'm here with Sue, one of the lucky people who's about to get her hands on one of the plant cuttings. I'm going to present you now, Sue, with your plant you've got.
Thank you.
A Bengal
Wow.
dayflower.
Well, that looks amazing.
Are you going to look after it?
Oh.
Look at this son. Look at him. Look at his son. Look at the embarrassment of his son. Look at him. Look at his son. Look at him. Look at his son. This is what they're teaching children to be like. This son here. Have you seen the shirt? I've seen the shirt as well. Look at his son. Look at him. Look at him.
Very
Look at the way he speaks.
much so. Look at it. It's beautiful. It's a trailer. It's got a blue flower as well.
Maybe that's for luck.
I think so. It's going to go on a very high shelf.
Well, let's now take a look at the weather forecast with Sarah.
Evening to you. Things are turning a little more unsettled and cooler as we go through the next couple of days across the capital. Some of that much needed rain coming through potentially in the form of showers tomorrow, which means we won't all see them before it turns drier again at the weekend. As we go through the night tonight, 1 or 2 showers here and there, but mostly dry into tomorrow morning, and that cooler feel, especially out towards the suburbs. At first dry with a bit of sunshine, but in the afternoon especially, we'll start to see these showers coming through. Now, they will be heavy, slow-moving, thundery, a touch of hail mixed in, but equally, they're scattered, so some places will avoid them altogether. Temperatures, average for the time of year, although it will feel quite cool at 22 Celsius. And we do the same again on Friday, but at the weekend, after a cool start, it turns drier and more settled once more.
Okay, just quickly, just time to tell you that a woman has died in a fire in West London. A murder investigation is underway. More details on the BBC London website. From all of us here, good night.
Hello and welcome to Global Eye from the BBC World Service.
Each week, come to you from around the world,
Bringing you our very best global investigative journalism and unmissable reporting. Reporting that goes further.
This is Global Eye. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Welcome to Oxmith, Dr. Fox. Let's start with Bethany Cruel. Guilty of murder and very dangerous.
They believed I killed my mom. You didn't? She knew you were coming. She could see the future. We're here to find the truth.
Dr. Fox, don't get sucked into the carnival.
Something is happening to me and I need to follow it.
You're a bad influence.
What's wrong? Me and the rapture.
The Rapture. Press red for all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Here I am, Liza, your new intimacy coordinator. Director ahead. Him, not him. Brand new drama podcast, Intimacy. Listen on BBC Sounds.
Football, probably a bit more football than football. Football.
When all you can think is football, go where everybody's talking. Football. Highlights, analysis, and live commentaries. Football is back on the BBC. That's what everybody's talking about.
Corruption and Vengeance ahead in our Wednesday night film premiere, Monkey Man. First highlights of the UEFA Champions League playoffs.
Where? Oh, Champions League. Champions League.
Good evening. We are only in August, but it's a huge couple of weeks for the clubs involved in the playoffs. The winners over 2 legs will seal their place in the Champions League. Highlights from Celtic Park and goals from 6 other games on the way with James McFadden and Pat Nevin across all the talking points. Well, Celtic were eliminated at this stage last season after an agonising defeat on penalties in Kazakhstan. 12 months on, they face Austrian champions Lask, who won a domestic double of their own last season for only the 2nd time in their history. The stakes were high at Parkhead for the first leg. Your commentator is Liam McLeod.
We are barely beyond mid-August, but already Celtic are faced with a season-defining challenge. A challenge they failed miserably at last year. Ejected from the Champions League party before it had begun in the mid-Asian outpost of Almaty. Here, they have a shot of redemption as they take on the surprising winners of last season's Austrian Bundesliga, Lask. Celtic Park was built for nights like this. Four of that starting 11 started the second leg, and Kairat Aira go for Celtic. Carter Vickers, Tierney Nugent and McGregor did so. Usagi Mikabar gets his first start. Casper Hu scored 5 times in the Champions League for the clip last season. There were doubts surrounding captain Horvath, top scorer Adeniran and wingback Jorgensen, but all are fit to take their place for the visitors. Adeniran and Usor scored 15 each last season, as last made history. Martin O'Neill knows the importance of Champions League football for this football club. We are underway on a sordid night in Glasgow. Celtic's European journey ended in the Europa League knockout playoffs last season. Hammered 4-1 by Stuttgart here. A futile 1-0 win in Germany in return brought the curtain down on their continental adventure last time around. And any run below this one is of pale imitation in the eyes of the Celtic supporters who know just how crucial this tie is. But it's Lask who have opened the scoring within seconds, and Moses Usar silences Celtic Park momentarily, but the celebrations have been cut short because of an offside flag. And he looks just off, and that silence will be replaced by a sigh of relief, that is for sure. It wasn't because of my loss, so that's something the Celtic defence are going to have to keep an eye on throughout proceedings. It's massively dangerous, and Carter Vickers is in big trouble here, and Celtic are in big trouble here, and that's been put past by Adeniran. The Scottish champions are living a charmed life 2 minutes into this first leg.
See, you see the peace. When you took all the competing out of the way, you hear the peace. I know. That competing stuff. No. Right, where are we going? Where are we going? Should we have a look here? Let's have a look here. Come on in. See what's going on here. What's going on here?
In your video, you said we don't need them; they need us. Who's they?
Yes.
Who's they?
The white people ultimately don't need other races in order to succeed, in order to be ourselves. Absolutely not.
So, how do you think America became the greatest economic nation without?
Not through black people.
Oh, it wasn't. It wasn't because of free labor.
Are you talking about slavery?
How do you think America became the greatest economy that it did? How do you think that happened?
Through the genius of Europeans.
You say we don't need anybody else.
No.
But the reality is, American history proves you wrong. The fact of the matter is, there is no great America. You can't sit here and talk about that greatness without other people making that happen.
We could have figured out another way to pick cotton. White people could have figured out another way to pick cotton.
Y'all tried that, didn't work. Yeah, I mean,
we'll do it now. We've done it previously.
I don't know what books you read, but no, that's actually not what happened. But you said y'all would have figured it out, but you didn't. Okay, but the fact of the matter is, people of color not going anywhere. So what is your vision for America? That is white land and the rest of us can leave?
I think that white people, Europeans, formed the core of American identity.
So why don't you go back to Europe?
African Americans built capitalism in the same way that potatoes built McDonald's. The United States was 90+%, in my opinion, of course, white, almost for the totality of its existence. And you're going to tell me that this tiny group of people are the ones who made it great? Go off. It's my blood and sweat of my relatives that made it happen.
Can you name one black invention?
Guys, this is fantastic. I bought one and got 2 free. This buy one get 2 offer is really amazing. Say goodbye.
But we're gracious that we can see it, Father. We're gracious we can see it. Satan's son's just every minute trying to say something. Like, you know, intelligent now. We've got to say something. It's just a joke, isn't it? Just letting insult your intelligence, innit? All they can do is just keep selling you stuff, just to distract you. And they're good at it as well, miss. And they're good at putting people down as well. And we'll be nice to you. We'll give you some stuff. People do it our way. On our way to you. And all the ancestors that have died trying. And you've got all these ones right here now who just give up straight away just to get their easy life, and then you have to go and keep the Satan back. The blood drinking. And he doesn't even like it, guys. He doesn't like none of that stuff. Right? Because you haven't seen him do it. Have you seen him do it? Have you seen him do it? Right? I'll tell you one thing you have seen him do though. And that is burn the children. You've definitely seen him do that. Because you hand him over the children. No, he does that one. Because that seed there's going to crush him. That seed there is going to crush him. And because you don't know the story, you're keeping him with the children that are going to crush him. So you don't even know what you're doing, guys. You don't even know what you're doing. When you're telling me that you're like being under that law, what you're under now, is that what you're telling me? Then you were designed to be their slave, to burn in hell, in the lake of fire. Then he was designed. Then he was designed. Because you will always be under them. You'll always be under them. And they'll always be under the lake of fire. And you'll always be with them. Always. That's their destiny. There's no other destiny for them. No other. No matter how their behavior may or may not change. It's written. It's spoken. You can't take it back. Why? It's spoken. It's a command. You can't take back a command. It's a treaty. It's a covenant. You can't take it back. It's spoken. It's written. Just waiting for it to come to pass. That's all. And remember, right? One day is 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is one day. So what does that mean? That means instant. That's what it means. That's what it means. Nobody knows when he's coming. It comes up with all this TikTok clocks and all that. No such thing done. Go downstairs the big Ben. Ben said, what you talking about? Oh, then the Greenwich Mean Time and said, what you talking about? DJ. Every minute you're bringing it 2 steps forward and then you're bringing it a step back. DJ, TikTok. I have no idea to line him with Satan's circular winter solar nonsense for Satan. And I tell you, the New Year's Day is January the 1st. No, that's Janice. That's what you celebrating. And you celebrate her on New Year's Eve. And then she's born on New Year's Day, which is their New Year's Day, sorry. Which is January the 1st. But the real New Year's Day is April the 1st. But he calls it April Fool's Day. Because he's a knight. That there is a real April Day. And it's the beginning of the year. And if you don't believe it, then you ask the trees. And the trees and outside will tell you what season that you're in. But because they worship Satan, they use double-faced Janus. And it's ugly as it, and it's have 2 faces in a crowd of people, right? It's have a normal face like you and me. And you know your neck, your back of your neck. No, that's the other face of Janus. Identically the same. Right? That's his double-faced Janus. And there she is right there. And that's what he's celebrating. It is so, miss. That is what he's celebrating. So winter solar, Satan, it's not summer. They're cold children, aren't they? The children of the north, winter solar children. This is what they do. The sun burns them, remember? And they're still telling you they're honouring the sun, the moon, the stars. They'll honour everything and anything apart from Father. And they don't think it exists. Why? Because they told them that they're both the same. That's what they tell them now. That Jesus and Father are the same. They're both the same. Christians. Man, Christians are dangerous, you know that. They are dangerous, bro. Anything like, guys, to keep that narrative afloat. Right, and people are dropping off that like bad smell of poo-poo and the wee-wee. When people are dropping off that, bro, because it makes no sense. And all it does is kill, interfere with children. Oh, and ask for money. Like 30 million. I mean, that's the... sorry. Billion. 30 billion. Every Sunday. Right? Their devil day. Remember, they changed it from a Saturday to a Sunday. And they tell you that we, the Catholic Church, right, straight from the horse's mouth. I mean, listen to the cheek of it, guys. Straight from the horse's mouth. We, right, the Catholic Church, say no, right, to Saturday Sabbath. No. Right, we, the Catholic Church, we command the people. That's what all that taught there, damn tramp. Right? Constantino the Great. Don't forget the Great. Constantino the Great. On the 7th of March. Right? We change it. The Trump. And his devil children. And that is a dance. So they know who Father is. They know who his children are. And they hate them. Right? They hate Father. Like a passion. Look what they done to Jesus. Look what they done to him. Go and read what they done to him. You'll be absolutely surprised. Begging and pleading with him to go after he's just healed the world. They're pleading and begging with him to go. Just go. After he just healed him right in front of them. Like a multitude of people. And they're begging him to go. These wicked, evil children. Wicked. And most of them, right, were Hebrew children. Most of them were Sadducees and Pharisees. And Torah teachers. And there's the next one. I think it's the priest. These are all Hebrews. And they all turned. Every last one of them turned on Jesus and tried to catch him out. Oh, you're not supposed to be healing on Sabbath day and stupid like that. So he's got to say to him, is it unholy to heal on Sabbath day? But just making his life difficult. And these are children that he's come to help and save and show them a different way. And these are the same wicked children today who take Matthew, Mark, Luke and John and swear by it. And then when I'm starting to read it now, it's an absolute joke, man. It's an absolute... I didn't even know how you people can say you read that and then behave the way you behave. You're a joke, man. You're a joke. You're an insult to anyone who takes religion serious, whatever religion is. Because we're not in a religion, we're in a blood covenant. It's completely different. Completely different, guys. More mature, more real, more serious, more deadly, more dangerous, more loving, more caring, more long-suffering. And then it gets to show us the whole world turned against us. Because it was only Egypt, right? And Egypt's in Africa, guys, don't forget. But yeah, guys, it was only Egypt, right? Let my people go. That fool. It was only them, right, who was horrible to us. That's why he put the 10 plagues on them, little batty fears, right? That's why he put 10 on them and made them give us all what we wanted. And then the people said, can we come with you? We didn't say, move, man. God said, no, we didn't. We said, come. And we brought the people with us. Right? Now, this time it's different. This time it's Isaiah, chapter 11, verse 11. Isaiah, chapter 11, verse 11. The second coming. This one is different. Why? Because the whole world took part this time. It wasn't just Egypt, which is in Africa. This was the whole world which took part. And this is why Isaiah, chapter 11, verse 11, angel numbers, will tell you. Right? But that one there, you have to go and answer the phone to break down what countries they're on about. But my one is all broken down which countries they're talking about. But what you did to... And it says, second coming, I'm coming now for my remnant. Read the thing. That's what it says to you. Not like the first hand when I came. This second time that I'm coming for my remnant. That's what it says. Read it, man. Now, Trump. Doesn't say anything about coming for Christian children. Isaiah chapter 11 verse 11 doesn't say that you're lying. It
ISIS is coming to beat you up. That's what it says. And it tells you why. Because you interfered with his remnant of children, but he's coming for the remnant. But it's also coming to hurt you as well. It's called the second Exodus. Isaiah chapter 11, verse 11. It says, not like the first time when I came. This time I'm coming the second time. Doesn't it not say that? Tells you as clear as day, beautiful children. Not like the first time when I came. It says, this time I'm coming will be completely different, and I'm coming for these people. Why? Because they've got my remnant. They've got my inheritance. And so he calls his children now. Not the children, my inheritance. Since you want to claim his children and don't know how to treat his children, expect his children to do the merry dance. Well, we do the work and you get the promotion. Huh? So when do we get anything? When? Huh? You know, sister, we're damaged. Huh? We're not broken, but damaged. Yeah, because of you. Because of you. Right? And when we break away from you, what do? You start panicking. Why? Because you can't feed yourself now. Right? And you're getting dismantled. And then you want to come and blame us. When your whole world was designed to make sure that we didn't even have bread and butter. We didn't have a woman for support. Because you made sure you got rid of that as well. Right? And you're still picking on us. Still. Boys will be boys. With other people's toys. Boys will be boys.
Try to constantly switching your glasses. Just one pair, so
In terms of nouns, like literal things such as the light bulb or electricity or the internet, I can't say I can give you one. In terms of adjectives, I could give you loud, I could give you obnoxious, I could give you incarcerated. You see what I'm saying?
Do you have any more? Maybe actions?
Overweight. The average black woman in America is obese. Overweight. There we go.
180 pounds. 180 pounds.
Wow.
On average.
Oh my God, I thought it was 160. That was, 160 alone is obese. 180.
This superiority feeling when I tell you that a black person created the plasma transfusion, when I tell you that the supercomputer that led to the internet is invented by an African computer scientist.
Yeah.
When I tell you, like last time, all the inventions, when you
Close.
learn about the air conditioner and the
Close.
radiator and you learn about all the different science inventions that were invented by people that look like us.
Yeah.
It wasn't you that started. You didn't invent the super soaker. It was a black dude that did. You know, you didn't calculate the whole rocket ship stuff for NASA. It was some black women, of course, with the help of other people. But you didn't invent the remote control. A black dude did. I mean, you didn't invent the spatula. A black woman did. 3D imaging, a black woman did,
White people as a collective group are insecure. You do not steal other people's culture if you are secure. You do not create a whole category of an identity to put yourself over another group of people if you are secure. You do not deport or kill other racial groups in order to maintain the integrity of yours if you are secure. You do not constantly try to separate yourself from the bad white people if you are secure. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because that insecurity manifests itself differently depending on what group of white people we are talking about, especially if we are talking about it on a political spectrum. On the right, it's pretty easy to tell where their insecurities are manifesting. We've talked about it extensively as a country. But on the left, I don't think we've explored that as much, and I want to point that out because I'm seeing it a lot right now. White people on the left side of things tend to hyperfixate on not appearing problematic. Because white people on the left side of things tend to have an awareness of the problematic nature of their history, they're more aware than the people on the right. So because of that, there's an understanding of the harm that has been caused. Because of that, if there's any issue where it could appear as if they are problematic, it sparks some level of insecurity, therefore a reaction that can either be compulsive or intentional. It is because of...
Y'all. The clip circulating today shows a white man saying, on camera, exactly what a lot of white men have said quietly in private living rooms for the last century. He was not on a soapbox. He was not at a rally. He was on his phone in a public place in 2026 in a country where every phone 20 feet is a documentary camera. His face went from confident to shattered in about 11 seconds. His whole life from that moment forward has changed. Watch the clip, then come right back. Because what we are watching is not one man's collapse. It is the specific mechanism the elders have been telling us about for our entire lives, finally running at full speed. Before we get into it, hit that like button, hit subscribe, tap the bell. Now let me lay the receipts. Because white man says what he thinks about black Americans and instantly regrets it is not a new phenomenon. It has a documented sequence going back at least 4 decades. What is new is the speed. April 6, 1987, Al Campanis, vice president of the Los Angeles Dodgers, appeared on the ABC television program Nightline for a segment marking the 40th anniversary of Jackie Robinson breaking baseball's color barrier. On live national television, he told the host that black people, in his words, may not have some of the necessities to be baseball managers. He was fired within 48 hours. His name has been a warning to sports executives for 4 decades. January 15th, 1988. Jimmy the Greek Snyder, CBS Sports commentator, told a local news reporter in a Washington, D.C. restaurant that black athletes had been bred for physical superiority during slavery. He was fired by CBS on January 16th. His career, at the time worth about $800,000 a year, ended in one afternoon. April 25th, 2014. Donald Sterling, then the majority owner of the Los Angeles Clippers, was recorded in a private conversation with his girlfriend, telling her not to bring black people to Clippers games. The recording was leaked to a tabloid website. On April 29th, 4 days later, NBA Commissioner Adam Silver banned Sterling from the NBA for life. On May 29th, Sterling was forced to sell the Clippers for $2 billion. In 72 hours, he went from the richest owner in the league to the most famous former owner in American sports history. May 30th, 2018, Roseanne Barr, star of the highest-rated new sitcom in the 2017 to 2018 season, posted a racist comment about former White House advisor Valerie Jarrett at 2 in the morning. ABC canceled her show, a show that had generated over $300 million in ad revenue, by 10 a.m. that same day. 8 hours from tweet to unemployment. July 11th, 2018. John Schnatter, founder of Papa John's Pizza, was reported by Forbes magazine to have used a racial slur on a conference call. Within a week, he was forced to resign as chairman. Within a year, the company had removed his image from every marketing asset it owned. May 25th, 2020. Amy Cooper in Central Park in New York City called the New York Police Department to falsely accuse a black birdwatcher, Christian Cooper, of threatening her life. The birdwatcher's sister posted the video on Twitter. Amy Cooper was fired from her investment firm by the end of the same business day. The sequence is not accidental. The sequence is a specific accelerating pattern from 48 hours in 1987 to 72 hours in 2014 to 8 hours in 2018 to the same afternoon in 2020. In 2026, the pattern runs in real time. Say the thing.
If there's a social justice issue that is getting a lot of public attention, and especially if it has a graphic nature to it, there are going to be white people that will not allow any nuance around understanding or reacting to that social justice issue because there is a hyperfixation and concern at a quote-unquote risk of appearing problematic in the response or their understanding to that issue. Now, there is a level of this that is understandable and appropriate because there are times where the nuance does not need to be brought in by white people because a lot of the times it's perpetuated by white people, the harm. But the issue comes in when you have a harm that is affecting people of color. Those people of color are trying to understand, unpack, and address with some level of nuance that is needed in order to address something at a macro level. And you have white people that will not allow that to happen, even if they are not the ones being directly impacted by the harm. The development of whiteness is a fatal wound that white people have experienced and created for themselves. And it is something that I am very aware of when I talk about white people or the concept of like white supremacy especially. I always say that whiteness is the issue. It is what is problematic. It is what is a problem, and that is what we need to quote unquote get rid of, not white people.
No, not white people. No, she said it right. No white people. That's not the issue. Yeah, that's not the issue. Not the spicy whites. That's not the issue. Right? It's the racism within it, which is the issue. And the whole world is calling it out, as you can see, in all different angles, because that is the issue.
That is needed in order to address something at a macro level, and you have white people that will not allow that to happen, even if they are not the ones being directly impacted by the harm. The development of whiteness is a fatal wound that white people have experienced and created for themselves, and it is something that I am very aware of when I talk about white people, or the concept of like white supremacy especially. I always say that whiteness is the issue. It is what is problematic. It is what is a problem, and that is what we need to quote unquote get rid of.
Yeah.
Not white people. Those are two separate things. Whiteness is a concept, is a construct that was created in order to
hurt people,
push other people down, and put white people.
And then put them at the top. Yes, miss. Yes, miss. You understand why him and Esau created it, and then Esau talked to them like the tramps. So they might be ready to make the change. Whether they're ready or not, this is what's going on. Whether they're ready or not, it's down to them then, because you have no power. Because this is what's going on. That thing got created to hurt people and then turn people against each other. That's what that thing got created. No other reason why. Excuse me, manners. Excuse me. No other reason why. No other reason why. That wicked system.
Especially, I always say that whiteness is the issue. It is what is problematic. It is what is a problem, and that is what we need to quote unquote get rid of. Not white people. Those are two separate things. Whiteness is a concept, is a construct that was created in order to push other people down and put white people above other marginalized groups of people. But white people within themselves being born with paler skin than me and other people of color, that in and within itself is not problematic. And you need to separate the two in order to get out of this level of insecurity, this pervasive level of insecurity. But going back to culture, specifically when it comes to insecurity with white people, I personally strongly believe that is why stan culture is so incredibly strong with white people. It is because there is a hole left in place for white people because of the replacement of culture with the concept of whiteness. Whiteness does not give you any fulfillment. It does not do anything for you. It is not a connecting force other than a connection.
It's not a connecting force. Listen to these sisters, Father. Where are you getting these sisters tonight from? Where are you getting these sisters tonight from? Where are you getting these sisters tonight from, Father? Never heard it like this. Where are we getting these sisters from? almost what, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Because yeah, you can sit down and chill out until Monday. I totally agree. Look, get serious. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, and on that day, come. Yeah, I totally agree. And that's enough for you to get clean, serious, and start doing your Bible and get back to seriousness. And my sandals come as well. Look, got a round sandal. I'm trying to be a brown tongue, isn't it? Yeah, the brown tongue guy. The brown tongue. And my sandals. I've got some sandals coming, guys. I've got some sandals coming. Right, coming in. Let's have some of the cake. Right, back on that sister. I'm ready. How everyone's thinkers.
Reacting to that social justice issue because there is a hyperfixation and concern at quote-unquote risk of appearing problematic in the response or their understanding to that issue. Now, there is a level of this that is understandable and appropriate because there are times where the nuance does not need to be brought in by white people because a lot of the times it's perpetuated by white people, the harm. But the issue comes in when you have a harm that is affecting people of color. Those people of color are trying to understand, unpack, and address it with some level of nuance that is needed in order to address something at a macro level. And you have white people that will not allow that to happen, even if they are not the ones being directly impacted by the harm. The development of whiteness is a fatal wound that white people have experienced and created for themselves. And it is something that I am very aware of when I talk about white people or the concept of like white supremacy especially. I always say that whiteness is the issue. It is what is problematic. It is what is a problem, and that is what we need to quote unquote get rid of, not white people. Those are two separate things. Whiteness is a concept, is a construct that was created in order to push other people down and put white people above other marginalized groups of people. But white people within themselves being born with paler skin than me and other people of color, that in and within itself is not problematic. And you need to separate the two in order to get out of this level of insecurity, this pervasive level of insecurity. But going back to culture, specifically when it comes to insecurity with white people, I personally strongly believe that is why stan culture is so incredibly strong with white people. It is because there is a hole left in place for white people because of the replacement of culture with the concept of whiteness. Whiteness does not give you any fulfillment. It does not do anything for you. It is not a connecting force other than a connection in putting other people below you, whether something you actively or subconsciously participate in. But stands, fandoms, give you something to collectively orient yourself around. It gives you a connection point. It is something that you can identify with outside of your whiteness. Because of this, that is why I do believe that the particular, what I like to call the doxing Swifties, not the normal ones, not the ones that have some ability to operate outside of this, but the doxing Swifties in particular, especially the white ones, are the ones that have a big problem with this. There are other things of this nature. It is not just Taylor Swift that has a fan group or a portion of her fan group that operate in this way. You can have that argument about Star Wars. You can have that argument about a lot of different cultural groups that come together based off of some level of some element of media or music or whatever. But I strongly believe that there is a fundamental wound that white people have experienced that leaves them susceptible to this kind of behavior and this blind spot that happens when you're not able to allow nuance because of this, again, risk or paranoia about appearing problematic. Again, I'm not saying that that is something that is an issue all the time. In fact, a lot of times that caution is warranted. But at the same time, when you are having this caution in play, it is important that you are checking it when you are having it in relation to other people of color, especially black people. I'm seeing that conversation a lot right now when it comes to Jasmine Crockett. Yes, that is what's sparking this. It is not problematic to want to have a conversation about what is happening here in the U.S. when it comes to who we put in office. It is not problematic to want to have that conversation because we are experiencing harm at a severe level and have been experiencing it for hundreds of years. And under this administration, it is getting worse. So yes, a lot, and I do mean a lot, of Black people care about what is happening overseas. I am one of them. I care about it deeply.
Of course.
I have been connected with people in Gaza that are...
Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Hard. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. That's a big girl talk, man. Pull up, man. Pull up. That really touched me, Father. That really touched me. Pull up. Wow. Let's listen to us, though. Let's listen to you, though. That's a connection to that's a connection. Yo, let's listen to you, Father. Shall we, right? The truth is connected to them. I know I'm allowed to put it like that. I can't wait. Right? Because we're connected, and then you reveal who you are. Oh, it's magic, brother. Magic. Because we're all going to reveal you at the same time. Magic, brother. And that's what we are. Passover. Every year. We're going to celebrate that day. Trust me, every year. That's the Passover. Not that one, that's the old one, not that one. We're going to celebrate this new one. This Isaiah 11:11. When you come then, that day. But the right kids, Father, trust me. You know this what you do today. And you show us straight up, be patient with us. Trust me. I need help. I need help. Right? Yeah, who else? Right? This is before we have been, right? Inside my head. Years. Real years. I'm about to touch. And second, next. You didn't mention it. Next time. Right? He wants you to have the barley, didn't he? He wants you to have the barley. All like Michael Jackson. Turn your brother into my bass actor voice. Proper engineering it. Proper engineering. Try to save me. So the children have got to be really important. I mean, look how much energy you put into each one children. Even young children got to be. That's a lot of energy you put into one set of children. To harm them. You have no idea. What it's like to be hated by the world. You know, when the world just hates you. But they hate Father, they hate Emmanuel, and he healed them, and he healed them as well. Right, so you know what kind of children you're dealing with. Right, if your people are healing them, literally healing them, and waking up the dead, and they're asking you to leave. Isn't that scary? And then Father says, leave the dust that's on your feet. Shake the dust off the sandals. Right? Because it's better for them to be in Sodom and Gomorrah for them to have you release the dust of your sandals on the ground. And that's what it says. That's what it says, yes. I read today. That's what it says. Right, so it's an A. We know it gets to that, innit? The same place we get to the children that Father said it's alright to have a rainbow and bring your bum up to him. That same thing there. That's Sodom and Gomorrah, kids. That is. And Sodom and Gomorrah is a gay place. That's what Sodom and Amorah is. It's a gay place. And Father said if there's started off with 50 and went all the way down to 10. He said if there's 10, Bati free. Man in this, I won't kill it. But we went there, right? The guys that went there, the angels, they wanted to have sex with the angels. They wanted to have sex with the angels.
the man said, listen, I've got two nice daughters. You can have them. Nah, don't want your daughters. We want these two here. And father said, see, what did I tell you? And then father said, step aside. And then they stepped aside. And the father just burnt it down. But children, beautiful children, you need to know what Sodom and Gomorrah is. And that was the gay place. The father burnt it down. Completely. Burnt it down. So, when they're telling you about the rainbow, ask them what Sodom, listen to the name, Sodom and Gomorrah. Ask them what that means. And go and have a look yourself and you'll see all gays and lesbians and batsy and vagina got wiped out. No questions, nothing. Wiped. What about the he, she? Wiped out. Right? What about Steve telling people he's now Eve? Wiped out. Wiped out. Right? So children, you need to rethink that because father's not into having an operation or taking a tablet and changing your sex. Right? Because father got it wrong. How dare you, child? How dare you? Right? He got everything else right, but he got you wrong. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Your children. Rasta.
Are no longer here.
They get you
I
killed.
care about what's happening in that damn country, I promise.
They get you killed.
We cannot ignore the violence that black people alone constantly experience.
We cannot ignore the violence that brown people constantly go through with white people. Constantly go through the violence, constantly. I mean, one set of people have to constantly go through violence. And why is that? And people are asking you these questions now. They're asking your sons these questions. Because you've had to go on about humanity and this, that, what, no. So they're asking you these questions. And why you don't defend your own women and children. And it's written you're the worst sons of men. Jubilees chapter 23, verse 23. Why? Because you don't look after the elderly. You don't look after the young. And you hate humanity. And you are the most violent. You're just constantly violent, it says. There's no children more violent than you. That's what it says. And it's true, guys. I don't even think you know why you're violent. I don't even think you know why you are violent.
One of them, I care about it deeply.
Hey, don't you think you're violent? Don't you think you're violent? You think this is just the way to go? Forget about what you think a minute. Okay. Don't you think you're violent? What about strangling women when you got your penis inside her and then strangling her and then leaving it to your command, right? Whether you think she's ready to die because you're strangling her, so you know you've become the doctor now, so you'll know like if she's ready to die because you're in control. I mean, that's too much power. It's way too much. Way too much. Way too much. Way too much. You're too frightened of him. So you need to give that fear to Father or give it to Jesus, that fear. Because that fear is crippling you and you can't see straight. So you need to give that fear to Father or give it to his Son. And then you're scared of them. And then you can see things clearly. Because you ain't frightened of no one, just them. And they're more dangerous than them that you're scared of. More dangerous. Don't forget that.
I have been connected with people in Gaza that are no longer here. I care about what's happening in the country, I promise. We cannot ignore the violence that black people alone constantly experience in this country. And it is only getting worse.
Of course it is.
It is not something that we can completely separate, but it is a consideration. So it is harmful when you have white people come into the picture and in their pursuit of moral purity in order to not appear problematic, there is a way that a lot of white people shut down very valid conversations that a lot of people of color, but especially black people in this particular conversation, are trying to have. Texas is violent to its citizens. Texas is a hub for ICE.
Really?
Texas has done everything it can to cite.
I didn't know that, miss. I didn't know that. Not dedication, right? And good evening and welcome. And hi to the truth. I didn't know this, miss, right? Texas. What, JR? Who shot JR? The Texas. I didn't know that, miss. And that's where ice come from. That's the breeding ground for ice. So that's like the Esau, like Edom, like the Esau. Okay, okay. So that is problematic for all the Texas. So tell the children, right? Stay away from Texas if you can, guys. Because that's where ice, you know, ice? That's where these ice children come out. And they got no mannerism. They're the ones who are failures, right? And then Donald Trump gives them a license to do whatever they want to do. Whatever they want. Whatever they want to do. They're the failure white boys. They can do whatever. That's what makes them extremely dangerous. You stay there. And this is what's going on, guys. Donald Trump changed on you. He's even locking you lot up. He's really put the fear in American people, though. Because can you imagine, right, guys? You've had a system, right, that's been your nanny state for as long as you can remember, right? And now, all of a sudden, yeah, it's turned against you. It's even locking you up. It's even gun butting you. It's even getting the ICE people to arrest you and shoot you. And shoot you guys. And shoot you. This is what's going on in America. But this is what you voted for. This is what you voted for. And they're not showing you this on TV. Why not? But you're hearing the people crying and screaming about it. But they're not showing it to you on TV. Why are not they showing you? What about the £100 guys? Huh? And the people that are writing to you saying, sorry, it's not our fault, it's Donald Trump. Right? We have to charge you now an extra £100. And this is only to poor people. Not to rich people. No. To poor people. And they're already in debt. They're already in debt with you, as you know. And he's coming to cash in soon, right? He's coming to cash in soon, though. And when they're coming, they're not coming with no smile, right? Because time is running short. And what do they want? They want either the right arm or the forehead. Any which one. Any which one. And we've noticed when Papa came into us, yeah, it's something to do with this right arm and something to do with this forehead. Because the stuff I can do it, I couldn't do before. No, I couldn't. And the stuff with this hand, no, not at all. Right? But these are the things that Satan wants as well, I've noticed. He wants the head to put the thing on it, and he wants it to the right arm. So what is it about the head, right, and the right arm? What is it? Because that's where he wants to get the markness. I wonder if that's where the power is, guys. Because we've all got the power. Why? Because he wants to mark from you as well, doesn't he? Right? And they're not letting us know what powers we possess. The gel crocodile spray, right? But we possess powers. And we need to ask questions because there's spirits around us who will tell us. Don't forget that. But don't be frightened of them, man. That's where you lose your power. Right? Good children.
Violent to its citizens. Texas
Violent
is a
to its
hub
citizens.
for ICE. Texas has done everything it can to siphon everything it can out of the citizens that are in this country. Texas is also a South. So we have this issue where when things happen to us and things are really bad and we have things like ice storms and all these other kind of things that cause harm and people end up dying, we then have to suffer through the narrative of we deserve it because we voted for the people that made this circumstance possible. When we are one of, if not the most voter suppressed state in this country. I could tell you all day the harm and violence that Texans experience on a daily basis.
Really?
A lot of the things that other states experience, whether it be the South, like southern states, it'd be red states, it'd be blue states, if they end up being touched by it as well, starts in Texas. It does. Do you know Greg Abbott is trying to put Turning Point USA in every school in this in the state?
What does that mean?
Did you know that?
I don't know what it means, miss.
There needs to be a very, very honest conversation about harm and violence across the board.
Yes, miss.
Because we cannot put violence to one group over the other.
Yes, miss.
It is all bad.
Yes, miss.
Which is why I say it is important that you do not look at things in black and white.
Yes,
it is
miss.
dangerous to do so. And you have to be able to understand that two things can be true at once. We can hold very firmly that the violence that the Palestinian people are experiencing is horrific. We can also hold very firmly that the very subliminal or sometimes very overt racism that black people also experience in this country is also bad as fuck, because one does not get it does not is not better than the other. It's just not. All of it's fucking bad. We have to be able to acknowledge these conversations with nuance. It is incredibly important, because if you are not able to do it, it is fucking dangerous. I'm not doing this again. That is why I've said incessantly that I need the people that are not in Texas to take
words, incessantly, nice words. I like the sister problem.
Dangerous. I'm not doing this again.
Go on, girl.
That is why I've said incessantly that I need the people that are not in Texas to take a step back when it comes to this Texas Senate race. Because you are playing quite literally with people's lives by doing it.
Okay.
So as a collective, I highly encourage white people to interrogate the culture of insecurity that is driving a lot of actions for you.
Big things white people have accomplished. 97% of inventions were made by Europeans. And there's actually a website, when they say like a traffic light or peanut butter was invented by black people, I don't think they've invented anything actually. There's a website that like fact checks these black inventions, and you look deeper into it, and usually they're all from white people that they might have added something, or it was like completely stolen. So why are we not taught about that? Wow, there's a site debunking black inventions. Yeah, I didn't even invent peanut butter, so I don't think they've invented anything actually.
Is this a measuring contest on which race is better? Do you see something in us that we probably don't even see ourselves? Do you look at us like so superior to the point that you have to say, look, you didn't make that, you're not that good? It seems like if there's a really, really attractive girl, and there's a girl who's maybe not as attractive and not getting as much attention, she goes out of her way to basically go, hey, she's a liar, she's ugly, and clearly sees that glimpse of beauty. You are being disrespectful because you don't have something that you feel you need to work on yourself instead of tearing down that beautiful woman. That's how we see it. Why do you need to stand so high above black people? Why do you need to keep on making it a thing where you keep on telling the world that you're better?
Most of the stuff y'all consume is Black American culture. Most of the stuff y'all see, hear, listen to, want to wear is Black American culture. Yet y'all give white people your flowers for what?
We love you, Yahuwah.
What y'all giving white people your flowers for? Like, I really don't understand it. Next time, I love the 90s style. I love the Y2K style. I love baggy clothes. Black American style. That's Black American culture. Next time y'all say, I love rock music, and y'all think that Elvis Presley, rock music didn't start with Elvis Presley. Rock music started with Black Americans. Country music started with Black Americans. House music started with Black Americans. Techno is Black music. Hip hop is Black music. R&B is Black music. Blues, jazz, gospel is Black music. Everything that y'all consume, most of the stuff is Black music. People dress.
That's where Elvis Presley comes from, guys. A beautiful artist called Jackie Wilson. As soon as you see Jackie Wilson, you're like, okay, I see what you mean. That's where Elvis come out of. Jackie Wilson, such a beautiful guy as well. Look how beautiful he is. Have you seen him? Jackie Wilson. Wow. And that's what Elvis stole.
Like Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish is that's like TLC, The Brat, and MC Lights. But y'all don't know who that is, so the conversation doesn't even make sense. You know, like, I'm so sick and tired.
Face the consequence. Same hour. Pull that clip back up. Watch the face at the 11-second mark. That is not shock. That is realization. The man realized in 1 second that the century of protection his grandfather relied on had expired. His grandfather could say what he wanted in a private diner and lose nothing. His father could say what he wanted at a country club and lose nothing. He, in 2026, said it in public with 3 phones recording, and he lost everything. And here is where the hypocrisy fall out. Not this. Not the same commentators who mock cancel culture for a decade now, watching the mechanism take out the CEO of their own board just hired. Not the same media that told black Americans for 100 years that we were imagining the private racism, now scrambling to explain the leaked record.
Okay, I know. I was just letting everybody know that he's got children that he loves. And it's a privilege, miss. It is a privilege. She starts smiling. Huh. This is she starts smiling. Charlie, good sister. Tutu. Right. And I get a new computer as well, guys. How you know? It's all working slowly, isn't it? What can I say, guys? What can I say? Why this one? This one, guys.
Downward disruptions. Time of confusion.
Come here. Come here.
On the 7th of February 1996, 15-year-old Katie Hoskins arrived home from school to discover her mother had vanished.
Joking.
Later that night, Katie checked the converted loft of their house in Portsmouth, Hampshire, where she made a horrifying discovery.
Oh no.
I was
You mean to tell me, sir? My little daughter's just finished school and she's coming home and she can't find mum. And then the spirit says for her to go upstairs and then she finds her mum. I mean, really? So she's traumatized then. So you've traumatized the little child. Why would you want to do that? Huh? Why? Why would you want to do that? Huh? And you know what children are learning now? They're learning how precious they are. And certain things they're not meant to be seeing. Why? Because it's going to ruin the ruler inside you. Beautiful children. And they don't want to look after us, do us. So we've got to do ourselves with me. To keep us in check. You are. I'm just in a good mood, man. Just in a good mood. Leave me alone. Try to Satan.
Where she made a horrifying discovery.
I was told away from the children how Glenda had died, how they'd found her,
Right.
but the fact that it was...
Tomorrow's a new day now. I know. We're going to lock up for a few days. Because we've got all that there. I'm just going to lock up now. For a few days then. I know. Don't know, guys. Don't know. I'm going to say that we've done it. It works. It works, guys. It works. It works. I'm still going to a bit. I'm not being a naughty boy now. No. I'm taking a piss now, and I can damn right you are. You really carry on a bit too long. I know. And I'm sorry. Sorry, Father. You let you do the sweets. I'm going to stay in the group with you now. I am. Look after me, Father. Hey, look after me. You really do. And all the other children that you look after. When are you going to introduce me to them? I can't wait to meet them. I can't wait to meet them. What about the Misha'els and the Michaels as well? I can't wait to meet them as well. There's a lot of them out there, I can tell. Because when I tell them to go to Daniel, chapter 10, verse, they know it. Even before I tell them, say chapter 10, verse 21. They said, we know it. I said, alright. I said, what's your name? He said, Michael. I said, there it is. I said, there it is. The Prince. See, you know what your name is now, didn't you? And it's in the book, so no one can't say nothing, Michael or Misha'el. Can't say none. You've got to get your behaviour right. Daniel 10:21. The Prince here. Ja. The Misha'el. And that's how much Father thinks of you. And there's many other children in there with their names in there. As soon as I find them, I'll let you know. Right, that's it, we're done. Come on, finish. Come on.
Katie that was involved in that.
Nikki,
I can't even say how awful it must have been for those two
Right,
children.
guys,
And for
we
everybody
love
else
you.
involved, it was all a shock.
Take care.
Her killer was
See you later.
Victor Farrant, a 46